Chapter 41, Going for a Kill. Currently a group of dragons with some humans on their backs were flying in the sky. The dragon which was leading the group had red scales and had a human sitting on his back with a mask on his face. The other dragons and people who saw that were somewhat surprised seeing the dragon giving a ride to someone other than their queen but could not point out why that was happening and just left it at to make the relationship between the kingdoms better. Daman and Etherion, who were enclosed in a soundproof barrier made by Daman, were talking to each other, sharing stories about what they did during the past year, which amused both of them a lot. There were occasional bickering and cursing from both the parties, but to the onlookers both of them just looked like idiots who were not speaking anything. And she said that it was her duty as a queen to sacrifice herself for the kingdom. At that moment I thought that she was kidnapped and someone else was posing as her. I mean, what the hell, self-sacrifice? Just a day before I could swear she was thinking about attacking Adrelia itself to gain everything without the marriage part. Daman just chuckled and said, "Well, I haven't thought that she would do this without telling you about it, but well, I think she did all that in hurry." Etherion snorted and said, "Whatever might the reason be, a queen should take suggestions from everyone first and then decide on something, not just doing things on a whim or in a haste." Daman just let the dragon rant out his problems and then asked, "Hey Etherion, there is something I want to ask you about. What the hell is that Xena person is like?" Etherion got intrigued and said, "The maid Xena. She was the one who brought up Irene apart from me when her parents died. In a sense she is like a big sister or mother to Irene, though if I have to explain about her, she is unique." Daman then immediately said, "She is weird, yeah, even I can tell that. What I am interested in is whether she is straight or she is interested in females." Hearing that, Etherion got surprised and said, "I don't know why you are asking such a question, but I can at least tell you that she has a husband." Daman then remained silent for a while and was thinking about something and then said, "Whatever, just so you know that as I come to know that she has a dick or is trying to seduce Irene, then I will chop it off." Hearing that, Etherion got weirded out and said, "Brat, how the hell can a woman have a dick?" Daman looked at Etherion and said, "You are a dragon and you don't know about something called magic. Even my magic can make mine bigger. What proof do you have that a magic which can give something that a woman should not have to them does not exist?" Etherion immediately got silent and focused on flying, but soon he asked, "Can your magic really make something bigger?" Hearing that, Daman just looked at Etherion with a deadpan expression on his face and said, "Just focus on flying, we will talk about these matters later." Etherion just nodded and talked about normal things with Daman and continued to fly towards Dragonoff. Meanwhile, the other people in the group just looked at the two and one of the dragons said, "I really can't hear anything about what they are talking about. Is something wrong with my ears?" Hearing that, Clive perked up and looked at the dragon and said, "Ah, that must be Lord Ian's magic. He is very proficient in enchantments and can make some silencing runes which helps in information leaking." The dragon and the others widened their eyes and said, "There is someone else who can use enchantments other than Lady Irene." Clive then said, I have heard that the Queen of Dragonoff use enchantments as well. And yes, Iansama is good at enchanting. He said that he learned it from his friend who is a high enchanter, and puffed his chest with pride. He felt happy that someone from his kingdom was able to use a magic which was only known to be used by the Queen of Dragonoff. The dragons and the people felt surprised hearing that there was another high enchanter other than their queen, but felt their brows twitch when they saw Clive boasting about Ian. Soon a heated argument began among them as they started to enlist the achievements that both their kingdoms had, and most of them from Adrelia came from Ian. While this was going on, one of the minister from Dragonoff, the lady who came along with the group, thought, "These men can really get heated once it comes to boasting about something, they are not their achievements as well." Sigh. Leaving that aside, this Ian boy seems to have a very high talent and reputation in Adrelia. Looks like we, the minister, will have to try our best to make him marry to the queen at all costs. If they really want a marriage, then it should be done with the best they have got. He also looks handsome, so there will be no problem with that. I will have to relay this information to the other ministers as well to have their support in this matter. After all, it will not be going to be easy to convince such a high-ranking person to just leave post and come here in Dragonoff. He must be gaining a lot while serving that kingdom's mage head, since he have made so many contributions to that kingdom. We will have to make sure that we do not displease him and let the idea of being in our kingdom get out of his mind." She then made a determined expression on her face and thought, "No matter how difficult this will get, I have to make sure that he stays in Dragonoff if we want the kingdom to prosper, and if he decides to not marry the queen, then I will have to let my own granddaughter take charge," and then gave a nod. Currently the group returned back to the royal castle and Belzerian asked the maids to show the rooms to their guests for rest while the female minister whispered all the maids to take good care of the guests and not to displease them as they were very, very important. The maids who heard the minister's instructions were a bit curious about their guests but nodded their heads with determination and promised to not let the guests have a bad time in Dragonoff. It was their honor to be allowed to look after someone who is considered very important and that too by one of the ministers who is working directly under the queen. The maids then discussed the jobs among themselves and then led the two men with them to their respective rooms and took Damien to a room which was close to Irene's as per the minister's instructions. Belzerian then left to report to Irene about the matter while the minister made her way back to her room while telling a maid to inform the other ministers that she had something to discuss with them. Belzerian entered the hall where Irene was sitting while going through some documents while a maid was standing on a side to help her if she needed anything. Once the maid and Irene noticed Belzerian's presence, the maid gave a bow and left the room as she knew that they were going to discuss something important. Irene stood up from her seat and tried to act as normal as possible but still some excitement can be seen in her movements. So Belzerian, how did the talks went? Belzerian, who now noticed the excitement oozing out from her aura, said, "The talks went smoothly and they accepted our request to help us out with the matter of the allied kingdoms which are progressing towards us as well." Hearing that, Irene just nodded her head and waited for a while for Belzerian to continue further but Belzerian just remained silent. Irene, who was losing her patience to remain calm, then asked, "Anything else or is that it?" Belzerian then pretended to think for a while and then his eyes widened and he said with a smile on his face, "Ah. There is a good news as well." Hearing that, Irene's eyes shone and she thought, "Good news. Looks like he came to know that Damien will be the one going to marry me." Belzerian, who was still smiling, said, "You told that you were willing to sacrifice yourself for the kingdom and are willing to marry someone else other than the brat for the good of the kingdom, right?" Hearing that, Irene just nodded while barely able to hold back her excitement. Belzerian just chuckled and said, "Then you don't have to worry about sacrificing yourself." Irene looked confused and thought, "Yeah, I don't need to sacrifice myself, after all I am marrying Da." Belzerian then said, "I was able to convince Adrelia to let the matter of marrying the queen out of the treaty because the queen already have someone she loves, and you know they accepted my proposal, though they would be marrying someone important from our kingdom still, but you do not have to sacrifice yourself." Hearing that, Irene was left speechless and her whole body became motionless. Belzerian, who saw that, internally smirked and then said, "You know I had to work so hard to accept the proposal, after all I cannot see you unhappy. Oh, also I am thinking of letting one of the noble's daughter of a duchess of a household marry to the one from Adrelia." Irene, who was still motionless, heard what Belzerian said but still had some hope and asked, "Ah, is that hat so? Thank you for caring so much about me. By the way, was someone called Ian or something there when you talked to them?" Belzerian looked surprised and said, "How do you know that?" "Oh, he is really famous, so you must be curious about their mage head Ian." "Yeah, he was there as well. And he was also the one who is chosen for marrying the lady from our kingdom. Hey, he was totally shaken when they decided that they will let the opportunity to have the queen's hand in marriage go and will make a relationship with someone else of high standing from the kingdom. That bastard must have set his eyes on becoming the king of Dragonoff by marrying you. Hey, good for him," and then looked down on Irene. But once he looked down, Irene was not viable on the spot she was standing before. Belzerian looked around and saw her standing near an almirah searching for something. Irene then took out a sword from the almirah and turned around, making Belzerian flinch on seeing her. There was no light present in her eyes while a smile was plastered on her face. Belzerian gulped his saliva and asked, "Where are you going with that sword, Irene?" Irene looked at Belzerian with her dead eyes and the smile and said, "I am just going for a walk outside and this sword is just for self-defense. It is not like I am planning to kill all the women in the kingdom," and started walking towards the door. Belzerian, who was left speechless, thought, "She is totally going for a kill," and rushed to stop her. But then there was a knock on the door and both of them heard a voice, "Hey Belzerian, I learned from a maid that you were here. I want to ask you something." "Oh, and if you didn't realize, it's me, Ian." The light in Irene's eyes immediately returned and she rushed towards the door while Belzerian just thought, "I have a feeling that I am going to be screwed." Chapter 42, Meeting Zuma. Irene opened the door and a masked man she met a few days ago came into view. Seeing him, Irene's face brightened and was about to hug him, but Damien grabbed her head and stopped her. Seeing that, Irene was confused, but the Damien whispered, "Control yourself for a bit, there are a few eyes following me, right now." Irene, who heard that, immediately calmed down and searched the castle for the people who were spying on him and saw many of them bear him prepared to attack. Damien immediately said, "Red hair. Ah, you must be the Queen of Dragonoff, Lady Irene, right? Sorry about my rudeness. You came suddenly in my sight that I reflexively stopped you," and moved his hand from her head, seeing which the eyes kept their weapons down. Irene, who was now in her queen mode, said, "You must be the one that Zerif told me about. Sorry about suddenly appearing in front of you." "Well then, I heard there was something you wanted to discuss, Mr. Ian." Damien nodded and said, "Yes, but are you currently free? If not, I can visit you later." Irene then motioned him to enter the room and said, "Not at all, please come inside." Damien nodded and went inside the room, and Irene closed the door behind and placed a locking and silencing enchantment around the room. After that, she immediately jumped on Damien, who caught her without any problem. "Damien, I really missed you." Damien chuckled and said, "But we met each other not even a week ago, my self-sacrificing queen." Hearing that, Irene remembered what Zerif told her and immediately informed Damien about it. Damien, who heard that, was completely shocked and took off his mask and glared at Zerif. "Zerif, are you plotting behind my back? Do you really want to be the main dish on the day of my wedding?" Hearing that, Zerif immediately took a step back and said, Stop. I was just messing with her a bit. I just wanted to get back at her for taking such a decision without discussing with me. There is no way that I will be against this. In fact, I support both of you being together. Please don't use me as food, and even if you are going to, please don't start cutting me from my ass." Damien remained silent and stared at the dragon, who was looking serious as well, but still signs of uncertainty were there on his face. Damien then sighed and said, "Fine, I believe in you, but remember that your ass and my sword will be talking to each other if I found that you turned your back against us." Zerif sighed and said, "Don't worry, I care about Irene's happiness a lot. There is no way that I will come in between it. Anyways, please stop her, she is going to kill all the women of the kingdom." Hearing that, Damien looked at Irene and saw a sword in her hand, which she immediately hid behind her. Damien just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, if she wants to, then I will not stop her, but just remember that, Irene, if there will be no women left, it will be only up to you and me to increase the population of the kingdom." The whole room went silent, but soon a sound of metal crashing onto the floor was heard. Irene remained silent for a while as various scenarios ran through her head, which were quite a lot since she was doing Xena's crash course, but soon she dropped the sword and hid her face behind her hands and started mumbling, "Population meaning babies with Damien and thought for the Holikimdom Hamik Jadawi have to Dasa thought the Holikimdom's population can be controlled." Seeing that, both Zerif and Damien looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. And just like that, the lives of all the women in Dragonoff was saved without others knowing about this threat. After talking with each other for a while, Damien took his leave from Irene's room and let her finish her work. He then walked around the castle, making a mental map of his surroundings. He then entered a garden where he saw dragons interacting with humans. He looked around the room and then noticed the dragon who tried to attack him earlier. He walked close to the dragon, who, on noticing someone coming towards him, turned his head and immediately growled on seeing the masked human. Damien waved his hand, said, "Yo, how have you been?" The dragon growled and showed his fangs and said, "What do you want, masked bastard?" Damien just placed his hand on his chest and said, "Don't be like that, you will hurt my fragile heart." The dragon just gave him a deadpan look, seeing which Damien stood straight and moved his hand forward and said, "Anyways, I guess it is a bit late, but still, I am Ian, mage head of Adrelia. Nice to meet you." The dragon just moved his claw forward and placed it over Damien's hand and said, "Zuma, not very happy to meet you." Damien just have an awkward laugh and said, "Leaving that, are you fine, or do you still feel pain where I hit you?" The dragon just snorted and said, "Who do you think I am? A dragon will never get hurt by the attack of some Huma girly scream ahh. It hurts." Damien just smacked the spot with a bit of strength, which resulted in the scream. "Yeah, totally fine, and that was the manliest scream I ever heard." The dragon just glared at Damien, who just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Lower your head a little and let me see." The dragon just looked away and said, "I will not lower my head in front of you." Damien just sighed and said, "If you remain like that, you will die an early death," and jumped on Zuma's head. Damien then said, "Now this is fine, right? You didn't lower your head, I am just on top of you." "Hey Huduyoha, are you healing me?" Damien just shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who knows? Zuma snorted and said, "Don't expect that I will thank you, I didn't ask you to do it." Daman just chuckled and said, "You are welcome. Anyway, what is this place? I believe that we are still in the castle, but I can see that a lot of commoners are here as well." Zuma then said, "Yeah, we are still in the castle, but this place is open for all so that humans and dragons could interact with each other. It was Queen Irene's idea to help with the coexistence of dragons and humans." Daman nodded and said, "Looks like it worked really well." Zuma nodded and said, "Yeah, I didn't believe it at first, but somehow it worked really well. I too enjoy this a lot." Daman just nodded, and after enhancing his regeneration for a while he removed his hand and said, "All done now. I can hit you again if you do something bad without bothering to injure you severely." Hearing that, Zuma growled and said, "Like hell I would let you do that." Daman just caressed Zuma's head and said, "Oh, you won't be able to stop me if I start to attack you." Zuma and Daman then started to argue for a while but stopped once they noticed someone calling them. Mr. Daman and Zuma stopped and saw a small girl looking at the two of them. Daman jumped down from Zuma's head and asked, "You want to ask something, little lady?" The small girl with black hair placed her hand over each other in front of her chest and after some hesitation nodded her head. Daman just patted her head and said, "Don't feel afraid of me, I am a good guy. So what is it that you want to ask?" The girl then said, "Just now you healed Zumason, right?" Daman just nodded and said, "Yeah." The girl then said, "Then can you heal old man Maca?" Daman tilted his head and asked, "Old man Maca?" The girl nodded her head and then pulled Daman and started walking. Zuma, who was watching the two, stood up and started following the two. He was also curious whether Daman could cure the old man or not. The girl who was dragging Daman stopped and said, "Can you heal him?" Daman then looked around to look for the old man but only saw a dragon surrounded by people who by no means looked old. Daman looked at the girl and asked, "Where is the old man Maca you talked about?" Suddenly the dragon moved its head and said, "That would be me." Chapter 43, Curing Maca. After the dragon looked at Daman, he stared at him for a while and said, "You have a lot of magic power in you. Almost the level of a young dragon." Hearing that, Daman flinched and said, "So you can still tell even after I am suppressing my magic quite a bit. Looks like the old man in your name is not for show, huh?" The dragon chuckled and said, He, yeah, you get these kind of skills through experience. So what do you need from this old dragon, young man?" Daman gave a curt bow and said, "Call me Ian, and it is not me who wants something from you." He then pointed at the girl who dragged him and said, "This little lady said that there was an old man who was in need of medical treatment," and patted the girl's head. The dragon's eyes widened and he said, "Alice-chan, I already told you that it is not easy to cure me of my problems, so why are you troubling someone who just came here for the first time?" The girl named Alice said, "But you told me that your condition is getting worse. I don't want that. You promised me that if you remain healthy then you will take me fun things once I grow up." And immediately Daman's and Zuma's eyes widened and both of them looked at the old dragon with a suspicious look in their eyes. "Hey Zuma, are you sure that it would be fine for a dragon like him to be near children?" "I am thinking about the same thing. Hey old man, what fun are you talking about? Do you want me to kick you out of this place?" "Alice-chan, go and play with your friends. Me and Seema will take care of old man." Alice looked at both the parties for a while and then did as Daman said. Once they made sure she was away, both Daman and Zuma asked at the same time, "What the hell are you teaching a kid, old man? What is your problem?" The dragon gave a tired sigh and said, "What should I say about this? I have a lot of problems. For starters, I have a problem with me being a virgin till this day and age. I also feel my body is getting weaker and weaker day by day. The fact that the years I have remained single is equal to the number of years I have lived is a problem for my fragile heart. My magic power is decreasing day by day and I fear that I have a short time to live. And did I mention that I have a problem with being a single virgin for so long?" Hearing that, both Daman and Zuma stared at the dragon with a dumbfounded gaze, and then Daman said, "So technically you have a problem with your body, magic and heart getting weaker day by day, am I correct?" Zuma then said, "You forgot the virgin part." Daman shrugged his shoulders and said, "Like hell I care about the virginity of an old man with a limp dick. Anyway, you go and inform the adults to keep their daughters and wives and mothers far from this guy's reach." Zuma nodded and said, "Already on it," and gave a nod to one of the fellow dragons who gave a nod in return as well and started informing the adults. Daman then said, So do you have any idea about how it started?" Maca nodded and said, you see, during my days when I was young and used to fight against other dragons, there were a lot of female dragons who were attracted to me because of my great strength and would shout about having my baby and all, but one day one of my rivals who got way too jealous of me spread the rumors that I am sterile and gay and have STD, and since then I have been without any action for all my life. Hearing that, Damien just facepalmed and said, I really want to punch your face. Dude, what the hell did I gain from hearing about your full sex life? Zuma then said, and then what? You didn't do anything to clear your name or anything. Maca looked at Zuma and then said, I really wanted to do so that, but none of them were willing to believe me. Hell, some of the male dragons even asked me whether I prefer to be on the top or at the bottom. Both Damien and Zuma were left speechless by the old dragon's story and didn't know what to say. Zuma placed his claw on Maca's shoulder and said, you have been through a lot, I hope that your luck will be better in the future. Just don't lose hope. Damien looked at Zuma and said, you seriously believed him in an instant, just tell me, what would you do if the whole thing which he said are rumors were true and he turned out to be a gay with STD? You can be on his target list as well. Zuma immediately backed off and looked at Maca with a questioning gaze. Maca snorted and said, like hell I will do something like that. In fact, I have been trying to appeal for the opening for a red light district for dragons. Say, young Zuma, won't you help me in this noble cause? Damien just jumped and smacked Maca's head, making the old dragon groan in pain. Damien then landed on Zuma's head and said, leaving that, let's check what is wrong with your body. He then jumped on Maca's back and noticed many scars on his body. You must be a war veteran, old man. Hey, ladies used to flock around me whenever I came back from the battlefield, until that tragedy occurred. Damien ignored his rambling and placed his hand on the scales and tried to pass his magic energy through it, but immediately stooped and frowned. He looked at the dragon and said, old man, isn't your condition a bit too serious? There is no way that dragons who have high magic resistance would allow my magic power to flow through their bodies so easily. Zuma too then placed his claw on Maca and passes his magic power as well and noticed what Damien was talking about. He looked at the old man and said, you really are messed up. Damien then looked over the body for a while but was not able to find anything. He looked at Zuma and said, flip him over. Zuma nodded and slowly lifted the dragon's body. Maca looked at Zuma and said, make sure to handle this old man carefully, I have yet to conquer the hearts of many women, and immediately Zuma dropped him. Stop speaking nonsense, old man. These days girls don't like those kind of men. Mama groaned and then glared at Zuma said, like hell you know anything about women. Damien then said, nah, I am sure he has his fair share of experience, that dragon has been sending feverish gazes over to him for a while now, and pointed his finger towards a blue-scaled dragon. Maca then turned his head and saw the female dragon looking towards Zuma. He then turned towards Zuma and said, you should just explode. Zuma smirked and said, don't be jelly, old man. Damien then said, anyways, old man, can you tell me since when has this thing been inside you, and kicked the air only to make the dragon groan in pain? Hey, what did you do? I should be asking this, why the hell does an invisible sword inside you? Ha. Ha. Zuma then closed in towards Damien and tried to touch the sword which Damien was talking about, and indeed felt something poking out of the scale, even thought it was invisible to his eyes. Something really is here. Damien nodded and said, yeah, and it is covered with dragon-killing poison as well, and immediately Zuma backed off and Maca paled. Hey, what do you mean by dragon-killing poison? Are you sure about it? Yeah, the dragon back in Adrelia was attacked with something like this as well, but in your case it looks like it has been in here for quite some time. I am surprised that you are still alive. Anyway, I can cure this. He then got off from Maca and said, don't move. He then rotated the dial on the Omnitrix, and after selecting the transformation he pressed it back in, and immediately his body got covered in blue light. All the eyes were gathered on him as the curiosity among the people started to rise seeing the light. Once the light died down, a humanoid creature with a free suit and bluish-purple rock-like skin appeared, Guttrit. Damien looked at Zuma and said, get the people and dragons to step back. Are you the human from before? Yes, I am, and no, this is not my true appearance, this is my magic. Now will you hurry up and do what I asked? Zuma shrugged his shoulder and said, all right then, you heard him guys, just move away a bit. Old demon Maca is going be cured from a dragon-killing poison, so things might get a bit ugly. Damien then looked at the dragons and said, and if there are some dragons who are able to control the wind, then please blow away the gas which might come near you guys." The dragons and people didn't understand what was happening but still nodded their heads. The human-like thing was going to hell one of their kind, so they do not have any problems with it, and if he were to harm them, the dragons were confident that he could beat him easily. Daman then got on top of the dragon and pulled sword out of Maca and threw it away. "Make sure to not get close to it." He then went near his nose and released some sleeping gas which immediately made the dragon drowsy, and soon he fell asleep. After making the detox inside his body, Daman crouched down and released the gas, and which immediately surrounded Maca's body, seeing which some of the dragons wanted to attack him but stopped once Zuma asked them to wait. Soon Daman got out of the head cloud and changed back to his human form and formed a barrier with his enchantment around Maca to prevent the gas from escaping. Now just wait for him to wake up. The others looked at him with suspicious gazes, and some even tried to argue and attack him, but Daman just said, "Listen, I am not here to cause harm to him. I mean, I would not gain anything from harming an old dragon who was already getting weaker and weaker day by day. Even if I haven't done anything, he would have died because of the poison in the sword, and if you all still do not believe me, the sword is still there, pierce it in yourself and you will know whether I am telling the truth or not, in just a few days." All of them then became silent and looked at each other, thinking what to do about the situation. Seeing that they were not speaking anything, Daman scratched the back of his head and said, "Anyway, if someone foolish enough to stab himself with that sword comes out, then just ask someone in the palace to call for me. I will be here for quite a while. I go by the name of Ian, by the way," and walked out of the hall. Chapter 44, Expecting Something Else. A few weeks have passed since the incident, and there was indeed 2 idiots of a dragon who stabbed themselves with the sword just to check whether there was really poison in it or not. Daman cured them as well, and after a week Mala, who had a huge amount of poison in his body, became healthy as well. His magic power started to increase bit by bit and his health got better as well. The people who come to visit the dragons in the palace along with the dragons were now fond of Daman as helped curing them. Though the children like him more as he has many stories to tell them from both his adventures in this world as well as those which he heard in his old one. He is also a very hot topic among ladies, much to Maca's displeasure. It was because the girl called Alice who asked for his help in curing Maca removed his mask while playing, and his face was clearly visible to the all of them, much to the surprise of everyone and a joy for the ladies. They were all curious as to why he would wear a mask when his was actually quite handsome. All this talk about Daman made Irene both happy and angry at the same time. Happy because the one she loves is being praised by the others, and angry because she was now used to hearing the wild fantasies the other women were having about Daman. And it took Daman a lot of effort to console her, as she was blaming him for showing his face to the others. Despite all this commotion, Daman and Irene showed the others that they were getting closer to each other, and seeing that the minister, who had some discussions amongst themselves, were quite pleased and tried to make opportunities for their queen to be alone with her husband, candidate, much to pleasure of both Daman and Irene. He would sneak into Irene's room at night without anyone noticing him and would spend the night together with her, cuddling together, to which Irene was slowly getting used to and would not blush immediately. He also made sure to go back to his room before anyone wakes up. He has also been having some spars with the dragon, especially with Zuma, who was hell-bent on beating him in a fight. Though it always ended up in Zuma covered in dirt. Zuma, though was a part of the dragon unit in the army, was still young compared to what the other dragons' ages were, and hence had less magic power and less durable scales. His control was also not that great on his magic. So it was easy for Daman to beat him without even transforming. Though he would usually exhaust his stamina after every battle with Zuma, because even though he had high magic reserves, his stamina was not that great, and fighting a dragon whom he is not trying to kill usually takes a lot out of him. Currently Daman just came out of the bath after having his daily spar with the dragons and was lying in Irene's lap in a secluded part of the castle. "Are you sure that you have time to be here, Irene? I mean, I am really happy that you are here spending time with me. You still have a whole kingdom to look after." Irene looked at Daman with a smile and said, "Don't worry, it is my break time right now and I am free to spend." Daman got up from her lap and sat down and pulled Irene to lie in his lap and said, "Since it is your break, you should rest plenty." Irene, who found herself in Daman's lap, was surprised, but soon a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. "But I wanted you. Just stay silent and rest." "But. Rest. But. If you are not going to keep quiet on your own, then I have various ways to do it." Hearing that, Irene's blush only intensified, which didn't stop when she saw him leaning closer to her. She closed her eyes and readied herself, but then she opened her eyes with a confused expression on her face. Damien was looking at her with a smirk while he was holding a cookie which was touching Irene's lips. What happened, Irene? Won't you eat some cookies and stay silent? Or, were you expecting something else? Irene got embarrassed by Damien's words and the smirk that was on his face and immediately took the whole cookie in her mouth while also biting a bit of Damien's fingers. Ouch. Hey, what was that for? But Irene just looked away from him with a pout on her face. Seeing that Damien thought, such a cute creature, and lifted her body immediately much to Irene's surprise and then gave kiss. While they were busy making out, a certain red-scaled dragon was looking at them from the sky. He was about to approach them and discuss some matters but stopped when out of nowhere the two started making out. Etherion looked at the couple and thought, just stop already, how long are you guys going to continue? It feels like I am pervert who likes watching others making out. A few minutes later. Etherion looked towards the couple and said, just fucking stop already, and immediately after that a spear was thrown towards him which just grazed his face a bit. Sweat started to come out as he looked towards the side of his face with horror. Ah. It's just Etherion. Hey, from when did you become a pervert who peeps on other couples making out? See, now Irene is acting all shy and blushy, I can't get enough of her cuteness. Etherion immediately said, before you start your session once again hear me out, there are some important matters that must be conveyed to the Queen. Damien looked at Etherion and said, whatever pervert, it is already end of Irene's break time. She must be completely refreshed now, and hugged Irene from behind and said, see you later, Queen-chan, and then went back to his room to go through some documents he got from Adrelia through a magic tool. Etherion looked at Damien who was walking away and said, he really doesn't have any bad intentions in coming here, he only wants to be with Irene. He could have heard these details and could have given some information to Adrelia. Well, it is good that he cares for you, and looked towards Irene who was now calmed and back in her queen mode. Chapter 45, No Time Better Than Present. Currently Irene and Etherion were in the meeting room with the other ministers. There were no other dragons there as most of the dragons were sent to the battlefield to fend off the hostile dragon while a few were left behind in order to protect the kingdom. They have all gathered as Etherion had to report something to the others as it was quite a disturbing matter or so Etherion says. Damien was also invited there along with Clive as the ministers decided that if the news is as grave as Etherion proclaims to be then it would be better that the two envoys from Adrelia know about this as well as they were their allies. Etherion then looked at everyone and once Irene gestured that everyone was present Etherion nodded and then started explaining the situation. Simply put the situation was a bit grave according to Damien. According to Etherion one of the dragons who is a guard at the outpost of the battlefield of the dragons noticed several dragons sneaking away from the battlefield and moving towards the kingdom and even though they were able to deal with most of them 12 or so still escaped them and heading towards the kingdom and since their units were already less compared to that of the hostile dragons, they don't have the luxury to send some from the battlefield towards them as it will likely weaken them on the battlefield. Some dragon slayers were still sent towards the dragons, but the dragon indirectly said that the dragon slayers were not match for the dragons who got past them. That was the gist of the story. The whole meeting room was filled with arguments as all the ministers were panicking about what to do about the situation. Sure, they can send the dragons and the dragon slayers that are currently there in the kingdom but that means leaving the security of the kingdom practically naked, and that is something that they cannot afford especially during a time of war. Seeing that the conversation was reaching nowhere Damien who was currently not wearing his mask looked at all of them casually and said, should I take care of it? At this the whole room fell silent and all of them looked at Damien thinking that he was joking but one of them was different. Etherion looked at Damien seriously and asked, can you do it? And once again all of them including Irene was shocked and looked at Etherion with their mouths wide open. Etherion-sama, you cannot be serious, no matter what post he might be in Adrelia. They are still dragons, not to mention Iansama is not even a dragon slayer. Yeah. How do you think a person who is not even a dragon slayer can take down a dragon much less a dozen of them? Irene looked at Etherion with a mixture of both confusion and anger and said, Etherion it is not a time for jokes, we are already in a tough situation, don't make it even worse. But both Damien and Etherion ignored the others and said, yeah, no problem with that. It's just that the time will change depending on what attribute the dragons are. Oh, also the collateral damage is something I am not going to take responsibility for. And I am also not going to deal with the evacuation. Hearing that all of them once again turned their gazes at Daman and wanted to say something, but Belzerian started speaking. No problem about the collateral damage will be there if you catch up to them before they come near a town or something, right? And about the evacuation, leave that to me. I can carry all of them away from danger even if we were to be near a settlement. You coming too? Yeah, I mean it is actually a problem for our kingdom. We cannot be dependent on the people from other kingdom like this. Irene, who had been ignored by the two, became enraged and said, have both of you gone mad? Both of them looked at Irene and then said at the same time, oh, she is mad. Daman then said, we are not mad, it's just that it is within my speculations. It would not be a big deal to if it is just that many, besides while I am at it, you all might be able to make some sort of plan and execute it, so even if you don't think that I can beat them, I and Belzerian will still be able to hold them back for a while, till you all would be able to come up with something. Hearing that, the whole hall fell silent. The explanation that Daman gave them was not something they were able to retort to, it was the truth that currently they don't have any plans for the situation, so if someone was able to get some time for them, even if it is a little bit, it would be beneficial to them. Irene, who was totally against the idea of the both Belzerian and Daman taking charge, was not able to say anything. She knew that what the two were saying was a good idea, but at the same time, she didn't want two of her most important people to put their lives on the line, and that too at such a dangerous situation. Seeing that none of them was going to oppose them, Daman stood up from his seat and said, well, seeing that none of you have any problems with this, I would be going along with Belzerian, and if you think that we are just putting our lives on the line, then just do your best in coming up with a plan. Let's go, Belzerian. Belzerian looked a bit surprised seeing Daman ready to go immediately and asked, now? Daman looked at him, shrugged his shoulders and said, no time better than the present. Belzerian just nodded, and then the two of them left the meeting hall, which was left completely silent once the two of them got out. Irene looked at all of them and said, the meeting is adjourned, we will have a discussion about the matter tomorrow as well, so try to come up with a countermeasure. She then stood up and walked out of the room while massaging her forehead and thought, he really know how to worry me. Why the hell do he have to deal with the dragons on his own? Chapter 46, Daman v/S Dragons 1. Currently Daman was riding on Belzerian's back as they were going towards the direction where the dragons were reported to be coming from. Daman looked at Belzerian and asked in an annoyed tone, so you are saying that I should try to be as much less violent as possible and refrain from killing them if it can be avoided? Belzerian then said, well, in simple words, yeah. You see, there is a chance that someone will use the fact that you killed some dragons or are being violent with them, even if they are from the enemy group, just so in order to cause a simple rebellion, and some of the dragons who are already on the edge of human having dragon slayer magic will naturally support the uprising as well, making it turn out in a very huge mess, and there might be a possibility that you won't be able to be together with Irene if that were to happen. The people and minister will likely choose the stability of the kingdom over their queen's love. Daman just sighed and lied back and said, I really don't like to get involved in politics. Soon Belzerian and Daman felt sown presences, and both of them immediately became vigilant and started looking around. A total of 5 settlements near the area, make sure to evacuate all of them, and don't hurry anyone, check everywhere first. Don't worry, I have knowledge about evacuation, just hope that they don't get scared of a dragon. If they do get scared, just roll around and lie on your back and act like a puppy asking for a belly rub. Yeah, I don't want to look mentally retarded in front of them. Anyway, prepare yourself, their smell is getting stronger. Daman stood up and looked in front and used his enhancement magic to enhance his vision to look farther, and soon saw 12 dragons resting on the ground, though they were ready to attack as most probably they sensed both Daman and Belzerian coming towards them. Daman looked at Belzerian and asked, how good is your aim? Belzerian widened his eyes in confusion but still said, good enough to throw you at them. Hearing that, Daman smirked and said, then just do that. He then rotated the dial of the Omnitrix, and after he chose the transformation, he pressed the dial back in, and immediately his body started glowing and changing. When the light died down, a chubby humanoid with white body and yellow armor like scales with black stripes in between them appeared, Cannonbolt. He then jumped and transformed into a ball, seeing which Belzerian caught him with his claws. Good, now throw me with all you got. Belzerian scratched the ball and noticed that the armor around the ball was very sturdy, and with a smirk on his face said, I have a better idea, and began taking in large amounts of air. Once his lungs were filled, he placed Daman near his mouth and aimed towards the dragon and shouted, Sage Dragon Roar, and sent Daman flying towards the dragon along with a huge beam of energy surrounding the ball. Fu asterisk ku Belzerian. You will pay for firing a beam at me. Belzerian just ignored the cursing Daman and flew towards the nearest settlement. The group of dragon who were somehow able to sneak into the kingdom were sitting on a barren land wife enough to house all of them and were recovering their stamina and magic they had lost from the constant battle. But suddenly all of them felt the presence of another dragon coming towards them, and immediately all of them got on their guards and looked towards the direction they felt the dragon was coming from. Soon enough they saw a dragon coming towards them, but all of a sudden it stopped in the sky, making all 12 of them confused by its actions. But their question was answered soon enough when they saw the roar attack of the dragon coming towards them at a very high speed. All of them got ready to battle, and some of them even started to charge their own breath attack, but all of a sudden they sensed something else in the roar attack as well and were surprised for a moment, which gave Daman the chance to attack. Daman, who now got close to the dragons while still being surrounded by the wave of magic, Belzerian fired him with sense them and used his enchantments to change his direction a bit. Soon the dragons saw what was happening, and the one to whom Daman was heading towards tried to run away, but Daman was faster than him and soon he crashed into the dragon's head along with the roar attack, making the dragon's head being planted in the ground, making the other dragons looked at him in surprise. Soon they noticed a yellow ball lying motionless on top of the dragon, but all of a sudden, as if the ball got alive, started rolling around at high speeds, making the dragons snap back, and one of them shouted, "Attack that spherical thing." Daman, who had enhanced his sensory abilities to the maximum, could easily perceive where everyone was and from where the attacks were coming from. He started his hit and roll strategy while dodging their attacks, which made the dragon only pissed at the yellow ball. "Just stay still, you shit-covered sphere," and fired another blast towards Daman, who just rolled through the attack without taking any damage and crashed into the dragon's chest. Saying something shitty dragon, and started rolling once again and used enchantments to launch himself in air and attack another dragon, but unfortunately this dragon had already perceived what the ball would do and caught it between his hands. "Ha! Caught you." But then a light blue light glowed from between the dragon's hand and immediately strong vibrations started to attack the claws. AHHHHHHHHHH, and immediately THRE whatever there was in between his hands. Daman, who was thrown by the dragon, used his enchantments to slow down himself while reducing his weight as well. Soon he stopped and a yellow armor-covered giant different from the one he was before appeared in the sight of the dragons, Armadillo. Daman looked around and saw one of the dragons made out of rocks and didn't have any wings and smirked and said, "I am gonna shake your world," and jumped towards it at a fast speed thanks to his enchantments, which both lightened his weight and increased his speed. Daman changed one of his hands into drills and smacked it in the rock dragon's belly, but instead of the scream he was expecting he heard, AHHHHHHHHH, "Don't do that, something OS rising." Daman, who heard the rock dragon moaning, jumped away from him feeling creeped out and looked around. To his surprise the other dragons were looking at the rock dragon warily as well. Daman looked at one of the dragons and asked, "Why the hell did you bring a pervert along with you on a war?" The dragon looked towards the yellow armored guy and said, "How the hell would I know that we had a pervert in our ranks?" More importantly, the dragon opened his mouth and fired his roar at Daman, who immediately formed a barrier out with his enchantments but was immediately broken by the roar attack, and Daman was blown away and crashing through a lot of trees. "Hee, my attacks negates enchantments, not a good match for you, right? And what are you all waiting for? Take him out." But just as he said that, a large amount of vines started to come out of the ground and started to attack or wrap around the dragons. Seeing the huge vines, the dragons tried to fly away or cut through them or simply attack them, but the vines wrapped around all of them in such a manner that all of their motions were ceased, even their mouths were wrapped around by thick vines. Soon a green humanoid creature started to emerge out of the ground with a black face surrounded by red and yellow spikes, swamp fire. "Oh! You all do pack a punch, heh? So are you going to surrender or should I start kicking your butt?" Chapter 47, Daman v/S Dragons 2. Daman looked at the dragons who were bounded by the vines. The dragons looked back at the green humanoid figure and with a glare and tried to speak but were unable to, as their mouths were also tied by the vines. Daman, who noticed it, said, "Want to say something?" "Sorry, can't let you all open your mouths." "How about this? Blink your eye once if you want to say I am ready to surrender. Blink twice to say that you will never give up and surrender to the likes of me. And if you are feeling weird being tied up and all, then don't dare look at me." And then everyone except for the rock dragon blinked twice while the rock dragon just looked away. All of them noticed that and were not sure what to do with that perverted dragon. Daman sighed and said, "Since you are not willing to surrender, then let's continue." Have you ever seen a chainsaw? hearing which all of them looked at him with a confused expression on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Daman smirked and said, "Oh, you all are so going to love this," and used his enhancement magic to make the surface of the vines sharper and rougher, and then used his transformation's plant control to use the tied-up vines to swirl at high speeds around the dragons. The dragons, who felt their scales being grinded by the sharp and rough vines, didn't feel much damage as their scales were very durable. Noticing that Daman used his magic enhance their pain sensitivity while also enhancing the delicateness of the scales, making them weaker. And soon his method showed effect as the dragons started to squirm around with their eyes wide open, trying to get free from the bind, but Daman just enhanced the durability of the vines, making them extremely difficult to be broken through. Daman then commanded the vines to bring all the dragons together and then lit the vines on fire, causing a huge pillar of fire rise in the air. The dragons, who were feeling a burning sensation thanks to their enhanced sensitivity, started to squirm around more but were not able to do anything. They looked at their group's fire dragon with a look which was questioning why he hasn't started eating the fire yet, and soon got their answer when they saw that the dragon was not able to open its mouth to eat at all. All of them started panicking and then reluctantly turned their heads towards another dragon, towards the rock dragon, who looked like he was enjoying it rather than feeling pain. Some of the dragons started growling as that was all that they could manage at the moment when their mouths were sealed, and after some time they were finally able to get the pervert's attention. The rock dragon looked at them with a questioning look, to which one of the dragons, which was most probably their leader, gestured towards the vines. The dragon was still not able to understand what their leader was trying to tell and still had a confused look on his face. Seeing which, the leader dragon puffed up his cheeks and tried to move his body, gesturing to be someone fat, and soon the rocky dragon's eyes widened and he nodded his head. Daman, who was busy burning the tower of vines, noticed something strange in the pillar and narrowed his eyes. The thing started to get bigger and bigger, and soon Daman realized what was happening and backed off from the spot. A few moments after Daman got back from his spot, a huge boulder could be seen coming down from top of the vine tower at great speed and finally able to be freed from the vines. Daman then threw some seeds on the ground and tried to bind the huge rock as well, but then the rock burst open, throwing the smaller rocks in various directions like meteors, and the perverted rock dragon was revealed. The rock dragon smirked and said, "Not this time," and fired his roar attack towards the vines, destroying them immediately, and landed on the ground, causing a huge fissure. The rock dragon looked at the burning pillar of vines and opened his mouth and fired another roar, but this time sharp rocks were thrown towards the tower, which started cutting the vines as Daman stopped enhancing, as he was disturbed by the sudden events, which in turn made the dragons free, though now they had various cut and burn marks along with some blood coming out of their bodies as well. Daman fired a flamethrower towards the dragons while also enhancing the size and power of his flames, but this time the fire dragon came in front and started eating the fire. Seeing that, Daman stopped his flamethrower and instead threw a few seed on the ground and made a wall made of vines to get him some time, and jumped away, stopping the fire roar which would have came his way if he didn't do so. But soon the vines got burnt as well, and the fire dragon immediately flew towards him, trying to attack him, as currently he had the advantage as he was immune to fire. Daman didn't wait for long and formed a hoverboard made of fire and started to get away from the dragon by taking him in the sky. But Daman's plan didn't work, as the dragon who previously destroyed his enchantments came in front of him out of nowhere and fired a roar attack on him, making him fly away. Presence hiding enchantment. Impressive, right? One of the dragon then went towards the location where Daman was thrown and saw the green creature lying there with some smoke coming from his body. The dragon took a sniff and immediately a frown appeared on his face and said, You stink like shit, are you a plant or something? Well, was in the mood for veg today anyway," and lowered his head and put Daman in his mouth and gulped him down. All the dragon then looked at him with their eyes wide open, seeing which the dragon said, "What? I need some roughage to maintain my digestion." The rock dragon then said, "You just told that he was stinking." The dragon looked towards Rocky and said, "And who said stinky things cannot be a delicacy? Plus he was roasted as well." But suddenly his stomach started grumbling as the dragon started groaning in pain. Seeing that, the rock dragon smirked and said, "And that's why you should not put anything in your mouth that looks edible." The grumbling started to increase and the dragon said, "Idiot, it's not that." The rock dragon snorted and said, "Heh, so what is it? Your baby," and started laughing, but then all of a sudden the grumbling stopped and the mouth of the dragon who ate Daman was opened and a tiger-like humanoid came out of the mouth. The tiger-like humanoid jumped out of the mouth and landed on the ground. He looked at the dragon and started growling. The tiger jumped on the dragon's head and punched him with all his might, planting his face on the ground and jumped from top of it and stood in front of the dragon's eyes. Let me tell you something, you overgrown lizard with wings who has problem with your digestion. Wrath is no food to help your digestion. But if you want a piece of wrath, then you have got a piece, but the piece is just bigger than your stomach ever could chew, and clumped his both hands together and smashed the head of the dragon, making his head go deeper in the ground and rendering him unconscious. Chapter 48, Daman vs Dragons 3. Daman, who was done with the dragon who tried to eat him, looked at the other dragons who were looking at him. Daman growled and said, "What? You want a piece of wrath too?" Fine, Wrath was going to do that anyway, and then unsheathed the two long claws on his hands and jumped towards the dragons. The dragons, who saw the humanoid tiger coming towards them, immediately took flight and started to prepare their attacks. Let me tell you something, you other overgrown lizards who are trying to fly and escape from Wrath. No one goes away until Wrath says so, because Wrath go before everybody. Now come down and face Wrath like a dragon you are, and jumped in the air and made platforms with his enchantments to reach their heights. Seeing the humanoid tiger jumping in the air, all of them were surprised except for the one dragon, who clicked his tongue and said, "His enchantments are better than I thought," and fired his roar to destroy the enchantments. Daman, who saw the roar attack coming towards him, growled and said, "Let me tell you something, you big light beam that came from that overgrown lizard's mouth. You may be big, but Wrath's roar is bigger," and started directing magic in his mouth, and then gave out a loud roar, firing a beam of his own magic towards the roar coming towards him. Daman then enhanced his beam to get bigger and stronger than the one owning towards him, and just like that, the dragon's roar was overpowered immediately by Daman's, making the others widen their eyes in surprise, but all of them soon snapped out of trance and moved away from the path of roar coming towards him. One of the dragons, who just avoided the beam by an inch, gave a sigh of relief and said, "That was close." But suddenly he heard a voice, "How you think that was close? Wrath is even closer." The dragon turned its head and saw the humanoid tiger just in front of him with a huge grin on his face. Daman put his hands together and smacked the dragon on the head with all his strength, sending him crashing down on the ground. He then let himself fall freely and put his arms in a cross and crashed into the dragon once again. Daman then stood in front of the dragon and said, "2 down, 10 to go. You are hot-headed, how about I cool you a bit?" Daman immediately looked up and saw a huge water ball coming towards him. Seeing the ball, Daman's instincts immediately acted up and he jumped away from his place. He looked towards the one who fired the water ball and saw the dragon grin. "So you are a scaredy cat who is frightened of water as well, huh?" Daman growled in anger and pointed his finger towards the water dragon and said, "Let me tell you something, you overgrown lizard with wings who have a hobby of spouting water. Wrath is not scared of anything. Wrath's scarier than anybody. You want to see how scary can Wrath get? Before he could finish, a huge rock crashed into him and threw him away. The rock dragon who fired the huge rock towards the humanoid tiger had a frown on his face and said, "This cat is very talkative." Suddenly the boulder started to shake and soon Daman got up with the boulder in his arms. Daman growled at the rock dragon and threw the rock towards the dragon with all his might, making the dragon slide a few meters back before coming to a stop. This really hurt him, as the boulder was made of his own magic, making it effective against him. Nobody interrupts Wrath when Wrath is saying something. Only Wrath can speak when Wrath is saying something, and then Daman jumped on the rock dragon and started punching him, causing various crack marks to appear on his rocky skin. Daman got off from the rock dragon as he noticed S roar attack coming towards him and is behind the rock dragon. He then grabbed the dragon's tail, enhanced his strength to the maximum and started to spin the huge dragon's body, making all the other dragons totally surprised by the tiger's strength. Daman then threw the rock dragon towards the dragon who attacked him just now, making both the dragon to fall down and the other dragon to pass out because of the rock dragon's weight. 3 down, 9 to go. Seeing that 3 of them have already lost, the leader dragon got pissed and said, "You all surround him, though it may be shameful for us dragons, let's attack him at the same time." All the dragons frowned at this idea. It was totally against their pride to gang up on such a puny creature, but still all of them gritted their teeth and surrounded Daman, although they had a reluctant expression on their faces. Daman looked at the dragons surrounding him and growled and said, "Let me tell you something, you weak overgrown lizards with wings. Wrath knows that you all are scared to fight Wrath alone, but Wrath will not go down. Wrath will press this Omnitrix," and then pressed the Omnitrix symbol on his chest and immediately got covered in light and started changing. Soon the light started to dim down and a huge humanoid brown rock-like creature was revealed, Gravitack. And Gravitack you. Daman then opened its arms and all the dragons surrounding him started to revolve around him at high speeds. Damien then curled up into a ball and started floating up, taking all the dragons, both conscious and unconscious ones, with him, and started to revolve at even greater speeds, making the dragons just look like a blur. What happened? Don't want to gang up on me. Come on, I am waiting. The dragon were unable to say anything as they were feeling nauseous being revolved at such high speeds and soon started to lose consciousness. Damien, who saw that most of them were with unconscious or were on the brink of it, threw them towards the ground, making huge crater with a dragon implanted at the center of all of them. He then reverted back to his human form and slowly landed on the ground. He checked all the dragons to see if they were dead or not and sighed, seeing that all of them were alive. He then took out some sleeping gas that he had made and stored, and then made all the dragon take in the gas enough to let them remain unconscious at least for a day. He then sighed and waited for Etherion to come, as he told him that he would deal with the aftermath. Suddenly he felt a magic signature which was nothing compared to his own. It was much, much greater than his. He tensed up and turned around and said, "Come out. I know you are there," and stared at a particular direction. After continuing to stare for a while, Damien got pissed and fired a blast towards the direction, and immediately a blast encounter of his own was fired back. "Please stop, I am not here for a fight," and then a man with black hair and wearing black clothes along with a white toga appeared in front of him. Chapter 49, Zerif. Damien stared back at the black-haired man with ridiculous amount of magic for a while, not letting his guard down. He can feel that the man in front of him was dangerous, and not knowing what his intentions were made him even more suspicious. Damien narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The black-haired man, who already hung his hands up in the air to show that he had no hostile intentions, said, "I am just a normal mage looking around the world for various magic around the world, and just got curious when I felt so commotion in the magic energy nearby, so I came to check what was going on." Damien snorted and said, "Normal mage my ass, like hell a normal mage has that much amount of ether nano." The black-haired man widened his eyes and said, "You can feel my magic even after me suppressing it." Damien smirked and said, "What can I say, my senas are quite good. Now what actually were you doing here?" and took out his sword and got in his stance. The black-haired man smiled and said, "I told you I was just curious about the fluctuations in the magic power in this area and came to check on it. And I have to say you are quite a skilled mage as well, your ether nano is even more concentrated than mine." Damien smirked and said, "Thanks for the compliment, but flattery won't let you help in letting my guard down." The black-haired man shook his head and said, "I am not aiming for that. Anyway, are you from Dragonoff? I haven't heard of a mage as skilled as you in this kingdom." "From Adrelia, and which kingdom might you be representing, Mr. Just a normal mage?" "None, I am an independent mage and is looking for a magic that can help me. And please call me Zerif." Damien, who heard the man's name, felt that he had heard about him from somewhere and gave it a thought while he said, "Independent, huh? So are you a mercenary for hire? By the way, the name's Ian." Zerif nodded and said, "A researcher. And are you not going to take care of the one who is pretending to be unconscious?" Hearing that, one of the dragon's body flinched and Damien smirked, "What do you know? Your senses are sharp as well, and don't worry, I already knew that he was conscious since he stopped breathing the sleeping gas when I was doing so, and then vanished from the spot only to appear on top of the dragon's head. So were you planning to leaving your friend behind, and enhance the weight of his body?" And the dragon immediately felt pressure on his head, resulting in it crashing to the ground. Damien then took out a vial and said, "This will take care of you," and destroyed the vial near the nose and formed a barrier around the nose to prevent the gas from escaping, resulting in the dragon eventually inhaling the sleeping gas. Damien looked back at Zerif and saw him looking curiously around the area where massive destruction just occurred and said, "To be able to take care of 12 dragons on your own, your magic must be powerful as well." Damien stared at him for a while and lowered his sword, not his guard, and said, "You can say that," and then jumped from the top of the dragon's head. "So what are you doing in an abandoned area like this? I don't think that I should say this, but you do know that a war is happening not that far away from this location, right?" Zerif smiled and said, "Well, I prefer this area rather than settlements, and of course I know that there is a war, but you don't need to worry about it. I can take care of my own." Damien shrugged his shoulders and said, "Whatever, I know what it feels like to live in a secluded forest, by at least beware of the dragons living in there. We don't know whether they are human-friendly or not," and then stared at a distance where he felt the magic signature from, making Zerif surprised once again. Zerif nodded and said, "So you even felt them, huh? I promise that they are human-friendly, it's just that they don't want to get involved with either of the sides in the war." Damien stared at Zerif for a while and said, I will take your word on that, for now at least, but don't think that I will do nothing if either you or they do something troublesome. Zerif nodded and said, thank you for understanding. I really appreciate this. Daman shook his head and said, there is no need for that. I don't think that making an enemy out of you will be good for me, and my instinct is great regarding these matters. Zerif, I feel like I have heard this name somewhere before. Looks like I need to check out some records once I get back, thought Daman. Suddenly Damon's stomach grumbled, feeling him that it was time to eat. Daman just gave a dry laugh and said, looks like it's time to eat, and used his magic to form a barrier around him. Zerif, who also heard the grumbling, asked, if you don't mind, you can come and have lunch with us. There are a lot of things in the forest. Daman waved his hand and said, I have to keep a lookout on these dragons so they don't suddenly wake up and run away. Besides, and then took out some food from his storage and said, I have brought my lunch, so don't worry about me. How about you join me for lunch? Zerif smirked and said, inside that magic suppression barrier of yours, sure, no problem. It's not like I am here for a fight anyway, and I don't think that you are someone to pick one either. Not to mention, he then walks inside the barrier and sat on the chair that Daman prepared for him and said, I also have a feeling that it is better to form a connection with you. Just control your emotions for a while, he might have some knowledge about a magic that might help me. Daman stared at Zerif after hearing that he already saw through the enchantment that he placed inside the barrier and got more curious about the man. Seriously, who is he? Chapter 50, Back to Dragonov. So you have been in this forest for a few years now? Daman said while eating the lunch that he brought with him. Yes, it has been quite a while, though it's not like I hate the forest or anything. If I to say something, I am grateful for the forest to keep me away from the human settlements. Zerif said with a smile while eating his share. It has been a while since the two men started their lunch, and currently both of them are trying to size up one another while knowing each other's intentions while making small talk to each other. Daman looked curiously at Zerif and asked, so, is there a reason for you to be staying in the forest? Zerif thought for a while about how to answer and said, I am staying in the forest, for the sake of humanity, or something along those lines. Daman looked at Zerif with a deadpan expression and said, dude, I know that we both are still wary of each other and you don't want to give some important info to me, but still that was way too weird for an answer. You are speaking as if the people will start dying if they live near you. Zerif, who heard what Daman just said, choked on his food and started hitting his chest with his fist. Seeing that, Daman immediately took out a bottle of water from his storage and gave it to Zerif, who immediately took it and started drinking from it. Once he was able to get the food down the pipe, he took deep breaths and looked at Daman as if he grew a second head and thought, you don't know how true you are. Daman just patted his back for a bit, and after he made sure that Zerif was alright, he stopped and got back to his place. Calm down, don't eat too fast and chew your food properly. Zerif calmed himself down and said, yeah, sorry about that. Daman nodded and then stood up from his spot and said, it seems my ride is coming back, so it would be better if you hide yourself, if you don't want to be questioned, and looked towards the direction where he felt Etherion. Zerif soon felt a dragon as well and stood up and said, well, looks like our meeting is over for now, let's meet again sometime in future, Ian. Daman nodded and said, let's do that. And make sure to not cause any trouble which will make me to come after you. Zerif nodded and said, don't worry about that, I am staying in the forest for the sole purpose of not causing any troubles to begin with, and then walked towards the direction where he came from and soon disappeared from Damon's sight. He was pretty weird guy, though not as weird as some people I have met. Daman then waited a bit longer for Etherion to arrive, and as soon as Etherion came in his view, Daman activated his magic to enhance his body to the maximum. Etherion, who was now near Daman, started to descend, but as soon as he came in Damon's range, Daman jumped and punched Etherion head with all he had. How dare you fire me with your beam, you shitty dragon? Etherion immediately crashed on the ground, giving rise to a huge dust cloud, and Daman then landed on the ground as well. A while later, Etherion stood up and glared at Daman and said, what the hell, brat? Why resort to violence for such petty things? You are not even injured because of that. Daman then cracked his knuckles and said, you as well as not injured by my punch, so shall we continue, and started walking towards the dragon. Etherion immediately raised his claws and said, wait, I am at fault here, I yield. Daman stopped and said, so how are you going to deal with them, and looked at the unconscious dragons. Etherion looked at the dragons as well and said, You really took them down, huh? Well, I have already called some local dragons who specialize in transportation to bring these to the interrogation unit at the base on the battlefield. I have to go there as well. So you would have to go back without me. Daman looked at Belzerian and asked, why? What happened? Belzerian gave an annoyed sigh and said, some powerful dragon showed up on the battlefield, so I was requested to deal with them, not much of a problem. Things like this happen from time to time. Protect Irene in my place, all right. Daman smirked and said, don't have to tell me that, I will do so without even being asked to, so go out there without a single worry and kick some dragon butt. Belzerian nodded and gave and used his magic, and then an enchantment was formed over Daman's hand. Show that to the minister and Irene, they will know that I have seen that you have done your job properly. Daman nodded and said, well then see you soon, and used his omnitrix to transform into Jetre and stared to go back to the castle back in Dragonov. Belzerian looked at the dragons and said, he defeated all of them without any severe injury, I really don't want someone from the kingdom to get on his bad side. After few hours of continuous flight, Daman reached the castle and transformed back to his human form so as to not cause much trouble. On the way he saw Zuma and Mama arguing over something but didn't think much about it and just ignored them. He just got inside the castle and just headed towards Irene's room. He soon reached his destination and was about to knock on the door, but before he could do so the door opened and he was immediately pulled inside the room. Daman, who was surprised by the sudden pulling, felt that he was hugged by someone inside. He hugged the person back and said, I am back. Irene, who was embracing Daman, looked at him with a relieved expression on her face and said, I am glad that you are safe, and gave him a small kiss. Chapter 50, Back to Dragonov. So you have been in this forest for a few years now? Daman said while eating the lunch that he brought with him. Yes, it has been quite a while, though it's not like I hate the forest or anything. If I to say something, I am grateful for the forest to keep me away from the human settlements. Zerif said with a smile while eating his share. It has been a while since the two men started their lunch, and currently both of them are trying to size up one another while knowing each other's intentions while making small talk to each other. Daman looked curiously at Zerif and asked, so, is there a reason for you to be staying in the forest? Zerif thought for a while about how to answer and said, I am staying in the forest, for the sake of humanity, or something along those lines. Daman looked at Zerif with a deadpan expression and said, dude, I know that we both are still wary of each other and you don't want to give some important info to me, but still that was way too weird for an answer. You are speaking as if the people will start dying if they live near you. Zerif, who heard what Daman just said, choked on his food and started hitting his chest with his fist. Seeing that, Daman immediately took out a bottle of water from his storage and gave it to Zerif, who immediately took it and started drinking from it. Once he was able to get the food down the pipe, he took deep breaths and looked at Daman as if he grew a second head and thought, you don't know how true you are. Daman just patted his back for a bit, and after he made sure that Zerif was alright, he stopped and got back to his place. Calm down, don't eat too fast and chew your food properly. Zerif calmed himself down and said, yeah, sorry about that. Daman nodded and then stood up from his spot and said, it seems my ride is coming back, so it would be better if you hide yourself, if you don't want to be questioned, and looked towards the direction where he felt Belzerian. Zerif soon felt a dragon as well and stood up and said, well, looks like our meeting is over for now, let's meet again sometime in future, Ian. Daman nodded and said, let's do that. And make sure to not cause any trouble which will make me to come after you. Zerif nodded and said, don't worry about that, I am staying in the forest for the sole purpose of not causing any troubles to begin with, and then walked towards the direction where he came from and soon disappeared from Daman's sight. He was pretty weird guy, though not as weird as some people I have met. Daman then waited a bit longer for Belzerian to arrive, and as soon as Belzerian came in his view, Daman activated his magic to enhance his body to the maximum. Belzerian, who was now near Daman, started to descend, but as soon as he came in Daman's range, Daman jumped and punched Belzerian's head with all he had. How dare you fire me with your beam, you shitty dragon? Belzerian immediately crashed on the ground, giving rise to a huge dust cloud, and Daman then landed on the ground as well. A while later, Belzerian stood up and glared at Daman and said, what the hell, brat? Why resort to violence for such petty things? You are not even injured because of that. Daman then cracked his knuckles and said, you as well as not injured by my punch, so shall we continue, and started walking towards the dragon. Belzerian immediately raised his claws and said, wait, I am at fault here, I yield. Daman stopped and said, so how are you going to deal with them, and looked at the unconscious dragons. Belzerian looked at the dragons as well and said, you really took them down, huh? Well, I have already called some local dragons who specialize in transportation to bring these to the interrogation unit at the base on the battlefield. I have to go there as well. So you would have to go back without me. Daman looked at Belzerian and asked, why? What happened? Belzerian gave an annoyed sigh and said, some powerful dragon showed up on the battlefield, so I was requested to deal with them, not much of a problem. Things like this happen from time to time. Protect Irene in my place, all right. Daman smirked and said, don't have to tell me that, I will do so without even being asked to, so go out there without a single worry and kick some dragon butt. Belzerian nodded and gave and used his magic, and then an enchantment was formed over Daman's hand. Show that to the minister and Irene, they will know that I have seen that you have done your job properly. Daman nodded and said, well then see you soon, and used his omnitrix to transform into Jetre and stared to go back to the castle back in Dragonoff. Belzerian looked at the dragons and said, he defeated all of them without any severe injury, I really don't want someone from the kingdom to get on his bad side. After few hours of continuous flight, Daman reached the castle and transformed back to his human form so as to not cause much trouble. On the way he saw Zuma and Mama arguing over something but didn't think much about it and just ignored them. He just got inside the castle and just headed towards Irene's room. He soon reached his destination and was about to knock on the door, but before he could do so the door opened and he was immediately pulled inside the room. Daman, who was surprised by the sudden pulling, felt that he was hugged by someone inside. He hugged the person back and said, I am back. Irene, who was embracing Daman, looked at him with a relieved expression on her face and said, I am glad that you are safe, and gave him a small kiss. Chapter 51, Message from the Battlefield. After Daman consoled Irene for a while, both of them sat down and Daman started to tell her about the situation with the dragons, though he hid the part about Zerif as he was still a bit suspicious of him, and involving Irene could let her in some kind of danger. Irene heard the story about his fight with the dragons with great interest, and even though she was surprised on hearing that he was able to beat them without a dragon slayer magic, she was more pissed on him for being so reckless when she heard how badly the dragons attacked him to how he came out of a dragon's stomach. Once the discussion with Irene was over, both of them had their dinner together, after which Daman went back to his room, only to come back to her room secretly at night to sleep together with her. After all, they can't let the others in the castle know that their relationship has exceeded to that point, yet. A few weeks passed by since Daman's arrival back to the castle, and it was a very busy period for both him and Irene. The news about Daman's achievement of defeating 12 dragons alone was spread among the people of the kingdom, and since then he was busy making a good image for himself among the masses. And though Irene was a bit reluctant to trouble Daman that much, she didn't want other women to seduce him. Daman himself, along with the minister, suggested that it was a good opportunity to make his name in Dragonoff so that his support for being Irene's husband could increase. Currently Daman and the other ministers were in the meeting room along with Irene and were discussing about the situations at the battlefield. The current situating at the north where the battle with the dragons is occurring is currently stable thanks to the arrival of Lord Belzerian at the battlefield. But the situation against the allied kingdoms is a bit troubling. Neither of the sides are able to gain an advantage over the other, making it even more troubling for us. And we cannot send our dragons there or the security of the kingdom will be at stake. Currently it is stable thanks to the Etherion army, but if they decided to send in their dragons, then. Suddenly the huge door of the room was open and a dragon came in carrying a wounded and bloodied soldier. Seeing the soldier's uniform, which was of the Etherion army, Daman and Clive immediately stood up from their seats and rushed towards the soldier, but while walking Daman looked at the minister who was speaking before and said, looks like what you said came true, and then went towards the soldier. The dragon then lowered the soldier's body and laid him on the ground, after which Daman used his magic to enhance his pain endurance and regeneration and asked, hey, I know you are in pain, but please bear it with a bit longer. What happened for you to come here in such a condition? The soldier looked at Daman with a tired expression on his face and took a lacrima out of his pocket and gave it to Daman before passing out. Daman took the lacrima and looked at the dragon and said, can you please send him to the medical wards? The dragon nodded his head and said, of course, don't worry about that, Lord Ian, and took the wounded soldier and left the hall. Daman, who had the lacrima in his hand, looked at the other and said, this is the recording lacrima that I gave to the general of our army, so it must be a message from him. All of them then stared intently at Lacrima and waited for Damien to start the recording. Damien passed his magic through the Lacrima, after which a holographic screen appeared over it and the video started playing with Rung's figure looking at him. Ian, if you are seeing this recording, then you should be knowing that the things are getting serious at our end. We just were finally able to get some information out of a bastard whom we caught a few days ago, and by the looks of it the situation is going to turn for the worst for us. They are going to send in the dragons from their side on us, and I repeat, it's dragons. You hear that? Dragons meaning more than one dragon. Just hurry up and being your ass here. The soldiers will die size, they are already tired from all this battling. The whole hall fell silent at Rung's sudden outbreak, but soon they focused back at the video. Rung, who was now back to his general Dreamar, said, "Also there is some news about our allies from the Dragonoff." Hearing which all the ministers and Irene tensed up a bit. It seems like there were some spies and traitors in their army, because of which our strategies are now completely in the enemy's hands, and they also poisoned the Dragonoff army's water supply. Currently we are able to sustain on the resources we brought with us, but we will run out soon, so come here with full preparations, and the dragons are said to come here in a week from now, so depending on when you got this message we all could already have died, so don't waste time and get your ass here, and the holographic screen disappeared. The room remained silent for a while, but the Damien looked at all the ministers and Irene and said, "So are you all going to arrange for the resources or not?" Hearing which all of them looked at him for a while, and one of the ministers asked, "We can arrange the resources, but how are we going to transport it in time?" Damien looked back at the minister and said, "Don't worry, I can take care of that. Just arrange the resources, meanwhile I should go and prepare some cure for the poison. That soldier must have the poison sample since Rung sent him here." All of them nodded, and Irene looked at the ministers and said, "Get on gathering the resources at once, and some of you check who the traitors were and all the people who used to associate with them. The things will get too problematic if we let such traitors remain unnoticed." All the ministers bowed their heads and then left the hall to do the work they were assigned to. Damien looked at Irene and said, "Looks like I will be going for a while again." Irene just signed and said, "How I really wish to send an army of 100 dragons on the allied kingdoms right now for disturbing my time with you." Damien just chuckled and held her hand and said, "Don't worry, after the war at that end is resolved we will be married. You have to fulfill your part of the treaty as well." Irene pretended to look dejected and said, "Oh, how cruel of you to make me marry you by force." Damien looked at Irene for a while and then said, "I will make sure to take my time in coming back here. Seems like someone is not eager to be with me." Irene chuckled hearing that and moved closer to him and said, "Whatever you do, once you come back you will not be able to get rid of me." Damien just smiled and held her hand a bit tighter and said, "That would be the best thing that could happen once I get back," and then kissed her hand. Irene smiled and hugged him and said, "Come back soon, okay?" Damien just hugged her back and hummed in response. Chapter 52, Teasing Irene. 2 days passed since the soldier came back with the Lacrima, and Damien was busy shutting himself down in his room preparing the antidote for the poison which affected the soldiers. Meanwhile Irene was busy in dealing with arrangement for the supplies and finding any traitors not spies within the castle. Finally preparing the last vial he possibly could with the ingredients present, Damien left the room with dark circles under his eyes. The nearby maids who saw his appearance gasped in surprise, seeing him tired for the first time since he came here. Damien just greeted them and asked one of them to prepare a cup of coffee for him, which the maids immediately responded to. His popularity after the recent dragon subjugation has just made him even more important and charming for the people of Adrelia. He then went towards Irene's room and knocked on the door. And after a while the door was opened and he was greeted by Xena. Xena looked at the Damien and was visibly surprised herself, but didn't overreacted and bowed her head and asked, "Good day to you, Lord Ian." Damien just raised his hand and said, "No need to be so formal, Zenison, there is no one nearby. I asked the maids to prepare some food and a cup of coffee for me." Xena stood straight and looked around and then back at Damien and said, Have you seen your appearance? You are looking like a drug addict right now." Damien chuckled and said, "Now this is the casual Zenison I know. Where's Irene?" Damien and Irene had told Xena of their relationship when they were once caught by her kissing at their usual meeting spot. Irene told him later that Xena has been making fun of her since then for her to actually being the aggressive one. Damien also asked her to treat him just like how she treats Irene, as Irene had told him earlier that Xena raised her just like a mother and Damien wanted her to act like his mother-in-law. Xena just sighed and said, "She is inside going through some documents. Tell her to take some rest." I will go and arrange for some refreshments for her as well. She then looked at him with a mischievous expression on her face and said, in the meantime, you two can enjoy yourselves. If you want, I can make sure that no one comes to disturb you two for a couple of hours. Damien sighed and said, I would really appreciate that, but it is not something that we can do on the spur of moment. I still have to leave today for the battlefield. Senna smirked and said, unlike that girl, you don't shy away from your urges. Damien shrugged his shoulders and said, there is no point in being shy about that. If I want to, then I would, though I will have to take her feelings in consideration as well. Xena hit Damien on his shoulder lightly and said, now don't start spouting boring stuff, go in. I have some duties to take care of. Xena then walked out of the room, leaving Damien behind, who slowly closed the door without making much noise. He then walked in and saw Irene focused on the paperwork. Irene, who was still looking at her papers, asked, what happened, Xena? Who was it? Damien walked beside her, bent down and whispered in her ear, a man came here to kidnap you, my queen. Irene flinched in surprise and looked towards Damien with a blush on her cheeks. Hey! Don't surprise me like that. Damien chuckled on seeing her flustered, making Irene pout in annoyance and look away from him. He calmed himself down after a while and lied down on the bed in the room without saying anything. Irene, who noticed that Damien was not messing with her, now looked towards him and saw him lying on the bed. She stood up from her chair and went towards him. Seeing his face, she frowned a bit and said, you look a bit tired. Damien looked at her and said, how hard do you think preparing antidote for an entire army is? Seriously, I have been awake for 2 days now, and then thought, not to mention I had been using my magic to enhance the effectiveness and manufacturing speed of the antidotes. So I am low on ether nano as well. Irene sat beside him and started patting his head. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Ian, and a small playful smile appeared on her face. Damien looked at her and said, aren't you enjoying seeing me like this? Irene continued to smile and said, no, how could that be? I just hope that you take a proper rest and relax. Damien stared at her for a while and then asked, you want me to relax, huh? Irene continued to caress his hair and said, yup, I really wish for you to relax. Damien nodded and said, then don't mind me, and laid his head in Irene's lap and said, as expected, this is the best spot for me to rest. Your thighs are the best, Irene. He then looked up and saw he under boobs and thought, and this view is the best for me to enjoy. Irene bent a bit and looked at Damien, who had a satisfied smile on her face, and smiled as well, still not knowing about his inner thoughts. Well, if you like this, then I don't mind allowing you to do this. After all, I am very kind, queen. Shriek. But in the next instant she was pushed back on the bed by Damien, who was looking directly in her eyes. What happened? What are you going to do? Irene's face was beet red as her imagination started to run wild on the possibilities that could happen to her in this situation. Damien then interlocked his hands with Irene's and said, aren't you a kind queen who is willing to help me relax? He then lowered himself and placed his head beside hers and whispered in her ear, or was it that my queen joking with me, and bit her earlobe lightly. Irene flinched on the sudden contact and her imagination just got wilder. She gulped her saliva and said, wait, Damien, those kind of things should only be done after marriage. WWE can't do it right now. What if someone comes in and is doing that? Damien looked at her face for a while and then looked away and thought, it's really getting hard for me to control myself after seeing her acting like this. He then took several deep breaths and after calming down looked back at her and said, don't worry, I have told Zenison to make sure no one disturbs us for a couple of hours. So no problems there. Irene widened her eyes in surprise and said, SSO, you were planning to do this from the start? Damien tilted his head and asked innocently, planned what? I don't know what you mean by that, my dear queen. Can you be a bit more specific? Irene gulped her saliva and looked away and said, why I mean, those stuff. Damien inched a bit closer to her face and asked, what, those stuff? More specific, please. Irene glared at him and said, don't bully me, you idiot. You know what I mean, right? I mean the indecent stuff that people do. Damien looked at her with an innocent expression on his face and said, what indecent stuff? I just wanted to hold you hands and hug you for a while, though I was going on for some kisses, but what out of the 3 were you calling indecent? We have done this a lot of times already. Irene, hearing that, widened her eyes in shock and soon started to get embarrassed. She tried to get away from Damien or hide her face with her hands but was not able to do anything as Damien was on top of her with their hands interlocked with each other. She tried to struggle out of there but that too was not possible as she didn't want to use her strength and hurt him. Damien, who saw her struggling, sighed and let go of her hands and clasped her face and said, "Don't get too flustered or I might actually decide to eat you right now." Irene looked at her now free hands for a while and then back at Damien, who also stared back at her. Then suddenly it was Damien who was pushed back on the bed and now it was Irene on top of him. "So how does it feel being the one below?" Irene looked at Damien with a smirk on her face. "Pretty nice actually," Damien said while looking at her jiggling breasts. But this time Irene saw his gaze and followed it, and a second later her blush returned to her face. "What are you looking at?" Damien looked at Irene and nonchalantly said, "Do you even want me to answer that? It's pretty obvious that I was looking at your boo." Irene covered his mouth with her hands and said, "At least be a bit embarrassed about it." Damien just chuckled seeing her anteing like that and continued to tease her for a bit longer till Xena came back with reference. Chapter 53, Reaching the Camp. After Damien took a test for about a few hours and the ministers and Irene prepared the supplies firing that time. It was now time for Damien to depart for the battlefield. One of the ministers came towards Damien and said, "Here are the resources that would be distributed to the soldiers, Lord Ian." Damien looked at Irene and the rest of the ministers and asked, "Have you made sure that none of it was poisoned?" Irene nodded and said, "We have doubly checked for that. So no need to worry." Damien nodded and then stored all the supplies in his storage. Seeing the huge pile of food, water, and other things vanish in an instant, all the people except for Irene were totally shocked. He looked at Irene, who was the only one still not shocked, and asked, "Well then, see you all later." "Oh, and a few officials from Adrelia should be coming there regarding the treaty in a few days. I will try my best to return as soon as possible, but if I am not back by then I hope that you can ask them to kindly wait for me as I have the documents and the royal seal handed to me directly by the king of Adrelia." Hearing that, all the ministers were surprised once again by Damien being able to carry the royal seal along with him, and that too handed to him by the king himself shows that the king of Adrelia trusts him a lot. All the ministers nodded their head in approval and the prime minister said, "Don't worry Lord Ian, we will make sure that their stay here is as comfortable as possible." Damien nodded and was about to fly away, but suddenly out of nowhere Irene came towards him, directing the attention of others. Damien stopped and looked at her and asked, "What happened, Lady Ire?" But all of a sudden Irene hugged him, making other gasp at her action while the maids gave out an excited cry. "I hope that you return back soon, and any safe out there. The battlefield is a dangerous place." Damien, who was also surprised by her action as he didn't expect her to hug him publicly in front of others, remained motionless for a while but soon sighed and hugged her back and said, "Don't worry, I will be back soon." Both of them then separated and Damien, with a smile on his face, said, "Looks like I will have to finish all of them quickly and come back." He then used his omnitrix to transform into Jetre and flew away towards the battlefield. After flying for a few hours, Damien reached the battlefield and saw that both the sides were currently retreating back to their tents as the sun was setting. He transformed back to his human form and slowly started to descend on the ground where he spotted Rung. After a while, when someone sensed him, all the gazes were drawn at him as the Dragonov soldiers pointed their weapons at him while the Adrelian soldiers tried to calm them down as they recognized him. He then landed near Rung and said, "We will talk later, Fort, take me where the poison people are resting." Rung gave a wry smile and said, straight to the point, "That's my Ian. Follow me," and started walking towards the medical camp, but one of the higher-ups from Dragonov's army stood in their way and said, "Rungdano, I don't want to doubt you, but are you really sure that he is an ally and not someone who is impersonating him to deceive you?" Before Rung could say something, Damien walked forwards and said, "Look here, old man, I spent 2 whole nights without even a wink of sleep to prepare the antidote for the poison that Rung sent me via a soldier along with the recording lacrima that I gave him, and if you are going to just stand here and not let me do what I was called for, then it can turn into a big mess." The old man on armor looked at Damien with a serious expression on his face. "You know you are disrespecting the gene. I am not from Dragonov, so your rules have no effect on me, and even if it did, I can clearly say that a mage head who is the right-hand man of the king is way higher than you in terms of rank." The whole surrounding was totally silent as the mage head from Adrelia and the general from Dragonov were staring at each other. The general snorted and asked, "If you are the one who Rungdon called for, then where are the supple?" Before he could finish, Damien looked at the Adrelian soldiers and said, "Make way, the usual." The soldiers gave a salute to Daman and shouted in unison, "As you command, Lord Ian," and the soldiers started shifting away, making an open area for Daman to put the supplies. Daman then put the supplies on the cleared land and said, "The food and water are given by Dragunov, and they have Dolu check them. The vials with a yellow liquid in them are the antidotes, arrange them accordingly." He looked back at the general and said, "You could do that, right?" The general looked at Daman and said, "Drink one of the antidotes in front of us to show that they are not poisoned." Daman didn't say anything and simply walked towards the supplies and took a vial of antidote and gulped down the contents in it in an instant. He looked back at the general and said, "Is this much okay?" The general nodded his head and put his hand clenched in a fist near his heart and said, "Yes, thanks for cooperating with that. I apologize if I hurt your feelings or anything." Daman took a bunch of vials and handed it to a soldier and said, "Start distributing it among the poisoned soldiers. No time to waste. The others help him." He looked back at the general and said, "No need to apologize. It is better to be cautious in these kind of situation, especially the you who is trying to fire a poison dart at me," and looked towards the direction where he noticed the men aiming at him. The rest of the soldiers immediately readied themselves and looked where Daman was looking and saw one of the Dragunov's soldier aiming at Daman. The soldier gritted his teeth and was about to fire at him, but before someone could do anything, Daman appeared in front of him and punched him in the gut, making the soldier fall down instantly. "Tie him up and interrogate him." One of the Etherion soldier nodded, as they were already used to Daman's techniques and were not as shocked as Dragunov's soldiers. He looked back at the army and said, "Anyone from Dragunov is not allowed to approach the supplies. We don't know who is still impersonating among them. And from Etherion only those mages and soldiers who are directly under me and Rung are allowed to be near it. Guard the supplies." He then looked at Rung and the general from Dragunov and said, "Meeting in half an hour. Prepare all the documents and reports about the recent situation here. Gather anyone whom you seem important for the discussion. Also bring the list of soldiers and mages appointed here. I will now go and look after the patients," and then left the area with his trusted mages and soldiers carrying the antidotes. Rung looked at the Dragunov's general and patted his back and said, "Don't worry, you will get used to it. He orders everyone around, and just a personal advice, following his orders are for the best for us. I am telling this from personal experience." The general looked at Rung and said, "Rung Dano, he really is just like you told me the other day." Rung laughed and said, "Don't worry, you will just see more crazy stuff later. Our mage head is something else. Now let's do what he told us. He really gets punctual during serious times," and then took him away to do the job that Daman gave them. Chapter 54, Kindness. Daman then, along with his trusted mages and soldiers, started treating the poisoned soldiers with his antidote and asked the rest of the mages from Etherion to look after the supply storage. After all that was done, he went to the tent where the meeting would start and saw quite a few people inside the tent. All the people in the tent, when they saw Daman entering the tent, gave a nod, to which Daman gave a nod in return as well. A of them then gathered around a table with a map of the battlefield on it, and the general from Dragunov said, "I once again apologize for the commotion that I caused earlier." Daman shook his head and said, "No need to worry about that. Now on to the more important topic, General." The man in the armor who had blonde hair widened his eyes and said, You can call me Christopher. I am the general of the army of Dragunov, and these are the heads of their respective knight and mage squads." The rest of the people from Dragunov gave a bow to Daman, seeing which he nodded and said, "Fine then, General Christopher, I am Ian the mage head from Etherion," and gave a short bow as well. The general nodded and then started to explain the situation of the battlefield to him, along with Rung, who also got into his general mode and then started to discuss the situation and problems that they had on the battlefield. Daman, who heard their situation, was calm and thought about the scenarios that might happen on the battlefield, but then he suddenly felt something near him and narrowed his eyes. He enhanced his senses, and once he felt where the presence he felt earlier was, got up from his seat, startling everyone. He then took out his sword, making all of them shocked by this, thinking that he was about to attack them, but then he used his sword to pierce into his own shadow, and just after that all of them heard a loud screech. "Hey stalker, I don't like people spying on me. So why don't you come out of my shadow so that we can have a nice and long chat. And then used his enhancement magic to reduce the person who was hiding in his shadow to reduce his pain resistance, but didn't notice anything, and said, "So you don't feel pain while you are in there, eh? Rung, get a torch here and light up near this guy. I want to see whether this person can be in a shadow once the area is lit up." Rung nodded and then got one torch that was present outside the tent and brought it near the shadow. The shadow when got close to the light tried to merge into Rung's shadow and then run away, but Daman had already placed a binding enchantment on the mage who was hiding in the shadow. The person in the shadow was now totally troubled and cursed himself for trying to merge with Daman's shadow. He who was now caught by the mage head and the rest of the higher-ups in the army wanted to run away but somehow was not able to move his body. He really wanted to shout out and complain to let him go, but he didn't want to blow up his cover as the people in there still don't know who he was, and them knowing the voice would be very inconvenient for him. Daman, who noticed that the now only a small black spot had no intentions of coming outside, and said, "So be it, generals, did you brought the list of the soldiers that I asked you earlier about?" Both Rung and Christopher were a bit surprised by his question but still nodded their heads. Daman gave a nod as well and said, "Gather up and take an attendance of all the soldiers who are still alive in the army. Make sure to cross out all those who you found dead, or as a traitor already. Now move." All of them have a salute to Daman and did just as he instructed. All the soldiers and mages were called and gathered to a place, and an attendance which took a full hour was taken by the squad leaders that they belonged to. During all then Daman just sat down while drinking a cup of tea and holding the person in the shadow from running away by placing the binding enchantment on the shadow while also keeping a lit-up torch on top of it. Once the attendance was taken, all the squad leaders and gathered around Daman and started giving their reports. "All present in my squad, sir. All present in my squad, sir. All present in my squad, sir. Sir, one of them absent from my list." Hearing that, Daman smirked while the rest of them were a bit surprised by this. Daman then kept his cup down and asked, "Now then, can we hear the name of our good little shadow here?" The person who reported earlier nodded and said, "The person's name is Jason Ark, a soldier from Adrelia. Lives in the capital with his family, a father, mother, wife, and 2 kids. Joined the army 2 years ago." Daman nodded and looked at the shadow and said, "Well then, Mr. Jason, want to come out now or speak to us?" But still the shadow or Jason didn't say anything and remained quiet. Seeing that, Daman sighed and said, "You really want me to be kinder to you, right?" He then s.iled and said, "Then let me show you my kindness." He then looked at the generals and said, "General Christopher, send a word to the palace to burn down Mr. Ark's house along with the residents in it. Oh, and make sure that they all are unconscious. I want to show them my kindness for all the hard work that Mr. Jason here has done for us by letting them have a very fulfilling rest. Here, take my communication lacrima. I have given one to the palace as well for communication," and threw a lacrima towards the shocked General Christopher, who was still able to catch it. The whole army looked at Daman with a surprised look on their faces, but no one said anything. They knew that they were at battlefield, and in order to survive and go back to their homes, the soldiers were mentally prepared to discard any traitors or spies who were going to lead them to their demise. Hearing the order that Daman gave, the shadow started trembling, and after a while a voice came out, "Wait, you can't do this. You can't do something like this." Daman looked at the shadow and said, "Well, you don't believe me? Then how about we ask someone Friday the palace to record the whole scene for you so that you can watch it later to your heart's content, or we can also announce in the capital that you have betrayed us and sided with the opposite army as well, right?" Jason got totally silent hearing Daman's idea and didn't know what to do. After running various scenarios in his brain and unable to think of anything to get rid of Daman, Jason clicked his tongue and got out of his shadow, but was still unable to move because of the enchantment. Seeing him come out, Daman put a magic suppression enchantment on Jason and said with a smirk on his face, "So shall we begin our long chat, Mr. Jason?" Chapter 55, Give My Sympathy Back to Me. Currently in a net, Daman along with both the generals and high-ranking mages and knights were sitting looking at Jason, whose face was covered with bruises and blood. Daman looked at the soldier whi was standing nearby Jason and asked, "Is that all what he told us about the enemy?" and waved a few papers that were in his hand on which the things that Jason told them during interrogation were written. The soldier nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Daman, this is all what he told us about them before he lost consciousness." Daman looked at the papers and with a frown on his face said, "No info on the dragons that they have. Does this bastard taking us lightly? Like hell someone from their side won't know about the number of dragons that they have." He then have the papers to Rung and stood up from his seat and walked towards the unconscious Jason and said, "Everyone, please leave the tent. There are a few things that I have to get out of him." All of them looked at them with a confused look on their faces, and after a while Christopher asked, "Lord Ian, is there a reason for you asking us to go out?" Daman looked at them and said, "This is something that I don't want others to see. I am going to use a special method to get things out of him. I hope that you can understand." Christopher looked at Daman and thought, even after such horrible interrogation, that man didn't give us the info on the dragons and him saying that he has a method to get the info out of him, it must be so horrible sight that he don't want us to see. Christopher nodded and then said, all right then, let's don't get in Lord Ian's way, and then got off from his seat and left the tent followed by the other knights and mages. Once they were gone, Damien placed a silencing and locking enchantments around the tent so as to not let anyone come inside or hear what's going on here. Rung looked at Damien with a smirk and said, so it's time for the great Lord Ian's embarrassing moment, huh? Damien gave a stink eye to Rung and said, shut up micro D virgin and get lost. Rung got up from his seat as well and said, won't you let NE see that epic scene once again? Ha 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 ha. Damien got annoyed by hearing his laugh and grabbed him by the collar and said, fuck off bastard, and then threw him out of the tent. Rung, who was expecting Damien to do that, skillfully landed outside the tent and said, yup, perfect as ever, but the next instant his sword, which was left inside the tent, was thrown at him by Damien, which crashed to Rung's head, making his face getting planted in the ground. Rung got up from the ground with his face covered in dirt and looked towards the tent, and with a few tick marks on his forehead he shouted, just die you bastard, but Damien just ignored him and got to his work. He looked at the unconscious Jason and then at his Omnitrix and said, no other choice, and then rotated the dial of the Omnitrix, and once he chose the transformation he pressed the dial and immediately was covered in a blue light. Soon the light started to die down and a small creature with a blue skin and dark blue hair appeared, wearing a similar dark blue dress, though the creature had a pair of wings and looked like some kind of fairy. Pesky dust. RRRRR, this Etherion is embarrassing as airways. And before you all say that there are typos, just know that Pesky Dust speaks like this in the show, or so I know. If I am wrong then do correct me. The fairy-like creature then looked at Jason and then said, let's see your dream, and then moved his hand in Jason's direction and a greenish beam came out of hand and surrounded Jason before going inside him. Inside Jason's dream. Damien, who was still transformed, looked around and found himself in some sort of field filled with flowers and greenery, a perfect picnic spot in short. Don't run away, Mary, Big Brother will catch you soon. Damien then heard a voice and turned around and saw Jason running in the field with a happy smile on his face while trying to catch a small girl running away from him with a smile on her face. Big bro Jason, catch me if you can. Ha ha ha, just you wait, Big Brother will catch you soon. Damien looked at the scene in silence and thought, what, it looks like just your normal siblings playing in a park or on a picnic. Is this the happiest kind of dream that he normally see? Looks like he is very loving towards his sister. Damien looked at the scene with a smile on his face and thought, it seems like this man just got involved in this mess cause his family was threatened or something. Sigh, an unlucky person indeed. He could have been happy with his family, but with this kind of thing as him working as a traitor is totally unacceptable, but still I will try to lighten his punishment a bit. But as Damien was thinking this, the scene suddenly changed as Jason caught the small girl named Mary, and now instead of the field they were now in some sort of room which seemed like a bedroom to Damien. He then focused back on Jason and saw him on top of Mary, who was lying on the bed. He, Mary, Big Brother will do the usual. Are you ready to receive Big Brother's love? Damien, who looked at the passionate gaze of Jason along with them being present in the bedroom, immediately understood where the shit was going and said, I will make sure that his punishment is as severe as possible. For fuck's sake, give my sympathy back to me, and then used his power to change the dream immediately and started gathering the information that he required. Chapter 56, New Fanfic. Chapter 57, Mage Squad. After Damien got the info he wanted from Jason, he sealed of his magic and then asked the soldiers to him up and keep him away. All the other higher-ups gathered once again, but this time with the help of proper information from Jason the planning became much more easier and the positioning of the troops was taken care of easily. The next day and early in the morning all the soldiers who were to go to the front lines started preparing their gear. The generals were also mentally preparing themselves and making sure that nothing in their strategy was amiss. Christopher and Rung discussed amongst themselves and made sure to follow the rules that they set up, as they both were commanding soldiers from different kingdoms and were not very familiar with cooperating with each other. While this was happening, Damien on the other hand was with his mage squad explaining them about their positions and the role in the brigade they would be joining in. Suddenly one of the mages rose his hand, seeing which Damien asked, What happened, Lou? Something wrong with your position? I mean, yeah, Rung is an idiot, but still he is a great knight, so I think it is not that humiliating for you to being in his personal brigade. But the mage named Lou shook his head and said, No, Captain, it is not like that. It is a great honor for a person of my status to accompany the general itself, but, you see, I was hoping that, Is it not possible that we can join you in this battle? Hearing which, Daman got a bit surprised and asked in an amused tone, wouldn't that be actually pretty bad for a noble such as yourself to follow under a previous commoner such as me? I mean, I can still remember how you reacted when I first became the head of this mage squad. Hearing that, all the members of the mage squad blushed in embarrassment, and Lu hurriedly said, it's not embarrassing at all. And I would really like to apologize for how I acted when you first came in our squad. I really feel ashamed of how I acted back then. Daman just chuckled and said, I am just joking. No need to take it that seriously. Anyway, are you really sure? If Prince Felix came to know about it, you may be interrogated about which side you are aligning yourself to. You know how good our relationship is, right? All of them became silent when Daman mentioned about his relationship with Prince Felix. They all knew that the prince didn't have a good impression of Daman and could actually kill him if ever gets a chance. Seeing the reaction, Daman sighed and said, don't think too much. I know that your families are in support of the first prince for succession to the throne. Me, who is against this, is technically your enemy here. And I also know why this mage squad, which is full of people belonging to the family supporting the first prince, was assigned to me. That bastard just want to make sure of my every move, right? Hearing that, all of them flinched a bit and had an uncertain expression on their faces. Seeing that, Daman have a tired sigh and said, but I know that you all have changed from how all of you were when we first met. So don't be that down. I know how trustworthy all of you are towards me, and that's why I don't want you or your families to suffer from Prince Felix's wrath. All of them got surprised seeing how the previously a commoner of a mage head was looking out for them, and became speechless thinking about how the prince that their families were supporting treated them. Suddenly, one of the mages from the group bowed her head and said, Captain, thank you for always looking out for us, even after we acted towards you like that in the past. Seeing her acting like that, the rest of the mages bowed their heads as well and thanked Daman for looking out for them, to which Daman just smiled and said that it was not that big of a deal. He then hit all of them on their head with the sheathed sword and said, now, if you all are done with your antics, let's get back to the work we have at hand. Lu, Iris, you are with Rung in the front lines as for the work that you have to do, and then started explaining the duties to the members of the mage squad and how should they be working with the mages from the other squads. Finally, the healing group should act together and be prepared for evacuation of the injured and healing them. You all will be here back at the camp. And make sure to look out for any intruders who might come to destroy the camp. Now then, go to the posts that you all are assigned to. Daman then got up and started walking away, but while walking, Lu got up and asked, by the way, Captain, which group are you joining? Daman looked back at Lu and the curious mages and with a smirk behind his mask said, none, I will be working solo against the dragons, and then walked away, leaving behind a surprised group of people who soon sighed and thought at the same time, he is crazy as ever. Chapter 58, Demon's Support. After Daman and the others were prepared, he went towards Rung and Christopher, who were now covered in their armors. Both of them looked at Daman, who was still in his usual clothes, and Christopher asked, are you not going to fight in those clothes, Lord Ian? It doesn't seem that you are even wearing some sort of light armor in it. Daman nodded and said, yup, this is my battle attire. But don't worry, these clothes are much more durable than any of those metal armors that you must have worn. He then took out his sword and tried to cut his sleeve, but nothing happened to the clothes. Seeing the display in front of his eyes, Christopher was in awe, noticing that no harm was done to his clothes, but then he realized something and said, so you are an enchanter as well, like Lady Irene. Daman just nodded with a smile on his face and said, anyway, here, takes these with you in case of emergency, and gave 2 vials with a clear blue liquid in it to both of them. Rung just gave a smirk and said, just like my men, saving extra potions for his friend. Daman shrugged his shoulders and said, whatever, let's go, we would be stuck here for the whole day if both of you don't give the command. Both Rung and Christopher nodded and then walked away to lead their respective armies. Daman then got back to his tent to get some breakfast and waited for the army to go to the battlefield first. He would be acting solo anyway, and he could reach them fast enough to take care of the dragons before they cause any severe damage to the army. His only job here is to take care of the dragons, and he will just do only that. Taking away the army's share might leave a bad taste in the mouth of some soldiers who want to show their talents through this war and gain ranks once they go back. He then went together with the healing squad, who were still here taking care of the already wounded soldiers and preparing themselves for any more which might be coming after this battle. The healing squad members were surprised seeing the mage head still here when the army was preparing to move out, but no one questioned him about it. Not only was his rank higher than their, but also the fact that Etherion soldiers knew how he worked made them shut up. He then had some light breakfast, and once he was done, he immediately took off into the sky ready to take care of the dragons. He then flew towards the direction where he could see the armies of both the sides gathered and fighting against each other, and noticed their battle from the sky for a while since the dragons were still not here. He would also help out the ones who seemed to be in a pinch by firing a beam of magic towards the enemy or get the attention of a distracted ally. Some of the soldiers who noticed him helping them around gave him a nod of appreciation, while the mages from the enemy side tried to attack him, but Daman simply dodged their attacks. He then noticed Rung and his squad getting surrounded by the enemy and just gave an amused smile and looked at the situation. Rung and his squad got alert when they got surrounded by the enemy squad. Rung looked at the person who was leading the enemy squad and said, "You there, are you captain of this squad?" The person who was in a full metal armor and wielding an axe smirked and said, "Why, of course I am. And you, by the way of how shiny your armor is, it looks like you must be a commander or something, right?" Rung looked at him with a bored expression on his face and said, "Nope, just a normal general from Adrelia. Anyway, you want to surrender, or shall we finish it here and now?" Hearing that, the captain from the enemy side burst out laughing, which was followed by the other soldier who were surrounding them. Seeing this, Rung sighed and looked up in the sky, and just as per his expectations, he saw Daman up there looking at the situation with an amused expression on his face. "Hey, gonna help me?" Daman looked at the general who was asking his help and showed him a middle finger and said, "Fuck off." Rung sighed and said, "Well, that was expected." He then looked at the mages and knights which were around him and said, "Well, don't die here and just get done with this already. This getting boring day by day, now." All of them nodded, and Lou and Iris immediately started using their magic to strengthen their bodies and made a magic circle for attacking them. The knights, seeing this, took out their swords and got in a formation to deal with them. Rung also got off from his horse and looked towards the ace-wielding captain and said, "Why not we have a go between us as well? It has been days since I last had a battle," and unsheathed his sword. The axe-wielder scoffed and said, "Like a general who armor looks brand new even after all this time could defeat me. At least lay down your life trying to save you, Sabordi." But before he was able to finish, he felt something coming near him and jumped away, but still his armor got grazed and a small dent was visible on it. The captain widened his eyes in shock and looked at Rung, who still had a bored expression on his face. Rung looked back at the captain and said, Now, don't be like that. I am confident in my subordinates that they can take care of themselves. Plus we have the support of an Eng." Looks up towards Daman, a demon as well should we need it. "So why not have a battle amongst us? I expect that you can at least help me warming up a bit." The axeman got serious and narrowed his eyes. He then looked around and saw his soldiers already engaging with the Adrelian soldiers and took his axe off his back and said, "I will make sure to warm you up thoroughly," and then fire surrounded the blades of his axe. Rung looked a bit surprised and said, "A mage, eh? Well, whatever," but soon came back to his normal bored expression. The axe-wielder, who was clearly pissed by Rung, gripped his axe tightly and slowly moved towards Rung with caution. Rung, who noticed this, gave a friendly smile and said, "Oh, come on, don't be that afraid of me, I don't bloom that scary," and then rushed towards the axeman and attacked him with his sword, which was immediately blocked by the axe. The axe-wielder, who blocked the slash from Rung's sword, felt the power behind the attack and immediately got tensed. Rung, who noticed the hesitation in his opponent's eyes, smirked and took some distance between them and attacked again, which was blocked once again. But Rung didn't had any change in his expression and continued to attack the axeman from different directions at a very fast speed, making the axe-wielder go on total defensive. Chapter 59, That is not even a foo * King Dragon. Daman, who was now back on observing the other battles, started to get tired of waiting for the dragons to come to the battlefield. He then located the general from the enemy forces and then flew towards him. On the way, many tried to attack him, but Daman just dodged them and continued to fly towards the general. Once he was near the general, many of the soldier and mages took out their weapons and prepared their magic to fire at them. But Daman was not fazed by them, as he could feel the magic power that all of them had, and it was pitiful compared to his own even when all of their magic was combined. He looked towards the general, who had his sword out and pointing towards Daman, and asked, "Hey, can you tell me when are your dragons coming? I am getting bored here." And just as he said that, all the fights that were taking place near them stopped, and the soldiers looked at the one who said that with astonishment, and all of them had the same thought: "You are getting bored in a war." Even the general himself was weirded out by the flying man's question and was thinking whether this man was an idiot or not. Daman just stared at the general for a while, waiting for him to answer. The general then snapped out of trance and looked at Daman with a questioning look and asked, "Who are you?" Daman yawned and said, "The mage head from Adrelia." "What about you?" Once the general heard about Daman being the mage head, he immediately turned serious, as he had heard quite a bit of rumors about him, and although he thought that most of them were too exaggerating, but the fact that some of them were still true made him pretty dangerous person. The general gave a bow and said, "It's an honor to meet you, mage head from Adrelia. I have heard quite a bit about you. I am Andreas, currently acting as the general of the Allied Kingdoms." Daman gave a bow as well and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you as well." The general then started thinking of ways to not engage in a fight with Daman. If even a tenth of any of those rumors were true, then the person standing, flying in front of him was a major threat for the current him, and even though they could defeat him, it would not be without quite a considerable loss on their own end. He gulped his saliva and asked, "What might you be doing here when your allies are still fighting there? Are you here to join our side? Or do you want to take my head?" And just as he said that, the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons while the power behind the spells that the mages were preparing increased. Daman, who noticed that the knights and mages were getting a bit too heated up, started releasing his magic power and said in a cold tone, "Tone down your hotheadness a bit, or would you really want me to take your heads off your shoulders?" The people who were near the area where this was happening also felt the pressure on their bodies as well as slight shaking of the ground. The knights who were once pointing their weapons at Daman dropped them on the ground while the mages stopped preparing for the attack. Even the horse on which Andreas was sitting also started making a commotion, as he as well felt the amount of magic that Daman was emitting was too much. The general clenched his teeth and tried to act calm in the situation, as he didn't want to show a pitiful expression in front of his army. It would definitely lower their morale. Noticing that the area around him had calmed down, Daman stooped, releasing his magic, and said, "I have no interest in dealing with your army. I am just here to deal with the dragons, so just tell me when they are coming here. I have much more important things to deal with other than you damn dragons." Andreas, who heard what Daman just said, gritted his teeth as he felt insulted when Daman said that he had no interest in dealing with either him or his army. He clearly knew that they were no match for the person in front of them, and he also thought that this person would not be joining the war, since Daman was the right-hand man of the king. They shall be arriving very soon. Andreas wanted to attack Daman himself, but the fact that he didn't have any confidence about his winning and him being high in the air stopped him from doing anything unnecessary. He also wanted to ask about how did he know about the dragons joining the battle today, but then pushed the thought out of his mind as he thought that one of their spies would have been interrogated. Daman, who now got his answer, nodded and once again got high in the sky and left the enemy area and watched the fight from up there. He then noticed Rung and his group advancing further at a very fast pace compared to the other squads, but he didn't thought much about it as he already knew the capabilities of Rung's personal squad. After half an hour of waiting and helping, Daman finally felt a few strong magical signals coming in his direction and looked towards Rung and said, "Oi, Rung. My targets are here, I guess. I will be going now." Rung just waved his hand and said, "Good luck to you and my pity to the dragons." Daman just snorted at the overdramatic Rung and then immediately rushed towards the magical signatures that were coming towards him. He didn't want to fight the dragons here, as it might cause a lot of collateral damage and kill some of the Adrelian and Dragonophian soldiers. Soon Daman saw 3 figures flying towards him and thought, "So these are my opponents. Don't look that tough for a drag." But suddenly he noticed something and widened his eyes in surprise. A few tick marks appeared on his forehead and he pointed towards the creatures flying towards him and said, "That is not even a king dragon." The creatures who were near him heard the shout and started slowing down. It was at that time Daman noticed some reins attached to the creatures and a person sitting on top of each of them. The person who was sitting on the biggest of the 3 creatures looked at Daman with a glare and said, "Who dares come in way of me and my dragon? Do you seek death?" Daman, who heard what the person sitting on top of the biggest creature said, sighed and murmured, "Great, first the thing which I am off to clear is not even a dragon, and then I get an idiot to deal with it for free, just great." He then looked at the person who called him earlier with a deadpan look on his face and said, "You, first of all, this is not a dragon. It's a wyvern. Second, shut up. I am in a really bad mood for wasting my time like this, even Lou could have taken care of this shit, you know." The person on top of the wyvern got shocked by the person who was treating him like that and said, "Do you even know who I am? How dare you treat the second prince of Camellia like that?" But Daman once again looked at him with a deadpan look and face-palmed, so he is a spoiled brat as well, just my luck. Daman then slumped his shoulders and said, and here I thought that a dragon who is raised by a kingdom would be much more powerful and should be a nice challenge compared to the wild ones. And to think that I wasted my precious time that I could have spent with Irene on something like this, shit, I am hating every instant of this now. Daman then looked back at the 3 wyverns and said, whatever, come here, so that we can finish this soon. But just as he said that, the 2 other wyverns came forward and fired a lightning and fire attack at Daman. Daman, who was distracted at that moment, got hit by the attack and got engulfed in the smoke. Gnome, you don't have to talk to shits like these, just finish them off without a second thought. Yeah, gnome, don't waste the time. You do know what we are here for, right? *TCH**, fine, don't piss me off, Sig, read. I know what we are here for. A viscous smirk then appeared on his face and he said, crush the Dragonoff army and then capture that red-haired bitch that humiliated us. He, it would be sight to behold to see the great Queen of Dragonoff as our slave. He, she will pay the price for humiliating us that time. But suddenly all of them felt a huge gust of wind flow towards them and the smoke got cleared off by the gust as well and revealed Daman, who had a smile on his face. So which one of you would like to meet his maker first, bastards? Chapter 60, Overkill. Daman, who was looking at the 3 wyverns and the people riding on top of them, was totally pissed off and was unconsciously releasing his magic power. Feeling the magic power that was coming out of Daman's body, the wyverns which were more proficient in magic were panicking and wanted to run away. But they weren't doing so. Somehow they knew that if they even tried to get away from here, they will immediately die. The 3 idiots who were not very proficient in magic were not able to experience the amount of magic power that Daman was releasing, but still the killing intent made them unable to speak anything at that moment. The person sitting at top of the largest wyvern kicked his mount and said, "Oh, aren't you a mighty dragon? Do something about this bastard who is blocking our path." But just as the wyvern heard what the person was saying, its body flinched and it instinctively looked towards the men in front of them, only to find him looking at them with a very bright smile on his face. So the leader wants to go down first, eh? I don't mind. Hearing which, the wyverns got scared and decided to shake their rider of them, but were unable to as they were strapped to the wyverns with a magic that prevented them from falling. Seeing what their mounts were doing, the 3 idiots got angry and took out some kind of rod and slammed it on top of the wyverns, and immediately the wyverns screeched in pain. You fucking beast. How dare you disobey me? And then once again hit the wyvern with the rod, making them once again cried in pain. Daman noticed the wyvern's screeching bond being hit and thought that it was a bit weird for them to screech from this kind of attack, but then suddenly he realized something and said, so you guys are using a magic item induced with Dragon Slayer and pain amplifying magic, to torture them, eh? The 3 idiots stopped and looked at Daman with a pissed off expression on their faces and said, so what if we are doing that? Shut it, plebeian. You don't have any authority to talk to people of our status, after which his lackeys started to state out their approvals as well. Just when they were finished speaking, a beam made up of magic was fired at them which destroyed the rods that they had in their hands, making the 3 idiots widen their eyes in shock. All 3 of them looked towards Daman with a pissed off expression on their faces, who just snorted and said, fuck off. Daman then looked at the wyverns and said, if I set you 3 wyverns free, will you go back without causing any troubles? The wyverns who heard that immediately imagined a light of hope coming from Daman and nodded their heads. Daman gave a nod as well and flew towards the 3 wyverns, making all of them very uncomfortable being close to Daman. He then took out his sword, scaring both the wyverns and the idiots alike, making them shudder in fear. Hey, what do you think you are doing? Yeah. Do you even know who we are? If you don't want to become dragon food, But before the last one was able to finish, Daman moved his sword at a very fast speed and immediately cut the reins that were bound around the wyverns. He then kept the sword back in his sheath and made a platform in the air using his enchantments and said, throw the trash over this and go away before I decide to eat wyvern steaks for dinner. The wyverns didn't waste even a second and shook their rider off them immediately and flew away after giving a bow of gratitude to Daman. Daman gave a nod as well and then looked at the 3 people who were standing on a platform sticking close to each other, as the platform was way too small for the 3 people. Daman snapped his finger and made the platform a bit larger and got on top of the platform as well and asked, so is there a way you want to die, or shall decide it for you? The 3 of them, who were now standing a bit more spaciously, looked at Daman and took out their swords and said, don't get ahead of yourself, we still outnumber you. Surround him, you two. And just like he commanded, the other two surrounded Damien, who was looking at them as if they were idiots. Hey, what, feeling scared now or what? Well, being surrounded by enemies really put you edge, doesn't it? Damien looked at the person who said that with a smile and showed him his middle finger, making the three of them surprised by his response, but soon they became angry and tried to attack him. But the instant Damien showed his middle finger, the platform disappeared and all three of them except for Damien fell down from the sky. Damien looked at the three people who were falling down while screaming for a while until he was unable to see and hear them. They should be dead now, I guess, and used his enhancement to look farther, but was still not able to locate the three shits who should have most probably crashed to the ground and died. He gave a tired sigh and said, "Oh, well, no loss in making sure that they are done for." He then moved both his hands forward, aiming towards the ground, and started concentrating and thought, "So the time where I test the spell which I found in the Forbidden Royal Library of Adrelia has finally come. I have made sure to correct the mistakes that were there, but still, testing is important." Multiple huge magic circles started forming in front of Damien's hands and started arranging themselves in a stack-like form. Once all of them got arranged, Damien started supplying his magic power to the circles, making them glow and rotate a bit. This spell takes a lot of magic power, huh? Looks like there are still some things that I have yet to check in the spell structure. Stability is a bit bad as well. Normal mages from both Adrelia and Dragonoff will not be able to handle this in their own. Well, maybe Irene could handle this. Once the spell was totally charged, Damien smiled in satisfaction as his experiment was successful, and he said, looks like my effort was not wasted on this. Well, whatever, to the grandness of those three idiots, here is my tribute to them." The magic circles started to send the stored energy to the front circle, making a very bright blue glow appear in front of it along with a huge blue orb. The name of this spell, Etherion. Just as the name left his mouth, a very large blue-colored beam made up of ether nano was fired towards the ground, taking everything under the radius of 1 kilometer. In the battlefield where currently the battle between the allied kingdoms and the alliance of Adrelia and Dragonoff was taking place, everyone who was perceptive to magic stopped and a look of terror came on their faces. All those people looked towards the sky and saw a very large bright blue glow up there, making all of them gulp their saliva. Rung, who was also looking at this, was totally speechless and looked at Lu, who was standing near him, and asked, "It's not that guy, is it?" Lu, who had his mouth open, was not able to utter a word, making the people near him look at him with curiosity as well. Rung then took out his sheath sword and smacked it on Lu's back, making him fall out of trance, and asked once again, "It's not that guy, is it? I cannot sense magic, so don't space out." Lu gave a nod and then said, "I don't know, General Rung, I cannot feel its nature from this far away. Also, it looks like some ether nano from the nature is used as well." Rung just have a tired sigh and said, "Since something crazy is happening, then it must be the idiot that I know." He then looked at the people around him and saw most of them looking towards the huge blur glow and said, "The same attention-hogging idiot." He then got serious and said, "Anyway, it's our chance, start attacking and finish this soon. The earlier we finish, the early." But before he could finish, a very loud sound was heard and the blue glow rushed towards the ground in the form of a wave, making all of them totally speechless. Rung blinked his eyes in shock and shouted, "That attack is totally an overkill for just 3 dragons." Chapter 61, Compensation. Damien, who was checking out the effects of his attack, nodded his head and said, "I could have gotten in serious trouble if I tried this back in the castle or near a town," and had a sweat drop. He then landed on the ground to make some final checks if someone was there or not, though he didn't believe that anything would have been left there even if a person was in the range of the attack. He landed on the ground and looked around only to see the ground in total rubble without any vegetation nearby. But still he could feel that the ground now had much more ether nano in it, making it very suitable for growth of plants and trees in the future. Well, to gain some we have to lose some as well. He then started looking around, and even after looking around for half an hour, he only saw a scene of destruction there. He sighed and was about to give up until suddenly he saw something which caught his attention. He immediately rushed towards the direction to know what was still left here after that spell of his, but just as he got closer, a frown started to appear on his face, which only got deeper by the time he got closer to the object. Once he was standing in front of the object which caught his attention, his brows and lips were twitching a lot seeing the thing in front of his eyes. Why the hell is a butt sticking out of the ground? Damien looked at the ground from which a naked butt was sticking out, making him totally confused by the sight. He took out his sheath sword and poked the butt a bit, but didn't got any reaction from it. Is the person dead? No, I should probably ask whether she is alive or not after the attack. He then used his enchantments to enchant the ground and bring the body up the ground to check whether the person was alive or not. Once the body was up, a thin naked man with black hair was lying on the ground with his back facing the sky. Daman looked at the motionless body in front of him and thought, "Sorry about that, my friend. I didn't expect anyone to be at this location during war. I hope your soul rest in peace and your next life be prosperous." He once again looked at the men and started making preparations to bury him in the ground there and create a grave for him. But suddenly something clicked in his mind and he stated back at the man's body, more like his hair, "Wait a minute. Why do I think that I have seen him earlier?" He then immediately turned the man's body and his eyes immediately widened in shock. Zerif. The person whose butt was just sticking out of the ground was none other than the mage he met a few weeks ago. He immediately started shaking his body trying to wake him up, but soon realized that it was of no use since he was already dead, or was he? Daman soon realized that he still hadn't checked whether the black-haired person lying in front of him was alive or dead. Whom I am trying to bluff, he should already be dead. His heart is still beating after that attack. He then immediately took out an awakening potion from his storage and shoved the bottle into Zerif's mouth after removing the lid. But then he realized that Zerif was not gulping down the potion, making Daman frown. He wanted to know whether Zerif was simply unconscious or his body was in a coma. He then used his enchantments on his body, making the path clear for the potion to go in his system. After Zerif was done drinking the potion, Daman sighed and waited for results to show up. Not even 10 seconds later, Zerif's eyes opened widely and he immediately shot up, clutched his throat. Hey. What is this spiciness? Daman, who saw Zerif sitting, sighed in relief and said, "Oh, don't worry, it's just my awakening potion, though it is slightly spicy flavor. Wait a minute, it is not time for that." "What the hell are you doing here, you researcher bitch?" Zerif looked at the person who was taking to him and immediately his watery and red eyes widened a bit. He wanted to ask something, but because of the spiciness which was increasing by the time, he was unable to say anything and even started rolling on the ground since the spiciness was way too much for the black-haired man. Daman, who saw that, immediately took out a bottle of water from his storage and gave it to Zerif, who immediately stopped rolling on the ground and drank the whole bottle in seconds and shoved his hands towards Daman asking for more. Daman sighed seeing the black-haired man acting like that and gave a few more bottles of water to him along with some sweets as well to calm him a bit. After Zerif was calmed down, he sat down on the ground and gave a sigh of relief. "Thank you. I thought I would die by that spiciness." Daman shook his head and said, "No need for that. More importantly, what the hell are you doing here? And why were you sticking your butt out from the ground? Do you even know how awkward I got seeing a naked butt sprouting out of the ground?" Zerif, who heard him, became speechless for a while, not sure how to answer the men in front of him. He gave a fake cough and said, "I don't know about the whole but thank you for taking me out of the ground. And I was here since I learned that there are a few ruins not too far from here and was going there to look for them. Until suddenly I saw a huge magical circle in the sky and got mesmerized by it. After some attack came out of the circle and hit the ground, I got unconscious, after which you know what happened." He then thought, "Looks like I died by that attack. That must be the reason why I was unconscious and buried in the ground, with my butt sticking out at that. If that attack would have hit me with full power, could it have killed me? But who was the one who came up with such a spell?" Daman was looking at the black-haired man, who was deep in thought, was somehow controlling himself from hitting him. "Mesmerized by the magic circle, what the fuck is wrong with you? Just run away from the spot if you see something like that, bastard. You could have died back there." Daman then widened his eyes in shock and asked, "Hey, I saw that attack as well. How did you survive that attack with only your clothes being destroyed?" Zerif snapped out of his thoughts after hearing Daman's question and with a sad smile on his face looked towards him. "Actually, I died back there, but because of me being immortal I soon came back to life. Yeah, like I could tell him something like this. Who knows, maybe I just got lucky since I got under the ground during that spell." Ha ha ha. But Daman was not a least bit convinced by his answer and stared back at Zerif, making him feel nervous by his gaze. Daman then sighed and stood up from the ground and said, "Fine then, let's leave it at that. There are a few things that people could not tell others. Anyway, don't get caught in such spells in future, you know. Who knows if you don't get lucky next time." He then took out a few gold bars from his storage and a glass bottle and gave it to Zerif and said, and here's some compensation for getting you dragged in this mess, although it was your own fault for coming close to a place where war is taking place. Be mindful of that as well. Zerif just gave a wry smile in reply and said, sorry about that, I will try my best to not get involved in future. And you don't need to give me any compensation, you know. But Daman put the glass bottle and the gold bars in a bag and forcefully gave it to Zerif and said, take it anyway, having extra money is never a bad thing, unless you are getting robbed for having it. And the glass bottle is a high-quality potion, if you feel any discomfort because of what happened. Zerif, who was still unwilling to take them, tried to refuse but was forcefully made to take the bag by Daman. Daman nodded his head and said, don't refuse my goodwill. You are the only one who survived my spell just now, so don't make me feel guilty by leaving you just like that before I go. Zerif, who heard that, widened his eyes in surprise and thought, was it him who used that spell just now? But wasn't his magic transforming into different creatures? Before he was able to ask anything to Daman took flight and got away from the area before leaving a pair of clothes for the naked Zerif. Chapter 62, Andreas and Rung. Daman soon came back to the camp and helped the healers present there to treat the wounded as he had nothing else to do. The battle was going on in the same way as it did for a past, with neither side was getting an advantage. Daman has already sent the info about his encounter with the dragons, and that he had taken care of them to Rung and Christopher so as to let a heavy burden off their mind. While dealing with the injured and helping the healers, Daman also started to meddle with the Etherion's magic circle and decided to make it better depending on the results he just saw. While Daman was busy messing around with his magic circle on the battlefield, the situation was slowly turning in favor of Dragunov and Adrelia as the soldiers started to lose their morale since they came to know about how Daman took care of the dragons. Needless to say, it was Rung who told all his men to spread the information to everyone, and though he thought that the others might not actually believe him. Andreas, who was acting as the general of the Lied Kingdoms, also heard the news, and even though he didn't want to believe what he heard, the fact that the dragons, who were supposed to come there, were not showing up, which coupled with Etherion that they saw a few moments earlier, made it difficult for him to keep his hopes up. Andreas, who was now contemplating whether to continue the battle or retreat, had a serious expression on his face and was observing the battle from the back. Seeing that most of the soldiers were now a bit demoralized because of the rumor about their dragons getting defeated by Adrelia's mage head, made him tilt towards the option of retreating even more. Andreas looked at the battlefield for a while and then gave a tired sigh. I told them that fighting Dragunov was pointless. Why the hell those higher-up shits listened to me for once? Even Adrelia, who did not make an alliance with any kingdom, made one with Dragunov and is now against us. He then took out his sword and then went to the battlefield himself. In the battlefield, Andreas skillfully deflected all the soldiers coming towards him and soon came in front Rung, who was doing the same thing as him. Both of them stared at each other for a while and finally Andreas said, "Can you stop your guys? I want to retreat now. Don't want to get caught up with that mage head of yours." Rung gave a yawn and said, "Sorry about what my friend did, and go ahead and retreat, we are not going to chase after you. Oh, but before that, do you want to continue the battle for tomorrow as well? Let me just tell you, if we stay here in the battlefield for too long, then my friend could get a bit pissed and it might be possible that he will take the matter in his hands." Andreas showed a troubled expression on his face and sighed, "Seriously, why the hell did those noble shits don't take my advice? I don't want to fight a battle that I have no chance of winning, and then there is your friend, as well, who killed the dragons that were coming here with that huge ASS spell of his. Is that guy even human?" Rung nodded his head seriously and said, "I ask myself the same question as well. How can such a person even exist? He is more than perfect to be called perfect, you know. Good looks, good status, good amount of wealth, strong, smart, powerful magician, powerful swordsman, hell, he can cook as well. That's way too much impartiality." Both of them looked at the sky and gave a tired sigh, Andreas for getting mixed up in deep shit, and Rung for Daman being over perfect. Andreas and Rung looked at each other once again and then back at their soldiers who were fighting against each other, with now Dragunov Adrelia gaining the advantage over the allied kingdoms. Andreas stared at them for a while and said, "Hey, Rung Dano, would you do me a favor?" Rung looked at Andreas and asked, "And what that might be?" Andreas looked at Rung as well and said, "Please let the soldiers from my side who are still alive go back to their families. In return, I am willing to hand over myself, or you can kill me and stop all this pointless bloodshed." Rung widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Are you sure? I mean, capturing or killing their general will indeed be a major issue for them, but in both the cases you would be the one who will be suffering a major loss." Andreas sighed and said, Be that as it may, all of these men have families back home as well who are waiting for their return, them being killed in a battle which have no chance of victory. It does not sit well with me since I already know about this. So even though they cannot win the battle, at the very least they can go back to their families, you know, and maybe those noble shits would learn from it as well and don't get involved in pointless unwinnable wars. Rung stared at him and said, willing to sacrifice yourself for your soldiers, huh? Aren't you quite admirable, General? But still, what about your own family? Andreas gave a sigh and said, well, they would be sad, but still, I who am leading these soldiers is responsible for them as well, so their well-being is my priority first, plus it's not like my kingdom is expecting much from me. They made me the general out of nowhere and sent me here to die, while the legitimate general from my kingdom is still back home waiting for my death so as to remove all the obstacles from his succession to the house. Rung looked at him with a bit pity and said, you are going through a lot, huh? Fine then, let's go along with this. I too don't want to see pointless bloodshed as well. Andreas gave a thankful nod and said in a low voice, I just wish I could have seen my son once more. Oi Rung, what are you two doing here? Isn't that the enemy general? Are you betraying us as well? Should I chop your head off your shoulders? Suddenly both him and Rung heard a voice and turned their heads only to see Daman coming towards them with blood-covered sword in his hand. Rung looked at the blood-covered sword and immediately said, no, I am not betraying anybody here. On the other hand, I was just about to capture him and get this pointless battle to an end, and raised his hands to prevent him from chopping his head off. Daman, who heard that, looked at Andreas and asked, are you serious? I mean, I don't have a problem with the fight getting over this early, but still you decided to get caught by this thing, pointing towards Rung, and lowering your own value. Even the mages under him have more value compared to this thing, at least get captured by them so as not to tarnish your own reputation. Hearing that, Andreas' sweat dropped while Rung glared at Daman and wanted to slash him apart. Daman then looked at the two for a while and said, leaving those things aside, what is the real matter here which made you two talk to each other? Hearing his question, both the generals looked at each other and decided to tell him what was happening since neither of the two had any will to fight in a pointless battle. After both of them told Daman about what the two were planning, he nodded his head and said, fine, it's a good idea if we do that. Rung looked at Daman with a surprised look on his face and asked, are you sure? I mean, it would be quite troublesome to explain this to the two kingdoms about why we let an almost defeated enemy get away with just capturing their general. Daman looked at the two generals and asked, just think about this, if we defeat this whole army, then that means we would have to march forward to capture their territory as well, which already makes it a no for me since I would have to stay here for a bit longer. Both the generals looked at him with a deadpan look on their faces and thought, so you being lazy will give enough explanation. Are you an idiot or what? Daman, who thought that the two in front of him were thinking of something rude, but ignored them and said, but still, leaving myself aside, once we get close to the allied kingdoms we will have to fight their remaining soldiers as well, and after we defeat them we will have to capture all the nobles and royalties from the allied kingdoms. All this is nothing but a hassle for us. But still, let it be. Once we are done with that as well, it would mean that we would have to manage the territory which we just won as well, for which not only we will have to get manpower but fines as well, which are being depleted at a very fast pace because of our current war with this kingdom and the dragons. This would just weaken us in the end. Daman then gave a tired sigh and after he caught his breath looked at the two once again and said, now wouldn't it be much more profitable and efficient if we just capture them and take some assets from the allied kingdoms as war compensation and let the remaining soldiers go back to their homes to meet their family? It will not only help us gain more resources, but it will also prevent more of our soldiers from dying and time and resources from being spent on unreasonable things. Both of them started thinking about what he just said, but before they could come to conclusion, the other commanders gave their orders to retreat since the sun began to set, making it stop the battle for today. Daman looked at Andreas and said, think about it for today and give us the answer tomorrow, and then started walking back to his camp as well with Rung silently following him. Chapter 63, Be Careful, Irene. A few weeks passed by since Daman and Ring talked with Andreas and he decided to save his soldiers by getting captured by the combined forces of Adrelia and Dragunov. This news soon reached the ears of both the anti-Dragunov alliance and Dragunov-Adrelia alliance, making the anti-Dragunov alliance curse the other party in anger, while the leaders of both Adrelia and Dragunov were happy by this outcome. Daman stood in the battlefield for the time being, as would have been problematic if someone from the captured group tried something funny during his absence, since any asshole who is not happy with Daman's success could use this opportunity to put blame on him for leaving the soldiers. Damien, who was now forced to stay back at the camp, was sitting on the table with the other two generals from Adrelia and Dragonov with his head resting on the table and said in a bored tone, "Hey Rung, should I just go and destroy that damned kingdom so that I can go back?" Rung and Christopher, who were having their meal, suddenly immediately choked on their food and started smacking their chests. Damien, who heard both of them coughing, had a bored expression on his face and pointed one of his fingers towards both of them and fired a small non-lethal blast from it. Both the blasts hit the generals, making them fall a few meters away with the choked food out of their mouths. Damien then looked at his own plate and stared at it for a while. But suddenly his eyes widened and he glared at Rung. "How the hell did you dare to take my sweets?" Rung, who was taking deep breaths, suddenly became motionless and started to get pale. He slowly turned his head and looked towards Damien, who had a menacing aura around him, and gulped his saliva. "Shit, I thought he was not the mood of having his food right now." Damien then took out his sheath sword and just stood up without saying anything. Rung immediately flinched at this sight as he realized that he was in deep shit right now. He didn't care to explain anything or make any excuses, as he knew that it was pointless. It was a clear knowledge to all the people who knew him personally that taking Damien's sweets without his permission is just getting free invitation to torture. So without wasting any time, Rung just ran out of the tent at full speed. Damien, seeing that, smirked and said, "It's been a while since I went on a hunt," and slowly walked out of the tent as well. He had decided to take out all of his frustration on his friend and would make sure that his friend never does the same mistake again. Another 2 weeks passed by since Damien corrected his friend's ways and brought him on the right path, which resulted in Rung ending up with a plaster in his right hand and leg. And Damien Madre sure that no one cares to give a healing potion to Rung until he says so. Rung, who was now on the right path, was slowly walking around the camp, feeling bored, lying on the bed for most time of the day. A soldier who took pity on him was helping him with his needs, was supporting him a bit so as to not make him feel inconvenience while walking. Suddenly Rung saw Damien having some discussion with Christopher and glared at him. Damien, who felt that, looked towards him with a smile on his face and showed him a middle finger while raising his right hand. Rung immediately had some tick marks on his forehead and started shouting curses at Damien, who simply looked back at Christopher and started discussing some matters with him once again. Seeing that he was being ignored, Rung frowned a bit but soon lost interest and once again started his walk around the camp. After half an hour, Damien and Christopher were done with the matters that they had to discuss, and Damien decided to check on the area, which he blasted with his Etherion to check what were the conditions of that place. He flew in the air, and once he was sure that he was out of the range of the mages of the camp, he took out a lacrima from his storage and poured his magic in it. After a few minutes, a light came out of his lacrima and a small projection screen appeared above it with a familiar redhead's face showing in it. Damien smiled on seeing the person and asked, "How have you been, Irene?" Irene had a small smile on her face as well and told him that she was fine and started to ask about his health and all. "Seriously, they arrived just this morning?" Damien asked with a slight surprised expression on his face. Irene nodded her head and said, "Yeah, those people from Adrelia that you told us about just came this morning, and from what I have heard from the maids and all, they seem to have been attacked on their way here. I have asked them to be taken care of by the healers, but it will take quite some time for them to recover, I guess. I still haven't met them though." Damien, who heard that, thought about something and asked, "Is someone with blonde hair and blue eyes with them as well?" Irene, who heard that, widened her eyes a bit and thought for a while and said, "Oh, yeah, the maids were making a fuss about how a handsome blonde suffered from a deep injury." Damien nodded his head and with a smile on his face said, "I see, then you can just take a sword and pierce it through his heart. No need to show any concern for him." Irene was surprised what Damien just said and asked, "What are you talking about? It will get Dragonov in serious trouble if something happens to him here." But Damien just jokingly shook his hand and said, "Don't fear about that. That piece of shot is just a burden on the planet. Even his own father don't think much about him. Just kill him for all I care." Irene looked at him weirdly and asked, "Who the hell is he for him to get such negative outlook from you?" "Oh, he is the first prince of Adrelia, nothing much, so please kill him before he recovers." Irene nodded her head and said, "So he is the prince of Adrelia, huh? Do you think that I can do that to royalty?" Damien just gave her a thumbs up and said, "I will be counting on you for that. And don't worry, he is just being a nuisance for her older sister's succession to throne because of being a boy. By no means he is worthy, but him being a menhor and being easily controllable makes him the perfect pawn for nobles, so he is just being a prick in our way. BBUT. Oh, and by no means go near him, and by near I mean near. Be at least 100 meters away from that menhor, keep your mate away from him as well. And make sure to check what you say and drink, he is a storehouse for aphrodisiacs and other kinds of drugs which he uses to bring women to his bed. Make sure to have Etherion, Zuma, Maca, and 10 or more dragons near you and tell them to kill him on sight. Irene massaged her temples and was thinking over what Daman just said. She looked back at the lacrima and saw the serious expression on his face and asked, "So you are just asking me to be careful of him since he is famous for making moves on any women he sees?" "Don't worry, I am not going to be that careless. All people who gets involved in scandals have the same mentality as well, you know." Irene's brow twitched at that and she said, "Then it seems like with my mentality I would get caught by him, oh my what to do," and looked at Daman with a playful smile on her face. Daman remained quiet for a while and stared at Irene and said, "Well then what can I do with you? It seems you would end up marrying a prince if such a thing happened because of the terms of the treaty." "Well, it was nice knowing you, Queen of Dragonoff." Hey, I was just joking, don't be like that." "Oh, but if you fall in his trap then there is nothing that ca. Fine, I will make sure to take all the precautions I can and will be away from him all right." Hearing that, Daman chuckled and said, "Of course, be careful." Irene pouted a bit and said, "Humph, whatever. It's not like you wouldn't have done anything if he had tried something in the first place." Daman just gave a smile and said, "Well, if he tried then this time he would have lost his second testicle to my sword as well." And Irene became totally silent after that, not sure what to make out of what she just heard. She was about to ask what he meant, but Daman, who was now at his location, ended the call. Chapter 64, and after Daman put the communication lacrima back in his storage, he landed in the area destroyed by his Etherion and placed his hand on the ground to take a feel of the ether nano amount in the area. As soon as he tried to sense the ether nano, his whole body twitched and his expression turned to that of surprise. How the hell does this land have even more ether nano than the one fired by me in that attack? Daman stood up and then walked to an area which was not damaged by his Etherion and did the same process once again. The ether nano amount has increased here as well, though only a bit, but still this land is going to be way too fertile if it is able to maintain this much amount permanently. He then remained silent and thought for a while, and after a bit smacked his fist on top of his palm and said, "All right. Let's charge up all the depleted lacrima that I have in my storage." And they took out a huge circular machine from his storage. Seeing the machine that appeared in front of him, Daman immediately started setting it up and connecting it to the ground. He then opened the top lid of the machine and then dropped all the empty lacrima from his storage inside of it. Once the setup was complete, he used his enchantments to change the flow of magic in the ground towards the machine's socket and then once again placed his hands on the ground to check how the magic in the ground was reacting. Seeming satisfied with the result, Daman nodded his head with a smile on his face and thought, "This land surely has become one of the best spots to open a factory or something. With the current amount of magic in the ground, even a medium-sized factory would have no problems. Should I fire an Etherion over the kingdom to make it a more productive land?" While Daman was busy with checking out the land and thinking of making his kingdom more productive, the officials back in Dragonoff were very busy with the sudden increase in their work because of result of the war. Even the servants were not spared from the ruckus in the castle, as many officials from the anti-Dragonoff alliance were coming there on a daily basis to negotiate. Irene, who was talking with Daman just a few minutes ago, sighed and kept her communication lacrima in a pouch which was hanging by her waist. She then looked down at her table with a frown on her face and then banged her fist on the table with a bit of anger. How many more bundles are still left to deal with, and glared at the stacks of paper on her desk. She then leaned back on her chair and said, "Xena, would you please brew me a cup of tea?" Xena, who was standing behind Irene and arranging the bundle of papers that just came, sighed and nodded her head. She was getting rather annoyed arranging the documents and felt a bit happy when Irene asked her to brew the cup of tea. She left the room in a hurry, but just as she closed the door her pace slowed down and she started walking towards the kitchen at a slow pace. Half an hour of a break should be fine, I guess. I will just take my time to go to the kitchen and brew the tea slowly and affectionately for the queen. I should not rush and take it slow, and continue to walk towards the kitchen while deliberately taking the longer path. Irene, who was well aware of what Xena was going to do, got up from her chair and laid down on her bed with her arms and legs spread out. "I am totally exhausted. Why can't those people just go with the alliance, and stop making it more troublesome for me?" She then massaged her temples and took a deep breath, trying to relieve a bit of her stress. She then looked around her room with a tired expression on her face, but while she was doing that her gaze suddenly came to a stop when it landed on a cabinet. She widened her eyes a bit and after a while a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Her body fidgeted a bit and she immediately looked around with a surprised expression on her face, checking whether anyone was there or not. She also made sure to check if someone was peeping at her with some kind of magic, and after making sure that no one was there, some magic circles appeared in front of her hands and various enchantments were placed all over the room. She then got up from the bed with a blush on her cheeks and walked towards the cabinet. Once she was in front of it, she stood still for a while and once again looked around. An audible gulp was heard a bit later and the sound of her opening the cabinet proceeded. Once it was opened, a large amount of magic circles appeared in front of it which were blocking the view of what was inside it. The number of enchantments that Irene placed there would make even Daman widen his eyes in shock. She once again got motionless and started hesitating a bit, but soon she clenched her teeth and removed the enchantments placed on the cabinet and the items inside it were revealed. Inside the cabinet were various kind of items that Daman had gifted Irene while he was away along with some other things. Amongst all those, Irene took out some kind of cloth, a shirt, or more accurately a shirt that would usually be worn by males. At a simple glance one might think that the shirt was something simple, or by looking at its design, it looked like something that a commoner would wear. But to Irene it was not just a simple shirt, it was a shirt that was used by Daman, and Xena had brought to Irene without even cleaning it. Irene still remembers the day when Xena handed her the shirt with a huge smile on her face while also telling her how should she use it, and even though she was embarrassed about what Xena told her, she still put a lot of enchantments on the shirt, so as to not let its condition deteriorate. She might or might not have also put an enchantment to prevent it from losing its scent. She stared at it for a while and then buried her face in it and... Chapter 65, Felix. Time skip, 1 month. The talks between the two forces were finally over, with both Dragunov and Adrelia gaining some territories from the anti-Dragunov alliance. And all the kingdoms under that alliance had to pay a huge sum to Dragunov-Adrelia alliance in the form of compensation, along with their army numbers getting smaller. The alliance even got ready to be under Dragunov and serve under it, but both Irene and the king of Adrelia dismissed that since maintenance of these territories will take a huge burden and during the time when the dragons are right on the corner, it would be a serious disadvantage for them. Daman and the other soldiers were now finally relieved of their duties from the battlefield and decided to head to Dragunov to finally form the official alliance that they had been planning for a while. Currently Daman was walking back with the army back to Dragunov with a frustrated expression on his face and said with an annoyed voice, "Why can't I just rush back on my own? Why do I have to accompany all of you?" The soldiers who were near him heard that and just had a wry smile on their faces. They had already heard the mage head from Adrelia complain about this matter for a few days and were now used to it. Rung and Christopher, who were along with him as well, just sighed, and Rung said, "It can't be helped, you know. All the soldiers and mages are tired from the continuous battles. It would be really bad if someone tried to ambush us exhausted people. So we had to have all of our fighting force." Daman glared at Rung and asked in a cold voice, "Then why the hell are you not strong enough to take care of yourself, you epitome of bad luck and virgin?" Hearing that, some of the nearby soldiers laughed, including Christopher himself, whereas the person who was being laughed at was glaring at Daman with anger. "Fuck off, bastard. And why the hell do you want to go back to Dragunov so much? Is there some woman whom you have started to fancy?" Rung looked at him and waited for him to reply, but seeing that no retort was coming from him, Rung's eyes started to widen in surprise, seeing which Daman gave victorious smirk. Rung took a few steps back and pointed his shaking finger at Daman and said, wait, that can't be true, right? Tell me you are joking. There is no way the bastard who had no interest in women found someone he likes, right?" Daman stared back at him silently for a while and said, "Who the hell told you that I am not interested in women? What else could it be? A person who rejected all the advances from the princess herself and even stayed out of the brothels during the group events. I thought you were not interested in women and was aiming to be a forever virgin along with me." All the soldiers and mages stood silent and stopped walking and looked at the commotion that was happening between the general and the mage head from Adrelia. Daman looked at Rung silently and after a while said, "So, you have accepted that you are going to be a virgin for the rest of your life, huh?" And once again silence was what followed after that, but it soon turned into the Adrelian soldiers trying their best to not laugh at their general while the Dragunov people were not sure of how to respond to this. Rung, who once again got humiliated by Daman, grinded his teeth. But soon as if realization hit him, his face brightened and he hit his palm with his fist. Ah. Now I understand what it is. Instead of a woman you have set your sights on a ma. But before he was able to finish, Damien punched him in the gut, sending him flying away. I swear, this guy is going to die because of the nonsense he speaks off. He then looked at the soldiers and said, anyway, we are wasting a lot of time here. Let's get going, and clapped his hands in order to gather their attention. The soldier once again looked forward and started walking towards Dragunov. Damien then looked at a nearby soldier and said, ask someone to drag that trash that was here earlier. Can't leave him behind since he is a general. The soldier gave a salute and rushed back to inform the soldier who were in the back to bring Rung as well. Meanwhile, in the palace back in Dragunov, everyone was finally able to take things a bit easy, and Irene decided to give a day off to most of the people so that they can relax. Only a few servants were still there in the palace working, but they too will get a day off later. In a certain part of the castle, a handsome blonde-haired man with blue eyes was lying in his bed looking at the few papers that he had on his hand. I still can't read this language. The person who said that was the first prince from Adrelia, Prince Felix, who came to Dragunov on the behalf of the royalty of Adrelia to form the alliance. Though he was unfortunate, as he and his companions were attacked on their way to Dragunov, and he was unfortunately struck with a terrible injury which left him unconscious for 3 whole weeks. Seriously, if you are going to send me to another world, can't you at least give me a system or something? Hello, even a single cheat would have been fine. But no, you have to fuck me up so much that you don't even give me the ability to read the language of this world. Why, Truckin? Why? Why did you not give me any cheats? The said person took deep breaths to calm himself down and sighed, oh, well, at least, I can understand their language even though I am still unable to read or write it. Plus my looks are great now compared to my fatty self from back in my world. There is also the fact that I am some hotshot as well. Never thought that I would be a prince of a kingdom, but oh well, what else is to be expected of me, and shrugged his shoulders. He then turned serious and said, now I just need to know whether this is a world that I know of or some random world. Can't some familiar character show up to let me confirm it? Chapter 66, Playboy. Felix put the papers down and started looking around the room and thought, there are no maids here. Who the hell am I going to ask to give me directions to the toilet? This place is confusing as hell. He then got off his bed with bandages still covering his forehead and then decided to ask someone on the way. During his adventure to find the way to the bathroom, Felix didn't come across any servants or people, making him feel very nervous. He even forgot the way he came from, making it impossible for him to back to the room he was resting in. Suddenly, as if a god had sent his help for him, Felix heard a voice. Prince Felix. What are you doing here? You should be resting to recover soon. Felix, who heard this voice, turned around and saw a middle-aged man coming towards him wearing very fancy and extravagant clothes. He must be a noble or someone rich. Felix gave a smile, seeing which the man froze for a while but soon got out of it. My Eichmann smile is no joke, you know. Oh, I was just looking around for bathroom, but couldn't seem to find where it is, His Highness has lost his memory. After all, I am Bans, the head of a count family from Adrelia who accompanied you here as well. Felix nodded his head and said, Bans is it? Well, can you lead me to where the toilet is? Hearing that, Bans frowned a bit and thought, you brat. Asking a noble to do something that is the job of a servant, but still there was a small smile on his face and still led the prince to where the nearest toilet was. Bans looked at Felix, who was going to the toilet, with an angry gaze, though Felix himself was not aware of it, and decided to humiliate him a bit. By the way, Your Highness, are you fine now? I hope that your previous injuries are not hurting you in your normal functioning. Hearing that, Felix stopped and looked at Bans with a confused look on his face and asked, what previous injuries? To which Bans raises his brows but soon realized that the boy in front of him has lost his memories. Thinking that it would be rude to say it out loud, he just directed his gaze towards the air between his legs and started at it for a while. Seeing that Bans was not answering, Felix was about to ask again, but then he saw his gaze shift and followed it as well, only to notice him looking at his crotch. Felix immediately covered it with his hands and a deep red blush full of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he thought, I didn't knew that me having only one ball down there was public knowledge. And what the hell did you mean by injury? Do you know which bastard did this to me? Felix glared at Bans, who just averted his eyes from him and said, it seems that you are not troubled by it. I will take my leave then, and was about to walk away with a smirk on his face. stop. But out of nowhere an enraged voice was heard by him, making him stop in his tracks and think, did that brat dare to tell at me, and looked towards Felix with cold eyes, who on seeing his cold glare instinctively took a few steps back. What is it, your highness? Said Bands in an emotionless tone, sending a chill down Felix's spine. Yua. He is scary. He is scary. He is scary. Calm down, calm down. By the 2 you asked me earlier about my injury, does that mean a lot of people know about it? Not many, only a few people who are close to you in your faction know about that incident. Does that mean you know who did this to me? Ban's eyes suddenly widened in realization, and he thought, yeah, this brat doesn't have any memories at all right now. That means we can easily pit him against that mage and the princess faction, without taking blame about it. By the tone he speaks and his behavior, I don't think that he have much knowledge about his life now, so the better we behave in front of him, the easier it will be to manipulate him, and he internally smirked. I don't know much about it, but as you told us earlier, it seems like the one who did this to you was the mage head Ian. Mage head Ian, huh? Any idea why he did this to me? Bands shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know, you didn't tell us the reason why he did what he did, and also stopped us from reporting this incident to His Majesty the King. But if I have to point out something, it would be that he is a supporter of the princess to hold the throne after His Majesty, and also being the top candidate to be her husband and the king itself. I think he was just taking some countermeasures by this. Felix, who heard that, narrowed his eyes and thought, Mage head Ian. By his title I guess he is a magician. Top position to become the husband of the princess and then the king itself, seems like a troublesome person, who is going to be thorn in my path to live lavishly. Guess, I would have to take care of him. How dare he cut off my testicle? Felix gave a cough to get his thoughts out of the gutter and asked, by the way, speaking of mages, was I able to use magic as well? Bands gave a nod and said, yes, His Highness was indeed able to use charm and fascination magic, very well. You might not remember it now, but you used your magic to woo a lot women earlier, because of which you were able to gain a lot of supporters, since many daughters of the noble houses would favor you over the princess and convince their parents to support you instead of the princess. Felix blinked his eyes in surprise and thought, I was a playboy. And any other magic besides that? Well, you were also able to use some fire magic as well. Felix closed his eyes and thought, he stopped there, that means that my fire magic must be pretty bad. He gave a tired sigh and said, well then, thank you for telling me all this, Mr. Bands, and then walked in the washroom. Bands, who was left behind, smirked and said, don't mention it, Your Highness, you are going to be in spotlight soon, so best of luck about it, and then walked away. A few moments later, Felix came out of washroom and thought, I am still not able to cope up with the fact that I have only one jewel down there, and then looked around and once again found no one nearby. Where the hell is everyone today? Chapter 67, Preparing for Arrival. A week passed by since the day Felix had his talk with Bands. And while he was still recovering from his injuries in the room given to him by Dragunov, he suddenly heard a lot of commotion from behind the door. At first he decided to ignore it, but seeing that it continued to go on for 15 minutes made him curious about the situation. He then took a magic tool placed beside his bed and pressed the button on it, and a few seconds after that there was a knock on the door. Come in. A maid then came inside his room and bowed her head. Seeing that, Felix narrowed his eyes a bit, not because there were some flaws in her mannerism, but because he had noticed that all the females, be it knights or maids that he had met in the castle, kept some distance away from him. He haven't even got the chance to meet with the queen yet. Though he don't insist on meeting her, since he was not allowed to wake up for quite a while, since his wounds were still not healed up and he had to rest a lot because of that, which in turn made him think that it was better to spend the time that he was getting to be used for something that he wanted to do, rather than wait for the queen, who might or might not be available. What's the commotion going on outside? Is there some sort of problem? Hearing his question, the maid shook her head and said, not at all, Your Highness. The whole castle is busy preparing for the arrival for the knights and mages who had been at the battlefield for all this while. They would be here shortly. Oh, they have arrived, huh? Took them quite a while. Then I mean, can you ask someone to prepare a set of clothes which would be appropriate for the event? The maid nodded her head and said, most certainly, and then left the room after giving a bow to Felix. How bad of a playboy was this body's previous owner that even hearing a thank you from me put the girls in the castle on guard against me? And was I that bar that even the people from some other kingdom know about it? When Felix saw the maid's face to stiffen up when he was about to say thank you, he immediately stopped. Thinking that it would be natural for a normal girl to be on guard against the flattery of a playboy, Felix blamed the nature of the previous host of the body. Though the fact that his tales were well known in Dragunov was false. The maids and the other females in the castle were on guard against Felix since they were told about him by Irene, who herself was warned by Daman to keep distance from him. That was also the reason why Irene, who usually found a few chances to relax during the working hours, didn't do so, since there was a chance that the prince could use that chance to set up a meeting with her, and she was not willing to do that until Daman was back. Felix sighed and then got off his bed to stretch his body and waited for the person who would bring his clothes and help him wearing them. While the situation in the palace was quite tense since the whole palace was in commotion for the preparations and the people on Damon's side were restless as well. Hey, how is the cuisine in Dragunov? Is there any specialty there? What about the liquor? Haha, don't worry, I can guarantee that Adrelia won't be disappointed by our kingdom's cuisine. Regarding specialties and alcohol, the soldiers and mages of both the kingdoms were taking to each other with a smile on their faces, since they would be able to enjoy after such a long time. A lot of them had become friends during their time on the battlefield and were discussing how they would be spending time during the break. Many people who had families were calling some of the Adrelian people to their houses for dinner and whatnot, while Adrelian soldiers who were inquiring about various stuff were happy to listen to their explanations. Daman, who was getting closer and closer to Dragunov, was really in a mood to leave all of them behind, but was somehow able to hold himself back. This, coupled with the fact that he was supporting an injured Rung who got his ass kicked for dropping Damon's sweets, also played a part in that. Were those sweets that important to you that you would punch your friend so hard? Daman looked at Rung, who was giving him a nasty look, and said, "You really want to embarrass yourself any further?" Rung, who heard that, blinked his eyes in surprise for a while and finally looked down in disappointment. He then looked at Christopher, who was talking with the other Adrelian higher-ups, and said, "Cristano, my value is even lower than food in my friend's eyes." Ha, and gave a dry laugh. Christopher, who heard him laughing like that, looked at him with pity and placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Let's go on a drinking later when we are back in capital. I will show you the best places there." Rung looked at Christopher with some tears forming in the corner of his eyes and nodded his head. "He is a good friend, not like some mage bastard who punches me for some sweets." Daman, who saw Rung glaring at him, more or less understood what was going on his head and said, "Stop looking at me like that. Tell me, who was the one who listened to all your ramblings when you got done in by a gold digger? Or the time when you were dating a girl who took out a dick bigger than yours when you two were about to do it? Or the time whe? Stay up. Suddenly all the gazes were on the two of them when Daman openly started to talk about Rung's adventures. Rung immediately stopped Daman from speaking further by placing a hand on his mouth and looked around, only to find not only the Dragunov, but also the Adrelian soldiers looking at him with a weird look on their faces. He wanted to say that it was not true at all, but knowing that the men whom he was stopping from speaking anything further would not even hold back a bit if he do that, removed that idea from his mind. Why the hell did I tell those things to a piece of shit like him? Oh wait, he is the only one who listened to my ramblings when the others were busy fucking during the field trip. Chapter 68, I am in Fairy Tale. Daman and the others soon arrived at the entrance of the capital of Dragunov, and from there on both the Adrelian army and Dragunov's army divided into their respective groups with their higher-ups standing at the front of the armies. Daman and Rung, who was now all healed up thanks to Damon's magic, were making sure that the mages and the soldiers were now back into an orderly manner and were not cooling around like they were doing a minute ago. Daman nodded and looked towards Rung and said, "Lead the way, General," and bowed his head a bit. Rung looked back at Daman with a serious expression, one befitting of a general, and thought, why the hell can he not act like that all the time? He then nodded his head and walked forward such that he was standing in the same row as that of Christopher's from the Dragunov side. Daman then raised his head and took out a new mask from his storage and changed the one he was wearing previously, since the old one was quite worn out. He also changed the robe he was wearing to a new one, which was clean and looked better than the previous one, plus it matched with the mask he was wearing. The soldiers and mages who were standing behind him looked at the scene, which was already familiar to them, with small smiles on their faces, since to them it was like a sign that the difficult times that they have been through recently is now over and all of them could rest for a while. "Oh, I just remembered it." And looked back towards the soldiers and mages behind him and said, most likely the first prince is currently in Dragonov as well, so make sure to act accordingly. After all, it would be bad if he decided to deal with you and your families if he saw you all getting along with me." Hearing the announcement, not only the soldiers and mages of Adrelia but even their general stiffened up a bit. All of them looked at Damien with an expectant look, thinking that he was just kidding and would deny what he just said, but contrary to their expectations, he turned around and looked forward and said, "I have already warned you, also make sure to see how you all speak to me, and the messengers of the prince who are within the unit. I don't mind if you want to speak ill of me to the prince and his supporters, but the soldiers whom you all fought along with in the recent war, just make sure to not defame them just to gain a bit of a favor of the higher-ups. They too have done their best to survive in the war and does not deserve such treatment," and once again looked back at the soldiers and bowed his head slightly. Seeing Damien bowing his head towards the soldiers, or more correctly the spies of the First Price faction that were hidden amongst them, the whole Dragonov's army was shocked. They couldn't believe what was just happening in front of them and wanted to ask what all that meant. But the slightly angered and saddened look on the faces of the Adrelian army stopped them from doing so at the moment, since it looked like it would not be a good time to discuss such things. Soon all the soldiers and mages along with Rung turned serious and looked straight ahead, seeing which Damien did the same as well with a small smile on his face, though no one saw that since he was wearing a mask. "Now let's get going. Don't forget to smile and wave at the crowd, only if they are happy to see us. We don't want to humiliate ourselves in front of Dragonov after all, right?" "Hey-aha." The Adrelian army gave a united response to the mage head Ian's statement and straightened their posture. Seeing the excited Adrelian army, the Dragonov army became excited as well and also replied to Damien's statement to their own united shout. Seeing that the generals of both the army side and once again turned serious as they now saw that some of the guards were running towards them, probably informing them that the preparations for their arrival were now complete. A few minutes later at Dragonov's royal palace, all the guards that were left behind for the safety of the palace were now positioned all over the castle and were standing attentively at their positions. The maids who were done with their jobs were either helping the other maids or were secretly glancing towards the streets where the soldiers were. Putting simply, the whole castle was very ecstatic since the guards were excited to meet their fellow soldiers once again, while some of the maids who had their husbands working as soldiers and even some who fancied someone in the army were excited to meet their loved ones. While all this was happening, a blonde-haired man wearing fancy clothes, which coupled with his beat and handsome looks made him stand out from the rest of the crowd, along with some other people were similar type of clothes, were sitting on some expensive-looking chairs and looking at the soldiers. "Dragonov really have a huge army, huh? Yeah, more than twice as big as ours. It is a miracle that they decided to form an alliance with us. Yeah, but the fact that it was possible because of that commoner mage is really upsetting, don't you agree to that, Your Highness?" Felix, who was sitting on another sofa drinking a cup of tea while trying to look as elegant as he possibly could, didn't say anything and nodded his head. He then placed his cup down and looked towards the soldiers without any change in his expression. "What the hell? The scene of the soldiers marching towards the castle looks awesome. I never gave it much attention when such a scene was shown in movies and all, but the real thing is actually way too awesome." He then focused a bit more on the incoming soldiers and asked, "Did all the soldiers walk all the way back from the battlefield? Do the soldiers not use horses here?" The nobles who heard his question were a bit surprised, seeing that the prince was showing an interest in the army, but soon realized that the one in front of them and a person who lost his memories. They then looked at the soldiers a bit more intently and one of them said, "They certainly don't look like they have horses accompanying them." But why? They should posses the wealth to get some horses, no? If not for the whole army, then at least the general and the other higher-ups could get one, right? Oh my, we certainly posses the assets to do so. Suddenly all of them heard a voice which surprised all of them and they immediately turned around. Once they turned around, all of them became totally speechless because in front of them a beautiful woman with red hair and wearing a magnificent red-colored dress and a crown on her head. Not to mention the fact that the dignified aura that was being released by her made all of them stop from saying anything. Felix, who saw the beautiful woman was looking at her without blinking his eyes and his mouth open wide, was suddenly pulled back to reality when all the other nobles bowed their heads towards her and said, "It's nice to finally make an acquaintance with you, Queen Irene." Confirming that she was indeed the queen, Felix nodded his head and thought, she certainly looked like one, but was once again pulled back out of his thoughts when he noticed the other nobles glaring at him. Not understanding what they meant, he looked back at them with a confused expression on his face. "We apologize for the rudeness of our country's prince, Your Majesty. He seems to have lost his memories during the attack on our way here, so he is not yet familiar with the rules and regulations of the society. I hope you understand and could ignore his actions this time. Suddenly one of the nobles started apologizing for some mistake Felix made which he himself was unaware of, which made him feel a bit guilty. He too bowed his head and apologized to her, though not knowing what he apologized for. Don't worry about that, on the contrary I apologize for not being able to meet with you all since you came here. I have been busy with my work for all this time. Please don't apologize to us, Your Majesty. A ruler's duty towards the kingdom is the ruler's top priority after all. Fufufu. Thank you for understanding. And regarding what you were talking about earlier. Dragunov indeed posses the funds to provide horses to all the soldiers of the army, but the fact that our kingdom who have great ties with the dragons usually have them help the soldiers, and you must be well aware of how animals would act in a dragon's presence, right? Ah. Yeah, sorry about that, we all were just curious since we didn't see any dragon accompanying them, which raised such a question. Right, Prince? Felix just nodded his head absent-mindedly, which looked very rude to the others, but they left it at that since he was still recuperating and had lost his memories. Wait a minute. Did she just said Dragunov? And Irene and dragons? Phew, I am in fairy tale world. Hell yeah, were the thoughts that were inside Felix's head. Chapter 69, Back in Dragunov. No, hold up a minute, even if I am in fairy tale, isn't this way back before the plot starts? Fuck you, truckin'. Do your job properly, fucker. Felix, who had these thoughts in his mind, was massaging his temple with a small frown on his face, seeing which the nobles started to feel a bit restless as he was being awfully rude in front of the Queen of Dragunov. But to Irene, instead of rudeness, it only looked like a chance which she didn't even hesitate to take, and said, "It seems that Prince Felix is not feeling well, I will excuse myself now so that you can tend to him," and then gave a curt bow, seeing which the other nobles bowed deeply and apologized to her. Soon Irene walked away with Xena following her and left the others alone. Huh? Where did the queen go? Felix, who was now out of trance, looked around since he didn't see the first character that he recognized anywhere nearby. Her Majesty, left so that you can rest up bit. You were looking like you had a severe headache after all. One of the nobles answered him with a vein popping up on his forehead. If not for him being the price, the noble would have said something very rude to him, since he lost his chance to get acquainted to the Queen of Dragunov, which was a pretty huge deal for him and all the other nobles there as well. But Felix, who didn't know any of that, just shrugged his shoulders and thought, oh well, can't be helped, then I will meet her later. Anyway, it seems like I have to make some plans since I now know in which world I currently am, and sat back on his seat and started to arrange all the info that he could. Meanwhile, Irene along with Xena were looking at the army that was marching towards the castle, with Irene looking towards them with a telescope to find someone, and was being a bit restless. Calm down, Your Majesty, Lord Ian is not going to disappear, you know. You will be meeting shortly anyways. So make sure that you don't ruin your image in front of him acting like that, all right? Irene looked at Xena with a slightly dissatisfied look on her face, but still complied with what she said and put the telescope down. Soon the image of the soldiers started to get clearer as they were now relatively close to the castle, and even Damien was getting a bit excited as his pace would become faster every now and then, seeing which the other soldiers near him just laughed and reprimanded him to be back in his place. Once they got in front of the castle, the huge gate blocking their path opened up enough to let the whole army inside without any problems, and once they entered they saw a group of dragons and other guards standing on the side, bowing their heads a bit to show their gratitude. Whoa, so many dragons in just one place. So it is really true that humans and dragons live in harmony here. Yeah, this is really a majestic sight. Hey, do you think that they will let us ride those dragons sometimes? Haha, that depends on the queen. If she allows us, we will gladly help you all to get along with the dragons. The soldiers and mages from both the sides started talking to each other, earning a glare from the generals from both sides, seeing which all of them immediately stopped. Don't worry, you all, I have some dragons that I befriended during my stay here. I will ask them whether they would be fine in letting you all ride on their backs. Uhu. Sasuga Iansama. Already befriending some dragons during your short stay here. Great, or should we say as it's very Iansama-like. The soldiers who heard Damien's words got excited and looked at him with glittering eyes, seeing which Rung just sighed since he knew that his words were not going to have any effect on him. Soon all of them came to a huge area where all the soldiers stopped walking and stood straight without making any movements, while Damien and the other higher-ups came forward and stood in front of their respective armies. Damien stood beside Rung while their direct subordinates stood behind them, followed by the soldiers. The same was case for Dragunov's side, with Christopher and their mage head standing in the front. A few minutes later Irene came out along with a few soldiers and dragons guarding her and got on top of a stage to give her congratulations and gratitude on behalf of whole Dragonov. The other nobles and ministers that were present in the castle were looking at the scene and from various places in the castle so as to at least know the faces of the higher-ups from both the armies. But before starting, Irene glanced towards Daman, who just smiled at her, though no one was able to see it, because of his mask. But that move was not left out by the other nobles and the higher-ups, who were not lowering their heads at the moment and widened their eyes in surprise. She looked towards Adrelia's army for an instant. Is she trying to gouge their prowess? Or did someone pique her interest? It could also be that someone was being a bit rude to her, were the thoughts of all the people who were not knowing of the incident that took place when Daman was leaving the castle. From a distance, Felix, who heard what was happening from the nearby nobles, put a hand on his chin and thought, wasn't she married to someone before she became a dragon because of political reasons? He then looked at the two people who were standing in the closest to Irene from Adrelia's army and asked, that army is from Adrelia, right? What are the names of the two people who are standing in the front? The one wearing that shining armor with a dark complexion is the general of our kingdom, Lord Rung. And that accursed heathen of a commoner who is standing beside him hiding his cowardice behind a mask and robe is the mage called Ian. By some luck he was given the opportunity to become the mage head of our kingdom. After hearing the question, one of the nobles started to explain about it to him, and Felix could easily see how much they hated Ian. He nodded his head, affirming that he understood, and then nodded his head and thought, so that's Ian, huh? He is the one who cut of my BA cough cough anyway, I will deal with that masked bastard later. He will pay for cutting my testicle. More importantly. His gaze then fell on the men wearing shining armor and thought, Rung, I guess that was the name of the men who married Irene in the anime. So that means that Irene was checking him out earlier to see whether he was capable enough to resolve the dispute or not, Fufufu, poor her, if only she knew that the person she is checking out to be her husband would be the first one to abandon her when she starts turning into a dragon. Well, can't be helped, after all. It is necessary so as to not interfere with the plot, since it might make a huge difference if I tried to change anything right now, and me knowing the future is the only cheat that I have, can't let that change. And knowing that she is checking him out, then that means that the attack by the dragons is going to happen soon as well. Isn't the situation way too dangerous right now? Chapter 70, Suspicious Mage. After Irene was done giving her speech to the army, it was already quite late, as all of them could see the setting sun. Not wanting to drag it any longer, Irene informed them about a small celebration that they have prepared for the soldiers of both the kingdoms, making all of them pretty excited about it. Though there was a separate event that was being held inside the palace in which the nobles and other high-ranking people were going to participate. Needless to say, the higher-ups from both the armies were also required to attend the event happening inside the palace, while the rest of the soldiers who were not someone of a noble birth would be attending the informal event happening at some other place. Rung and Daman, who heard about it, ordered some of their direct subordinates who would not be attending the event held within the nobility to take charge on their behalf and make sure that everything was in order. We have to go to the event for the nobles, Guess we need to change our clothes, not to mention a bath to clean of this sweat and all. Great. Now where am I going to get those things in a totally unfamiliar kingdom, said Rung. He then slumped his shoulders, thinking that it was troublesome to go to the event held for the nobles. Seeing him like this, Christopher patted him on his shoulder and said, Don't worry, Rungdano, if you don't mind, you are welcomed in my mansion, which is not too far away from here. Also don't worry about the clothes and all, we can get it prepared there. Hearing that, Rung smiled a bit and looked at Christopher with an appreciative gaze. But suddenly he felt another tap on his shoulders and turned around only to find Ian there. Daman, who when noticed Rung looking towards him, took out a box from his storage and said, Here, your attire to attend official events. Rung looked at Daman with a surprised look on his face and immediately took the box off his hands and opened it to check its contents. He then looked back at Daman and asked, How do you get it? I thought that I lost it during a gamble, right? Well, we cannot let something given to us by the government taken away like that, so I bought it back, though I had to pay a lot for it. Anyway, don't worry about it. Take it and get your ass here soon. Make sure to prepare well, since you would be representing our forces, so put your best effort in styling yourself. Who knows, you might even get the attention of a noble lady, or man, that way. I will pretend that I didn't hear that last part. Anyways, thank you for getting it back for me, cough Ian. You have my utmost gratitude. This make me feel like you are not that bad of a person, said Rung with a smile on his face. I would like to punch your face right now, but I will leave that for later since you have to look good right now. What about you? You know some place to wash up and all? Ah. I don't mind if you joined us to my mansion as well, I don't know, said Christopher looking at Damien with a smile. But Damien shook his head and said, it's all right, don't worry, I have a room here in the palace, so I have no problems regarding all that. So be at ease and make sure that this idiot is dressed up nicely. Ha ha ha, I will do the best I can then, said Christopher chuckling to himself while Rung had some tick marks on his forehead. After that all of them left to prepare for the event and Damien too without wasting any time went towards the room given to him by Irene. He wanted to wash up and get dressed properly before meeting Irene since he was going to meet her after such a long time and didn't want to give a bad impression to her right now. On the way the guards and maids greeted him, to which he greeted them back as well, and once he was in front of his room and was about to open it, he stopped since he noticed someone at the corner of his eyes. What is that prince doing here, was what Damien thought, seeing the prince hiding, or at least trying to hide behind a huge flower pot. Well, none of my concerns anyway. I need to get prepared for the party now, and then used his magic to remove the enchantment that he placed on the door to keep it locked. Once the enchantment was removed, he went inside his room and closed it once again and locked it using enchantments so as to not let any intruder get in. Felix, who was hiding like a ninja trying to gather some information about his target, came out of his hiding place once he saw Damien getting inside his room. He have a personal room in the castle, huh? And it looked like he placed some magic on the door once he got inside, better not meddle with that. But why is he wearing a mask? I'm a suspicious mage, wearing a mask, in a world which is like medieval Europe, and trying to kill the prince, is he an enemy who is planning to take over the kingdom? Felix, who realized something, widened his eyes in shock and stared at the door of the room his target just entered with a suspicious look in his eyes. Calm down. Don't think that far ahead. First collect some information about him before drawing any conclusion. Fuck. Why can't I get this guy's memories before he died? I could have made some connection by the behavior that suspicious-looking men, Damien, that whether he is planning something dangerous or not. He then glanced one final time at the gate and thought, I will have to keep a close eye on him. If he is an enemy who is trying to take over my kingdom, then I will have to deal with him accordingly. After all, Dragunov is already destined to get destroyed by the dragons. My only hope is to be in my kingdom, who was not mentioned in the story at all, as it might be a safe place. He then started walking away, seeing that Damien was not coming out, and thought, I need power, a lot of power if I need to survive, and if that suspicious mage is an enemy then I would need it soon, since Dragunov might get destroyed by the dragons soon. Meanwhile the said suspicious mage was in the bathroom singing a song while taking a shower. Insert song. Why do I have a feeling that I am going to deal with a pain in the ass soon? Whatever, said Damien, shrugging his shoulders, and continued singing. Once he was done, he came out with his body half naked. He then stretched his body and then lied down on the bed, enjoying the cool breeze coming in from the window. I really want to sleep right now. He then stared up at the ceiling and then closed his eyes and said, my promise to King about alliance between the kingdoms is fulfilled, and my promise to Irene is going to fulfill soon too. The things left for me to do are still too many. First, a new mage to take my position. Also, I have to make sure that Princess gets the right to her throne. What else? Participate in Rung's marriage. That is going to take a while, I guess. And started chuckling. He then got up from the bed and took out the clothes that he was going to wear for the event and started dressing up. Chapter 71, Let's Ditch the Party. Currently inside a huge hall inside the palace, a lot of people wearing fancy clothing were present and were talking to each other. Among those people, most of them consisted of high-ranking officials and nobles from Dragunov, while some of them were from Adrelia. The people from Adrelia were busy talking to the nobles and other people from Dragunov so as to make desired connections, since both the kingdoms would be forming an alliance soon. Though amongst all of them, two of the people from Adrelia stood out from the rest, because unlike the others who were trying to form connections, these two on the other hand were surrounded by the people from Dragunov. One of them being Rung, the tan-skinned general from Adrelia, who was considered as a major figure from the war and was thus being praised a lot by the people, A/N, though all the ones who were near him were men, and the other person who was surrounded by a lot of people was Felix, the blonde-haired blue-eyed prince from Adrelia, who being a royalty garnered a lot of attention from others, though most of them surrounding him were girls and their fathers who were trying to introduce themselves. The other people from Adrelia looked at the two people and had to admit that it was quite hectic to be surrounded by these many individuals, if the look on Rung's face was any indication to that, though half of it was because of the huge difference between the groups that were surrounding him and Felix. Felix on the other hand had a smile on his face and was in absolute heaven on being surrounded by the beautiful ladies. He totally ignored their fathers that were near him. This was the first time in the 2 lives that he had lived that he was being surrounded by so many girls, making him imagine many wild fantasies in his head. Oh yeah. This is what ice guy life is. Thanks a lot, Truckin'. With a face like mine, what else is to be expected? The nobles who had been helping Felix from the time he woke up looked at the scene in front of them and thought, yup, that prince is still an idiotic menhor even after losing his memory. I can totally imagine him going wild in his fantasies right now, and gave a sigh in unison. All of them then looked at each other before turning away without saying anything. Feeling that the atmosphere around them turned a bit awkward, one of them gave a fake cough and asked, by the way, where is that commoner? Must be hiding his ugly face behind his mask somewhere, who knows, said another one of them, giving his shoulders a shrug. Oh, that commoner might not be able to come here today, it seems like he had a lot of work, said another noble with a smile on his face. Hearing hi, the other 2 looked at her and asked, what do you mean by that, Ban-sama? The noble by the name of Bans twirled his mustache and said, oh, since he arrived today and we had some documents that His Majesty gave us to be checked by him, I gave him those documents since they were important regarding the alliance before coming here, so I don't believe that he would be able to come here on time. After all, there were quite a lot. Hearing that, the other 2 nobles smirked and said, well, how very unfortunate. Well, this is for the greater good for our kingdom, it can't be helped, right? Ha ha ha. The 3 nobles were now back in their own world and started talking to each other while also making sure that the prince do not mess something up because of his lost memories. The mage squad that was directly under Damien, who heard their talks, felt a bit pissed at them for what they did but didn't say anything. The Queen of Dragonoff, Her Majesty Irene, and Mage Head from Adrelia Lord Ian have arrived, said the person responsible for announcing the arrival of people, whole bowing his head a bit. Suddenly all the commotion that was happening inside the hall stopped as every person present in the room looked towards the door intently. Though the 3 nobles who were talking ill about Damien earlier were shocked seeing that Damien dared to come the party despite having a lot of work given to him by the king. How dare he not only come here and stand amongst the nobles but also leaving the work that His Majesty gave him? That masked asshole, looks like I have to humiliate him regarding it in front of the whole room to make him cower down in shame. Huh, who is that handsome dude? Bans, who was making some plans in his head, suddenly stopped once he saw Irene entering the room while being escorted by a handsome black-haired blue-eyes man. It was not only him, as all the others in the room were surprised to see the Queen of Dragonoff being escorted by the black-haired man, and that the fact that there was no sign of the masked mage head from Adrelia confirmed only one thing. That bastard came here without his mask. Were the words that left Rung's mouth while looking at his friend entering an event without his mask and revealing his identity to others, much to his shock. Meanwhile, Damien, who was escorting Irene, had a small courteous smile on his face while he was looking at the nobles who were looking at him in awe. Hey, idiots who think that people only wear masks because they are ugly, in your face ass holes, were the thoughts that were inside his head, because of which the smile on his face widened a bit more as almost all the ladies in the room blushed a bit seeing him, who was looking quite dashing because of his attire and the aura of mystery because of him removing his mask. Seeing the blush on the faces of the ladies, Damien felt a bit proud of his looks but soon felt a stinging pain in his arms which was being held by Irene. Damien, who understood what was happening with the red-haired woman holding his arm, had a wry smile on his face as he looked towards her and with a bow said, "Well then, Lady Irene, thank you for giving me the honor of escorting you here, it was a wonderful experience for me," and released his hand from hers and immediately using his magic to relieve the pain a bit. Irene, who saw him pulling his arm back, felt a bit disappointed but still the look on her face didn't change as she too have a curt nod and said, "It was a wonderful experience for me as well to be escorted by you." Damien, hearing that, gave a sly smirk and whispered in a tone so that only Irene could hear him and said, "I am glad that you liked it, my lady, after all you are the first person I have ever escorted." Irene, who heard that she was Damien's first, felt happy from the inside and was trying her best to stop the stupid grin that was threatening to come up on her face at any instant, though the blush that she had on her cheek was more than enough for Damien to know that she was happy and immediately thought, "Let's ditch the party and be alone with her." Chapter 72, Under the Sky. After Damien and Irene separated from each other, both of them immediately became the center of attention of the event and were surrounded by people. Some of the people who were surrounding Rung also gathered around him in order to congratulate him for his achievements during the war, while some of the noble ladies that were surrounding Felix also gathered around him in order to introduce themselves. Felix, who saw him become the center of attention, narrowed his eyes and thought, "What's with that face of his? Even though it's not as good as mine, he still would be pretty close to my level. Wasn't he a commoner?" How the fuck dies a commoner gets to have genes to a level similar to that of the royal family, not to mention that his magic is great as well. Isn't it the royal family whose genes are pathetic compared to his, I mean good looks, great affinity for magic? If not for the status and wealth, the royal family of Adrelia would have been inferior to him in every aspect. His gaze then fell on the girls who were looking at Damien with a blush on their cheeks, making him feel a bit pissed at him, and although it was just for a moment, his eyes gave a purple radiance. And just as that happened, the nearby people who were surrounding him looked towards him once again, and the people surrounding both Rung and Damien slowly left their side to make some small talk to Felix. Rung, who was freed from the hassle of dealing with the nobles, gave a sigh of relief, while Damien, who was looking at Felix with the corner of his eyes, thought, there he goes again, feeling inferior and using fascinating magic to attract attention. Sigh, such an attention whore. But soon he looked away from him as he noticed some people approaching him. Seeing their familiar but dumbstruck faces, Damien smiled and said, "My, you coming to meet me on your own? Now that's a first time, isn't it, Lord Bans?" The said noble and his two companions stiffened a bit as they recognized his voice, and Bans said with a fake smile on his face, "Seems like you indeed are the masked mage. I thought you wouldn't come here, since the level of this event is even higher than the one hosted in our kingdom, and might feel uncomfortable here since a lot of high-class people have gathered here. Not to mention, didn't you have a lot of documents to go through given by His Majesty?" Hearing that, Damien made an expression as if he realized something and said, "Ah, the documents that you dumped upon me just before coming here, right? Don't worry, I am not a person to let my work pile up, so you can be rest assured. Do forget me for my coarse language. After all, as you say, there is indeed a difference in our classes." Hearing him, all three of them were pissed at him as he mocked them openly, but didn't say anything as they were still in a public place. They just smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, it is the duty of the one with the higher standing to give a chance of forgiveness to one with lower standing." Hearing that, Damien nodded and said, "Right, then I forgive you. Now let me go and greet the other guests," and did a curt bow before leaving, the three of them standing there completely motionless. A moment later, Bans looked at his companions with a smile on his face and asked, "Did that commoner just indirectly said that I am of a lower standing when compared to him?" Seeing the smile, his two comparisons gulped their saliva and nodded their heads. Bans nodded his head as well and said, "Looks like I will have to make him realize about the difference between our positions." While Bans and the other two nobles were deciding such things, the group of the higher-ups from both the armies gathered together near the place where refreshments were kept, with each of them having a glass of wine in their hands, talking to each other, since most of the people in the hall were affected by Felix's magic, which he used unconsciously. Christopher looked towards Felix with amazement and said, "Looks like His Highness Felix is really an admirable person, that most of the people here wants to get acquainted with him." Rung, who heard that, nodded his head and said, "Yeah, the scene is always like this whenever there is an event like this. I don't know how, but he sure has been popular amongst the people." Damien, on the other hand, silently sipped on his drink and thought, that attention Horus just using fascination magic to attract the people, and if only someone pointed that out, then the effect of the magic will be destroyed immediately. He then looked towards Irene, who was talking with some of the nobles, and thought, though people like us who have high levels of ether nano are not affected by it, this include those people as well who have a strong will, like the soldiers and mages of the kingdoms. That's why he uses threats to control the soldiers who are not affected by his magic. Damien then sighed and muttered, "Such an asshole." Hearing that brought the attention of the people standing near him, who looked at him with questioning gaze. Looking back at them, Damien shook his head and said, "No, nothing. Sorry about that, I was thinking about something else." "No need to apologize, Iandono, though I have to admit I didn't thought that you would be hiding such a nice face behind that mask of yours." "Yeah, even I never expected that you would be showing your face like that," asked Rung with a confused look on his face. Damien gulped the remaining drink in his glass and said, "We were going to make an alliance with a powerful kingdom like Dragonov, and there was a chance that some of the nobles or other higher-ups would have not liked someone wearing a mask in such a gathering, you know." He then kept his empty glass on the table near him and said, "Excuse me then," and started walking away. Seeing him walk away, the other got curious and asked where he was going, to which Damien replied that he was going to introduce himself to the people with whom he haven't done yet. And even though the people were under the effects of Felix's magic, Damien used his own magic power to cover a group of them, which seemingly brought them out of trance, and then introduced himself to them, who happily talked with him as well. Once he was done with all the nobles from Dragonov, he decided to finish this introduction by finally greeting the prince, who was in his own paradise, being surrounded by beautiful noble women, among which consisted of both married and non-married ones. Seeing him with a silly smile on his face, Daman tried his best to not massage his temples as he was feeling a slight headache, seeing him flirting with someone else's wife, using his magic. He really wanted to make the people get out of his magic by informing them about him using it, but stopped himself. The alliance between both the kingdoms is on the verge of completion, and I don't want to take any chances of it getting ruined because of some idiot attention whore. I have already taken a while year to get here and I am not going to lose it. Not to mention, I have promised the king to get this alliance formed without any problems, and I am not going to let him down, since he was the only one who gave me such a position despite of my background and all. He then took a deep breath, deciding to deal with the problem in front of him once the alliance is formed, and said, "Good evening, Your Highness. Looks like you are as popular as ever." Felix, who heard someone talking to him, turned his head in the direction where the voice came from, although a bit reluctantly since he was distributed while he was talking with a woman. But once he turned his head, his eyes widened a bit and he thought, the suspicious mage. What happened? Did he somehow got jealous of me because of me being surrounded by all these ladies and have come to deal with me? Well, it's hard not being jealous when you see a guy being surrounded by MILFs and onisans. Good evening to you as well, do I know you? Hey, how was that? Totally like someone who has lost his memories. Daman widened his eyes a bit and thought, did this bastard really using that strategy to insult me? Immediately a wry smile appeared on his face and he said, that was a nice joke, Your Highness. But Felix shook his head and said, sorry, but that wasn't a joke. You see, during my way journey from Adrelia to Dragonov, we got attacked, and after suffering from an injury, I seem to have lost my memories, so please forgive me for not remembering you. Daman was once again surprised by what he just heard. The news about the prince who was attacked and have lost his memories was not something that he had heard before. But soon his expression turned back to normal and he thought, and you are flirting like that with someone else's wife like that, using your magic after losing your memories, and the surprising part about it is that I am not surprised by this at all. Soon his expression turned to a worried one as he asked Felix, really? I apologize, I didn't know about it. I do hope that you are fine now. Yeah, I am fine now, thanks for worrying, Let me reintroduce myself. I am the mage head of Adrelia, Ian. It's nice to meet you, Your Highness. Felix, and bowed his head a bit. Felix bowed his head as well and said, it's nice to meet you too. Daman then talked with Felix for a while, and once he noticed that he was started to get irritated since he was not wanted to put his attention back on the girls, Daman took his leave and then walked out of the wall, wanting to relax a bit after having a stressful conversation with the people inside the hall. He then opened the topmost button of his shirt and then walked towards the open area to get some fresh air. Once he reached the balcony, he opened the door and walked out, taking a deep breath. He then leaned against the railings and stretched his body a bit before looking towards the sky, which was full of stars. Seriously, I have never seen such a night sky back on Earth, and I thought that all those pictures of the sky filled with stars were photoshopped. He then heard the sound of someone's footsteps and looked towards the door, only to find a familiar red-headed woman walking towards him. Seeing each other, both of them smiled a bit and Daman stopped leaning and stood straight. Irene walked in and then closed the door behind her and stood there silently. I. Both of them tried to speak, but unfortunately both of them said at the same time, turning the atmosphere a bit awkward. Irene then gestured him to continue, to which he nodded and said, although it's a bit late, but I am back, Irene. Irene smiled while nodding her head and said, welcome back, Daman. I am happy that you came back. She then walked forward and hugged him, to which Daman smiled and hugged her back as well. Looks like someone missed me a lot, said Daman with a smirk on his face. But to his surprise, instead of getting embarrassed, Irene looked up with a loving smile on her face and said, yeah, I missed you a lot during the time you were gone. Seeing her smile like that, Daman became speechless for a while and thought, what the hell is with that destructive power? But soon he snapped out of his thoughts and caressed her hair and said, then I guess I wasn't the only one who was missing you. Irene smiled, hearing that Daman missed her as well, even thought they talked frequently using the communication lacrima. She then hugged him a bit tighter and buried her face in her chest with a slight blush on her cheeks. Daman, who was suddenly hugged tightly by her, was about surprised, since she didn't used to do that back when he was still staying in the castle. Your heart is beating fast, you know, said Irene, looking up at Daman's face with a cheeky grin on her face. Daman looked at her without any change in his expression and said, and whose fault do you think is that? Irene chuckled and then said, I don't know, why don't you tell me, with a playful look on her face. Seeing that Damien stared at her blankly for a while, but soon a grin appeared on his face as well, and immediately Irene, who was hugging Damien, was separated from him only to find her back leaning against the railing with her waist being held by Damien, whose face was very close to hers. "What are you doing?" said Irene with a blush on her face, getting embarrassed by Damien's sudden action. Damien smiled at her and said, I don't know. Why don't you tell me what I am going to do," and placed his free hand on her cheek and caressed it. Irene trembled on feeling him caress her cheek as her cheeks turned even redder and she looked down in shame. But Damien didn't allow her to do that and raised her head using his hand and said, "Hey Irene, tell me, what am I going to do?" and brought his face even closer. "SS. I didn't hear you." "Say a bit clearly," said Damien with his smile still present on his face. Irene looked at him with a slight angry expression on her face and said, "You are acting very mean." She then averted her eyes and said, "Kiss, right," and then looked at him with the corner of her eyes. "Heh, so you want a kiss, huh, fine then." And then brought his face closer to hers. Wait, a bit," said Irene, placing her hands in front of her face. But Damien caught her hand and moved them out of his way and asked, "Why? You don't want to?" Irene, whose eyes were shut slightly, shook her head and said, "No, it's not like that." "Then look at me, Irene." Irene, who heard that, opened her eyes after a while and looked at Damien, who was looking at her seriously. Seeing his expression, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes while bringing her face closer. Damien smiled as well and then slowly placed his lips on top of hers and started kissing her. Irene, who received the kiss, started to feel her strength in her legs disappearing and put her arms around Damien's neck, who too placed her hands around her waist to support her a bit. That night two people had a very long make-out session under the starry sky without the knowledge of anyone knowing about it. Chapter 73, Are You Awake Yet? 18+. Chapter 74, Race. After getting couple cough cough called by Xena, Irene immediately went to her room through the wall by changing it to a passage to her room so as to not get seen by others. Damien then closed the path once Irene was in there and looked at the tent which was pitched up in his pants. He then looked at his hand and said, "Get ready, partner." After some time Damien came out of his room doing unquestionable things and looked towards Xena, who was standing in front of Irene's door probably waiting for her to come out after getting dressed up by the other maids. He stared at the old maid with a conflicted expression on his face before turning around and walk away, since he didn't want to face Irene at the moment as it would be quite awkward for the both of them. Damien then went to the area where the dragons interacts with the hummas and noticed that only a few dragons were currently here. He soon spotted Maca and walked towards him. Maca, who recognized his scent, looked at him with a smile on his face and said, "Yo Ian, long time no see. How's life been?" Damien waved his hand and said, "Long time no see, Maca Gigi. Life's well, busy fucking me whenever she gets the opportunity, mumble just like this morning." "Huh, what happened in the morning?" Damien looked at the old dragon who asked him the question and facepalmed. Dragons have good senses. He then shook his head and said, "Nothing, don't mind me. What about you, is your health okay?" The dragon then stood up, and it was then that Damien realized that Maca was very large, even larger than Etherion, who could be called one of the biggest dragons he has ever seen. Seeing the surprised look on his face, Maca felt proud and said, "Gobsmacked by my majesty, huh? Well, can't blame you though. After all, my awesomeness speaks for itself." Maca then flapped his wings a bit since they felt a bit numb because of not being used for quite a while. "Let's go out for a while, there is not much to do here anyways, since most of the dragons are out there on the battlefield or in the healing wards," and then moved his hand forward, gesturing him to climb on top of him. Damien got on the top of his hand, after which Maca placed him on top of his head. "Make sure to not fall," said Maya before he started flapping his wings and took flight. Once they were out in the open sky, Maca gave out a roar in order to inform the dragons who were guarding the castle about them going out for a bit. Once the confirmation was made, Maca immediately sped up, making Damien fall back because of the wind pushing him away. Damien, who was totally shocked by the speed of the old dragon, immediately put enchantments to form a barrier in front of him and said, "Hey, are you trying to make me fall?" "Ah, please don't fall for me, I am straight." Hearing his answer, Damien had a cold look on his face, seeing which Maca flinched a bit and said, "Hey, anyway, jokes aside, I can still speed up a bit more. Wanna see how fast can I get?" and looked at Damien with a challenging smirk on his face. Seeing his smirk, Daman smirked as well and said, then why not we have a race, and then used his Omnitrix to transform into Jetre and started to fly beside Maca. Maya looked at the small creature flying near him and said, you sure? Despite my age, I think that I could still be one of the fastest dragons alive. Oh, don't worry, just make sure that you don't lose sight of me. Both of them then stopped in the mid-air and stared at each other for a mile. Maca then looked in front and pointed at one of the mountain peaks visible to them and said, then how about we race till that mountain peak? Daman looked at the peak at which Maca was pointing at and nodded his head. Both of them then prepared themselves, with Maca having multiple magic circle forming in front of him and Daman completely focused towards the peak. 3, 2, 1. Just as Maca shouted the last number, both of them immediately launched forward while breaking the sound barrier without any effort. Daman, who was still in his speeding up session, was a bit surprised seeing the dragon being able to keep up with him and doing that while having a manic-like smirk on his face. This guy really is a veteran. If it wasn't for that poison, he could have been the strongest dragon in the kingdom and would be sent to war. But then Daman stopped thinking such things and started to speed up a bit, enough to not warp into space, and a few seconds later reached the top of the peak. Soon Maca reached there as well without breaking a sweat and said, phew, you are pretty fast yourself, eh? Well, not better than me in my prime, but still you are good, I will give you that. Maca, GG, you are pretty fast yourself. I didn't think much about it earlier, but what type of dragon are you? Me, I am Time Dragon, great, right? Daman nodded his head in admiration, since he knew how rare and strong time mages were and that element used by a dragon will make it insanely strong and versatile. Well, since you win, here is your reward. Huh, what reward? You don't need to do something like that, it was just a small competition. Maca snorted and said, don't argue too much, just think of it as a gift from your grandfather. Here, catch, and threw something towards Daman. Daman, who saw something coming towards him, immediately catched it and saw a pretty big lacrima in his hand. What is this? Oh, just a lacrima filled with my time magic. It's really helpful in case of a serious injury or fastening a process. Like fermentation or something. Well, I used it for healing and such, so not that big of a deal. Daman nodded, since it was true that lacrimas filled with dragon magic were not that big of a deal in Dragonoff, since the non-mages used them as consumables to use various devices. But despite that, Daman was surprised by the sheer size of the lacrima and the amount of magic energy filled with it. He admired it for a while and looked towards Maca with an appreciative and thankful gaze. Seeing that, Maca gave a toothy smile and gave a thumbs up. But all of a sudden both of them widened their eyes in surprise and turned their heads only to see a huge wave of fire coming towards them. Both of them immediately got out of the way of the fire and then looked towards the direction where it came from and saw a red-scaled dragon. Hey, what's the big deal, man? That was totally cowardly for a dragon, said Daman, pointing his finger towards the dragon while still being in his transformed form. Maca nodded his head as well and glared at the dragon and said, that was really unbecoming of a dragon. You young asshole. Wanna get crushed by the legendary Maca-sama? But the dragon just glared at them while also prepared to attack once again. But suddenly his eyes widened a bit as he looked towards Maca with surprise. Maca-san, is that you? Huh, you speaking like you know me or so? Wait a minute, are you that Igneal brat who claimed the title of the Fire Dragon King? Yes, it's me, Igneal, long time no see, Maca-san, said the red-scaled dragon with a smile on his face. Yeah. Long time no see, now tell me, how do you want me to kill you for firing that fireball at me, said Maya with an expressionless face. Igneal, who heard that, gulped his saliva as some of his past interactions with the old dragon stated to surface his mind. Hey! Who the hell are you to threaten Igneal like that? Come down here if you have the guts. I will take you on, you bastard. Suddenly both of them heard a voice and looked down only to see a small pink-haired boy standing beside Igneal's leg. Chapter 75, Natsu. Both Maca and Daman looked towards the small pink-haired boy curiously, and Daman asked Maca, just to make sure, that dragon is friendly towards humans, right? Maca nodded his head in response and then looked towards the child who was still taunting him to come down and face him. Let's see what's the story here, and started to descend. Seeing that, Daman transformed back to his human form and let gravity do its work to get him down. Once he got close enough, he made a platform using his enchantment and then used it to jump towards the others and landed on the ground without any problems. He then saw the others looking towards them with the kid looking at him with stars in his eyes and with an excited tone said, "That was so cool." Seeing the excited look on his face, Daman chuckled and said, "Thank you, kid." The boy nodded his head and said, "I am Natsu Dragneel, a fire dragon slayer. Who are you, Nikan, and teach me how to do that?" Natsu then came really close towards Daman while looking at him with admiration. Daman stopped him from getting closer than he already was by patting his head and said, "Natsu, was it?" "I am Ian, and did you just say that you are a dragon slayer?" Daman looked at him curiously, since the only way that he knew by which people could learn dragon slayer magic was by having the same magic getting enchanted to their system, and there was no way in hell a small child of Natsu's age could go through the process. Natsu, who heard Daman's question, had a wide grin on his face, thinking that he was taking interest in him since he knew dragon slayer magic. The person who just did a cool stunt in front of him was taking interest in him. There was no way he was not gonna show off to him. Natsu then covered his fists in fire and said, "Yeah, see this my fire dragon slayer magic. Igneel taught it to me," and looked towards the red dragon with a huge smile on his face. Seeing him smiling, the Igneel snorted and said, "Don't call that wick of your dragon slayer magic, it's an insult to it and me, you know," and then blew some air from his mouth which immediately extinguished the small fire around his fist. Natsu looked towards his fist and then towards Igneel, then again towards his fist and then back at Igneel. He repeated this for a while when finally his eyes and mouth widened in shock and he glared towards Igneel and said, "Whose flames are you calling a wick?" and jumped towards Igneel wanting to punch him. But Igneel just snorted and slapped him away with his tail and said, "You are 100 years too young to hit me, you know." Daman, who looked at the dragon and child pair with a deadpan expression on his face, thought, "Yup, he is not a threat to humans, except for that Natsu kid." He then looked towards Igneel, who looked small compared to Maca, and asked, "Are you the one who taught him the dragon slayer magic?" Igneel looked towards the human, who wasn't the slightest bit afraid of him, and nodded his head with a slight smirk on his face and thought, he should be stronger than he seems. Even Maca-san was talking casually with him earlier. "Ah, let me introduce myself. I am that brat's foster father and the fire dragon king, Igneel. I apologize for attacking you earlier," and bowed his head a bit. Daman too then lowered his head a bit on seeing the dragon bowing his head and said, no need to apologize, I am Ian the mage head from Adrelia. Now can you tell me how is it possible for the boy to learn dragon slayer magic without getting it enchanted in his magic system?" Hearing his question, Igneel narrowed his eyes a bit. Noticing that he was being glared by the dragon, Daman raised his hands in surrender and said, "Don't look like that. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine as well. I was just curious. I can find the method by transforming into gray matter later anyway." Igneel nodded his head and said, "Sorry about that, but I am not willing to share that method. Can't have humans with bad intention to learn dragon slayer magic, or there might be an army of them to deal with later. Sorry, but I don't know anything about you, human." Both the dragon and the human stared at each other, having some thoughts running through their minds. Suddenly all of them heard a voice which brought them out of their thoughts. "Igneel, how dare you tail slap me away," said the pink-haired boy with huge bump on top of his head and a few scratches all over his body. All of them looked at him and Daman asked, "Is he fine?" Igneel snorted and said, "He should be, he is training to be a dragon after all." Maca looked at Igneel and then towards the pink-haired boy and asked, "From which angle does he look fine to you?" Daman then walked towards him and took out a potion from his storage and poured it on top of Natsu's head. "Hey, what the hell are you do?" It doesn't hurt anymore." He then looked towards Daman with his eyes blinking, to which Daman smiled and shook the bottle in his hand and said, "It's a potion which heals injuries, still sorry for setting your hair." But Natsu vigorously shook his hair and said, "No need to worry, I told you right. I am a fire dragon slayer," and ignited his hair thinking to dry them. Just as he did that, the other three widened their eyes in shock and Igneel immediately shouted, "Oh, I idiot, what the hell are you doing?" Natsu glared towards Igneel and shouted, "Who are you calling an idiot, you idi? My hair are on fire. My hair are on fire." Natsu then started to run around in panic while grabbing his head in between his hands. Igneel immediately rushed towards him, lifted him in his hand and then put him inside his mouth. "Did you just eat him?" But Igneel then took out the boy from his mouth and said, "No," and then looked at the saliva-covered boy. "Your mouth stinks," said Natsu, who was immediately smacked on the head by a pissed Igneel. Daman and Natsu, who was still covered in dragon drool, decided to go to a nearby lake and let him wash up while the dragons were catching up with each other. Natsu, who was leading Daman, looked towards him and asked, Niken, you are a mage as well, right? What type of magic do you use? Daman looked at the kid and said, Me, I can use enchantments, enhancement magic and transformation magic. You don't understand it, huh? Natsu, who was making a confused face on hearing Daman's words, felt a bit embarrassed since Daman pointed out that he didn't know the meaning of those words. 3. Understand. Seeing him trying to act like he know what Daman's magic were, Daman laughed at him, making Natsu even more embarrassed. After a while, Daman stopped laughing and looked around and picked up 2 branches from the ground and showed them to Natsu. See these sticks? Can you break them with your hands? Natsu nodded his head with a smile on his face and trying to show off his non-existent muscles. Daman smiled and gave one of the sticks to him and said, Break it then. Natsu nodded and easily broke the stick with his bare hands. Daman nodded his head and then once again gave the stick to Natsu and asked him to do the same. Natsu looked curiously at Daman, who had a slight smirk on his face. But he just shrugged his shoulder and started to break the branch in 2. What the hell is this branch made of? Yelled an annoyed Natsu, who was trying his best to snap the branch in half, but it was not even bulging a millimeter. Daman, who was enjoying seeing the small child struggling to break the branch, thought that he had messed enough with him. It won't break, Natsu. I am using my enhancement magic to enhance its durability, or in simpler terms, my magic improved his hardness and made it difficult to break apart. O can use that magic to enhance anything, be it speed, strength or whatever. He then removed the magic from the branch and immediately after which Natsu was able to break it apart. Natsu then looked at the broken branch with a triumphant look on his face and then turned towards Daman and said, Then you can become a lot stronger and faster by using that magic. Daman nodded and said, Not only me, I can even make you stronger and faster with my magic. Heh, I don't need it. I am already strong. We already reached here, exclaimed Natsu, running towards the lake which now came into their view. Chapter 76, Upgrade. Once both of them reached the lake, both the boys immediately took off their clothes and jumped into the lake. It's been a while for Daman since he left the forest, and swimming in the lake after such a long time felt a bit nostalgic to him. Natsu, who was busy cleaning off the dragon drool from his body with the soap given to him by Daman, looked at Daman with stars in his eyes. Seeing his well-toned body with minimal fat on it made him rise even more in Natsu's mind. Once he was done cleaning himself, Natsu too got into the water and swam closer to Daman and immediately asked, Niken, let me touch your muscles. Please. Daman, who saw the boy who was admiring his muscles, smiled and nodded his head. Seeing him nod, Natsu immediately grabbed Daman's arms and started feeling his muscles and was even more impressed by them. You must be really strong since you have such great muscles. Igneal told me that humans with great physical strength have good muscles. Daman looked at the boy curiously and asked, So Natsu, what is Igneal to you anyway? He is my dad who also teaches me magic. Daman nodded his head and asked, So how did the two of you meet? Hearing that, Natsu thought about it for a while and said, I don't know that much, but I have been with him for as long as I can remember. He told me that he found me in the forest and took me in. Natsu was now swimming in the lake without much care in the world, totally naked. But suddenly Daman felt something and immediately rushed towards Natsu, who was confused as to why Daman was rushing towards him. Daman immediately took the boy in his arms and enhanced his durability for the incoming attack that he was expecting. And just as he expected, a huge shadow appeared below the two of them. Seeing the sheer size of the shadow, Daman frowned a bit and looked towards the boy who was in his arms, totally unaware of what was happening. Natsu, get on my back and grab it tightly, okay, and moved Natsu behind him, who even though was confused, still followed Daman's order. Daman then immediately formed an enchantment under his feet and started moving towards the bank at a very high speed. But just as he did that, the shadow started to chase him as well. It was then that Natsu noticed that something was following them and widened his eyes in shock. He then immediately looked in front and gripped Daman tightly. Daman, who felt the arms tighten around him, knew that the boy finally noticed the being following them and asked, Do you know what it is? Natsu nodded his head vigorously and said, That's the king of this lake. It didn't attack me before because of Igneal, so I forgot about it. Daman nodded his head and then formed a platform using his enchantment and then jumped up in the air. Just as he jumped up, the being that was following him also jumped up and revealed itself. A huge blue serpentine creature with its mouth open wide, filled with sharp teeth, trying to catch the two of them, was what Daman and Natsu saw, A/N, basically a really huge Gyarados. Daman, who saw the creature coming closer, formed another platform and changed his path and dodged the attack. He then landed on the ground and said, "Hide, Natsu, I will take care of it." Wait, even Igneal have difficulty dealing with it. How are you gone? That Igneal of yours have an attribute disadvantage unlike me. And I am much stronger than I look, so hide unless you want to become fish food. That thing's a fish. Daman for the first time then turned around and was seen with some drool coming out of his mouth. He then nodded his head and said, "Yeah, and a tasty one at that. Though it is very rare, and one of this size, I have never seen it." Natsu, who heard Daman's words, gulped his salvia as well but soon shook his head and, "But it's so big, thick and strong. Are you sure you will be fine, Niken?" But Daman, instead of answering, formed an barrier enchantment in front of him, blocking the pressurized water ball fired by the creature. "Yeah, I will be fine." He then rotated the dial of his Omnitrix and after selecting the transformation he pressed it and got enveloped in a blue light. Soon the light started to dissipate and a light blue-colored humanoid jellyfish-like creature appeared, amphibian. Natsu, who saw the creature, had his mouth open wide and immediately asked, "Niken, ID that you?" The jellyfish-like creature turned his head to look at the boy and said, "Yup, it's the great me," but then he noticed the Omnitrix on his chest started to blinking, Maca him confused. Is something wrong?" and tapped the chest piece to check whether there was a problem or not. Energy limit fulfilled, starting the upgradation process, upgrades complete, established DNA link. Daman, who had already formed a barrier and was blocking the incoming onslaught of the pressurized water jet, looked at the Omnitrix in confusion but suddenly realized something and widened his eyes. "Is that the upgrade that he talked about? So it's finally upgrading, huh?" A blue light surrounded him once again and this time the same humanoid creature appeared. Once again, although with some changes in its appearance and color, amphibian. A red-colored humanoid jellyfish with some spikes coming out of its tentacle knot stood where Daman was. Amphibian. Daman looked at his new body in surprise and said, "Ultimate transformations, huh, not bad at all." He then looked towards the giant fish who was glaring at him in anger and pointed one of his tentacle towards it and said, "Zap," and fired a red thunderbolt towards the fish, electrocuting it to the point of burning it a bit and evidently killing it in the process. The fish's eyes turned white as it fell down on the surface of water and floated motionlessly over it. Daman looked at his tentacle which just fired the thunderbolt and thought, powerful. It was way too powerful. There was no way that huge fish was going to die from just a single shock from the normal amphibian. Ultimate transformations rock. Meanwhile, Natsu, who was hiding behind the tree, saw the whole spectacle in front of him with awe and was not able to comprehend what just happened. The only thing he knew was, Nii-chan is strong. And cool, thought Natsu looking at his idol he met today. Chapter 77, Meeting the Others. Daman, who one-shotted the giant sea creature, transformed back to his human form and then looked towards his upgraded Omnitrix. He then noticed a steel gray-colored armband having the Omnitrix symbol dial embedded in it and emitting a blue light. He was honestly surprised by the sudden upgrade but nonetheless was happy about the power-up. But while he was busy admiring his new Omnitrix, an awestruck Natsu came towards him and said, "You were awesome, Niken. I want to do it too. Tell me, how did you do that? Tell me. Tell me." Daman looked at the excited Natsu and gave a wry smile and said, "If you want to do something like that, first you have to grow up and become strong, Natsu. You are not that strong right now." Natsu nodded his head and said, "Then does that mean if I become as old as you I would be able to do that?" Daman shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who knows, that depends on how strong you become once you grow up, you might even become even stronger than me, you know." Natsu, who heard that he might even be stronger than Daman in future, had a bright smile on his face, seeing which Daman chuckled and ruffled his pink hair and said, "But right now you are way weaker than me, so don't get full of yourself." He then walked towards the dead sea creature and stored it in his storage and said, "Wash up, Natsu, once you are done we will go back and eat this delicacy. I will even get some for Irene, she will definitely like it." Natsu nodded and tilted his head a bit and said, "Niken, you have a weird look on your face." Daman, who heard that, immediately turned back to his usual self and said, "Huh, what's wrong with my face?" Natsu blinked his eyes in surprise and rubbed them a bit, not able to believe that Daman's face was normal. He even protested that his face was indeed weird but in the end lost due to Daman's persuasion. Looks like it was bad idea to imagine Irene in the form of a mermaid with her breasts exposed. Thought Damien after he was able to succeed in removing the thought from Natsu's head. Once both of them were done, Damien and Natsu got ready to go back, with Natsu having a new set of clothes given to him by Damien, and now he was finally fully covered instead of just wearing some ragged pants. Damien then picked Natsu up in his embrace and immediately started to speed up back to the place they came from, much to Natsu's happiness as he was enjoying the speed at which Damien was moving. Soon Damien came back where he left Maca and Igneel, but was surprised when he saw even more dragons there. I did felt them, but seriously, when the hell did all of them came here, and what's with each of them having a human child with them, thought Damien as he saw the dragons and children that were present there. The dragons too noticed their presence and said look towards them, and Maca said, "Oh Ian, you returned, huh? Come here, let me introduce you to these brats." Damien nodded and placed Natsu down, who was glaring towards a black-haired kid whose face was filled with piercings. The other children were also curious about Damien but felt a bit shy to interact with him. Damien then walked towards Maca casually as he didn't felt any threat from the dragons, unless they decided to gang up on him. Just as he got close to them, one of the dragons swung its tail, noticing which Damien just crouched down and avoided the attack and continued to walk towards them without a change in his expression. He then looked towards the dragon who swung its tail and noticed a dragon made up totally of metal. He then showed a charming smile on his face and then raised his middle finger towards the dragon, making the said dragon a bit pissed at the human in front of him. "Ha ha ha ha, well then looks like you two are already getting along, but still let me introduce you all to Ian, a mage from Adrelia. He is like a grandson to me. And Ian, these brats are dragon kings, and queens of their respective elements. The one who just attacked you, Metallicana the Iron Dragon. He is a bit spunky and has a habit of not being honest with himself, so don't think ill of him." "Oh I geezer, shut your mouth," said Metallicana, but immediately regretted that as he received a glare from Maca which shut him up. Looks like Maca Gigi really is a force to be reckoned with, seeing that he could shut the dragon with just a glare, thought Damien looking at Metallicana, who was slightly trembling. Cough cough asterisk. Anyway, then next here is Grandini. He then introduced each and every dragon present there, and Damien too was fine with them since they seemed to have a fine personality, well except for Metallicana, who was still a bit pissed at Damien for earlier. Suddenly Damien heard one of the child crying and saw that the blue-haired kid standing near Natsu and the black-haired kid that were fighting was the one to be crying. He then saw that both the boys then immediately stopped fighting and started to stop the little girl from crying any further. The other two kids, one blonde and the other black-haired, were looking a bit panicked, not knowing how to stop the girl from crying. Seeing that, Damien smiled a bit and thought, they remind me a bit of me and my sis from my world, though only our younger self, after which we were just at each other's throat. I still remember all the times she ratted me out and told Mom about my grades and all. He then walked towards them and asked, "Hey Natsu, what happened here?" Hearing his voice, all of them suddenly stiffened up, even Natsu, as he didn't know what to do if his new idol thought that he was a boy who bullied people weaker than him and make kids cry. Ian Nyakin, I did not hang, I was just showing Gajiel who was better, and he suddenly Wendy started crying. I swear I didn't do anything to make her cry. The other children just looked towards Natsu curiously since he was talking to the stranger and didn't know what to do. Damien then looked towards the blue-haired girl, who too was looking at him curiously but immediately looked away once she Damien looking towards her. Damien then crouched down at his spot without getting any closer than he already was since he didn't want to make the girl panicked, and asked, "So, your name is Wendy, huh?" The little girl just nodded her head, not speaking anything in response. Damien smiled and said, "So what happened? You suddenly started to cry. Did you get hurt somewhere?" Wendy wasn't sure what to do and looked towards Natsu, who was the only one familiar with the person talking to her. Natsu in turn looked back at her with a gaze which said, "Please tell him it's not my fault." Wendy, who somehow felt what he wanted to convey, shook her head and said, "No, I am not hurt." Damien nodded and said, "So then what happened that made a strong girl like you cry?" Wendy felt a bit embarrassed on hearing him call her strong and said, "Two don't like to see them fighting," and lowered her head. Damien just patted her head and said, "So you don't want them to fight, and seeing no way to stop them you started to cry, huh?" To which the blue-haired kid nodded her head. Damien chuckled and took out some sweets from his storage and placed one of them in his palm and offered it to her and said, "Then you are a good girl not wanting to see you friends like that. Here, take this as your reward." Just as he took out the sweets, all the children who had enhanced senses of the dragon slayer smelled it and gulped their saliva, it's not like they get to eat sweets that much, so it really tempted all of them. Wendy looked towards the sweet in Damien's hands with shining eyes, but was hesitating a bit. She stared back at the one who was offering her, and seeing his friendly smile took the sweet and immediately placed it in her mouth. Soon her eyes widened in surprise as a blissful expression appeared on her face, and it started melting some time later. By the time she finished the first one, her wariness towards Damien decreased a lot as she looked back at him expectantly. Not only her, the other kids were looking at him expectantly as well, except for the boy called Gajiel, who was trying to act tough and looking away but still was glancing towards Damien from the corner of his eyes. Damien smiled and said, "You can ask me if you want, you know," and immediately Natsu rushed towards him and asked him for some sweets. Even Wendy asked some more, though she felt shy while doing it. The other two kids who were closer to Wendy's age, whom Damien came to know as Sting and Rouge, asked for some as well. Once he gave all of them some, he looked towards Gajiel, who looking at others with envy and said, "Hey you Gajiel, right?" Gajiel looked towards Damien and asked, "What?" Damien with his usually friendly smile said, "Will you help me clear the leftovers," and shook the bag with the remaining sweets. Gajiel wanted to refuse, but Damien just threw the bag towards him, which he caught without any problems and said, "Thanks for helping me." Gajiel clicked his tongue and looked away and put one of the sweets in his mouth and widened his eyes in surprise, just like Wendy. "Era, Gajiel, are you smiling?" asked Natsu nonchalantly, seeing his fellow dragon slayer enjoying the sweets. Gajiel stiffened up hearing that and glanced towards Natsu, who was standing on his right, and stared at him for a while, and suddenly Iron Dragon Club punched the fire dragon slayer, who easily dodged the attack. Natsu then started teasing him, pissing Gajiel off, and started another quarrel with him. Chapter 78, Back to the Castle. Damien then shared some portion of the fish that he caught with the dragons and the kids, which earned him a look of amazement from all of them except for Natsu, who was standing beside Damien puffing up his chest in pride. Seeing that, Igneal felt a bit annoyed but just kept those thoughts at the corner of his mind and eyed the human who was currently being looked by the other dragon kings and Quen. Maca then took up the huge fish and flew up in the air and said, "What are you all waiting for? Igneal, light up the flames. Metallicana, make a grill big and strong enough to hold this thing." Hearing that, the dragon kings and queen looked towards the old dragon and just nodded their heads. Wyverns and Skyadram then went away to gather some firewood, while Metallicana started to make the things that Maca told him. Damien just looked at all of them working from the side, sitting on the ground, and saw the two dragons who were still not busy looking towards him. "What?" Nothing, you must be quite strong to defeat that sea creature." Before he was able to say anything, Natsu stood from the ground with his eyes shining and said, "Yeah. Niken is extremely strong. He defeated that thing in just one attack, you know." Hearing that, the other kids looked towards him in awe as well except for Gajiel, who just snorted and looked away. Igneal snorted at that as well and said, "Humph, I can do that as well, you know." Natsu looked at his dragon father with a mocking expression and said, Really?" But just as he said that, Igneal fired a fireball towards Natsu, who immediately started shouting, "Ahhh. Hot hot hot," but just after that he started eating those flames and said, "What was that for?" But Igneal just looked away without replying to Natsu. Seeing him acting like that, Grandini, who was sitting beside Igneal, started to chuckle and said, "Looks like someone getting jealous." She then looked towards Damien and smiled, seeing Wendy happily reading a picture book given to him by Damien in his lap. Wendy, who also noticed her gaze, waved her hand towards her and walked towards her to tell her the story that she was reading. Damien, who now had his lap free, spread his legs and looked towards Sting and Rouge, who were playing rock paper scissors that Damien just taught them. Seeing that he was now free, he started meddling with his new watch, checking if there were some new features in addition to the ultimate mode. Damien put his hand down once he was done checking the watch and didn't find any noticeable upgrade except for the fact that the magic consumption was lowered. He then saw that Wyverns and Skyadram were back with what looked like huge uprooted trees in the name of firewood. Igneal got on to work once Maca used his magic to age the trees a bit to make them dry. Grandini and Mama then put the fish that was given by Damien on the huge grill made by Metallicana, while Grandini made sure to not let the fish burn by constantly controlling the flames with her magic, while Wyverns and Skyadram made sure to let it cook evenly. Damien, who saw that the preparations were complete, took out huge sacks of salt from his storage and started spreading them over the fish. Once all was done, Damien took out his sword to cut the fish small enough for the children to eat, while also taking his share as well. The rest was given to the dragons, among which Maca received the most. The children and the dragons happily enjoyed the feast, and once they were done, Daman decided to go back alone since Maca wanted to meet some old friends. You are going? Asked a panicked Natsu. Daman nodded his head and said, yeah, I need to go back, it's already late, you know. But if you go, who is going to teach me how to be strong and cool like you? Isn't Igneel teaching you how to be strong, and no one said that you have to be like me, right? You can because your own kind of strong and cool, you know. But oi, you all say something already. Just as he said that, the three children Wendy, Sting, and Rouge started to cry up a bit, seeing which Daman flinched, as he knew that if he left like that he would feel way too guilty for making the children cry. Hey, aren't you all strong kids? Why are you crying just because of something like this? It's not like we will not meet again, right? But all of a sudden the three children came closer to him and grabbed his legs and looked back at him with puppy eyes, that coupled with the tears in their eyes was enough for Daman to choke up on his saliva. Natsu, seeing that Daman was now faltering a bit, clenched his fist and mentally prayed for the kids to change Damon's mind. Don't go. Don't go, Niken. Niken, please stay here. Daman felt the arms of the kids tighten around his legs and tears started to fall down their cheeks. Seeing the men being forced by the small kids, the dragons chuckled on seeing Damon's misery, but all of a sudden a person stood forward to help Daman out of this. Oi idiots, even if he doesn't hold back, who is he going to stay with? Did you forget that we will go back to our places as well? Everyone looked at the person who said that and saw Gajeel looking at them with his arms crossed with a stern expression on his face. Natsu immediately raised his hand and said, who else? Niken is going to stay with me and Igneel, you know. Wendy looked back at Natsu and said, no. Niken will stay with me and Grandini, he told me that he will tell me stories. The two boys chimed in as well and said, what are you talking about? Niken is going to stay with us and tell us a lot of new games and play with us. The children then moved their attention from Daman and started arguing amongst themselves, and Daman was finally able to give a sigh of relief. Daman then looked towards his savior Gajeel, who still had his arms crossed, and secretly gave him some sweets for his help. Gajeel smirked on getting the sweets and said, I will fight you the next time you come here, all right? Daman, who heard that, chuckled and ruffled Gajeel's hair much to his annoyance and said, sure Gajeel, make sure to get stronger during that time. Gajeel moved the hand away from him and said, I am already stronger than you, you know. It should be you who should be prepared. Daman just chuckled at the kids' antics and just nodded his head. In the end the children were not able to decide, and Daman was finally free to go back. He asked about the locations where each of the dragons lived and promised the kids to come back when he gets some free time once again. A few moments later Daman came back to the castle by flying using his Jetre form and transformed back to his human form. Today was fun, but let's go and meet Irene, maybe ask Zenison to prepare the fish that I caught for dinner for her and enjoy a candlelight dinner with he. Daman, who was walking in the halls of the castle while greeting the people on the way, suddenly noticed that there were not a lot of people in the hallway leading to his and Irene's room. Instead he noticed a lot of maids and soldiers hiding in the corners, much to his confusion. But his confusion soon vanished once he noticed the scene in front of him. What he saw was Irene and the blonde-haired prince standing close to each other in the hallway, with the prince holding her hand and going for a formal kiss, though the fact that pissed Daman off was that the prince was using his charm magic, as he could feel the magic power leaking from him. Immediately the aura around Daman changed as his eyes lost their light and he grabbed the hilt of his sword. The prince won't miss his hand too much, right? I will make sure to cut the one you use for jerking yourself, and started walking towards the two of them. Good evening, your highness and your majesty the queen, said Daman from far away, stopping the prince who was about to kiss Irene's hand and looked towards the source of the voice. Irene, who saw Daman coming towards him, gave a sigh of relief, as it was getting quite annoying for her to ignore the prince's effort to use his magic on her. She immediately took a few steps away from Felix and said, good evening to you as well, Lord Ian, but didn't receive a reply and instead saw Daman staring at his prey prince, and seeing his expression Irene immediately had some cold sweat, and the only thought that came to her mind was, he is looking very cool right now. Wait, what the hell I am thinking? Get your mind of the gutter, Irene. He is going to kill a piece of a prince here. Daman, stop. Stop. At least do it somewhere where people can't see it. But all those thoughts didn't came out of her mouth, as Daman was now standing in front of the prince, who had an awkward smile on his face as his forehead was covered in sweat. Chapter 79, English. Daman, who was now standing in front of the prince, immediately placed his sword near the prince's neck and asked, Prince, you do know what your magic is, right? Prince, who was petrified on seeing the sword near his neck, was covered in cold sweat. He continued to look between the sword and Damien from time to time and said, "Hey, what do yo?" "Did you not hear me?" asked Damien in a cold tone, which immediately made the prince silent as his lips shut closed. He was about to order him and remind him that he was the prince here and thus had the higher standing, but just hearing the cold tone coming from Damien's mouth made all those thoughts disappear from his mind as terror immediately invaded his thoughts. "Are you going to answer me or not, Prince?" "Why, wise. Yes. Yes. I know. Don't raise your voice," shouted Damien, making the prince flinch and nod his head vigorously. "Good, now tell me, what type of magic do you possess?" "Charm magic, fascination magic, and some fire magic." Damien nodded his head and asked, "Yes, and may I ask why are you trying to use your charm magic or Queen Irene? Knowing that she is a queen of Dragonoff, and my lover, you doing that will only result in death, and I will make sure that it is not a painless one," and moved the sword closer to his neck to the point that the edge of the sword was toughing his skin and some blood started to come out. Hearing that, Felix's eyes widened in shock and shouted, "Death? What the hell is this? And what do you mean by magic? I don't even know how to use it." Hearing that, Damien just narrowed his eyes and said, "Stop spouting nonsense, Prince Felix. Did you forget that you tried a similar thing on another royal? I don't think that it is like you will forget something like that, since I am pretty sure that you gained a very remarkable memento of that incident," and glanced towards his crotch for a second. But Felix didn't notice that, and instead, the moment the sword got a bit away from his neck, he immediately took a step back and raised his hand, surrendering to Damien, whose eyes turned fierce the moment he took a step back. Damien, on the other hand, was about to swing his sword in order to chop off Felix's arm, but his sword got held by one of Irene's enchantment, noticing which he looked towards Irene with a shocked expression on his face, to which Irene looked back at him with an expression which said, "What the hell are you doing?" Felix, seeing that Damien was looking towards Irene with a shocked expression, concluded that she saved him and immediately went behind her for protection and held her shoulders from behind and said, "Lady Irene, please believe me, I had no ill intentions. You do know that I lost my memories when I came here, right? I don't even know how to use my magic. Heck, I didn't even knew what my magic was till a few days ago when Mr. Bands told me about it. Please believe me." Irene, on the other hand, was not even paying attention to the prince, as she could see Damien's brows twitching, probably it believing the prince, since he had pulled the same stunt previously as well. She could see that the enchantment that was holding back Damien's sword started to crack up, seeing which she started to panic a bit. No. If Damien gets marked as a criminal for killing the prince of his own country, no matter if it was saving me, his loyalty would be questioned and it would cause problems later on when we to try for the marriage. Arg. If you want to kill him that badly, at least lure him somewhere where no one sees you. She then immediately started to think of ways to stop Damien and looked towards Felix and said, "Prince, I would advise you to stop using that magic of yours this instant, otherwise, as the Queen of Dragonoff, I will have to take things under my hand. It's not a good sign from you to try to use such a magic on the ruler of the country you are trying to form an alliance with. And Lord Ian, please stop. Dragonoff is capable enough to take care of its problems on its own," said Irene, looking towards Damien, but with a pleading look instead of the determined one she showed to Felix. Damien, seeing Irene with the pleading look on her face, widened his eyes a bit and sighed. He then put his sword back in his scabbard and then bowed his head towards Irene and said, "As you command, Lady Irene." Irene nodded her head and sighed as well and said, "Thank you for taking actions for my sake, Lord Ian. I feel really happy about this," and smiled towards Damien. Both of them then looked towards Felix as they saw his face totally red as he was standing in a weird pose trying to do something. What are you doing, Price Felix?" asked Irene. "Trying to turn off my magic," said Felix, standing with his legs bent a bit and his back hunched as he clenched his fist, A/N, basically a Dragon Ball power-up pose. Damien looked suspiciously towards him and thought, does he really don't know how to use magic? Then doesn't that mean tricking others and seducing them is just an involuntary action for him? He then walked towards Felix, who was not able to see him coming towards him as he was focused on shutting his magic off. Damien then formed a magic circle in his hand and smacked it in Felix's gut, making him spit out some saliva. "They're done. I sealed off your magic. I will report about this incident to His Majesty, probably, and once he gives me an order to undo it I will do that, probably." Felix, who was clutching his gut, glared towards Damien and said, "Fu *ku, you mother fu *king asshole." Hearing which, Damien's eyes widened in surprise. Did Felix just now spoke in English? thought Damien as he saw Felix being taken to the recovery wards by one of the soldiers who snapped out of Felix's charm because of his magic being sealed by Damien. Chapter 80, Desires. Damien, who clearly heard Felix speaking English, looked towards Irene and asked, "Hey Irene, did you heard what that bastard said at the end?" Irene looked towards Damien and said, "I did hear him say something, but I don't know what language that was. Is that used in Adrelia?" Damien shook his head and then began thinking, how the hell can he speak English? The chances of someone knowing English, which is language used back in my world, are pretty low, though the things totally changes if he is a person from that world as well, or met someone from that world who taught him this language, then he must have taken over that body just like me. Doesn't that mean that now I got a somewhat proper reason to kill that piece of shit, said Damien. Huh. Irene looked towards Damien curiously, not knowing what he meant by that. Damien looked towards Irene and with a small smile on his face said, "Are you done with today's work?" Irene, who saw his smile, felt a bit happy and smiled as well and nodded her head. She then held Damien's fingers with hers and asked, "Want to have some tea with me?" To which Damien nodded his head with a smile and held her hands a bit firmly and thought, I will need to spy on that bastard, since even though he is a new person, meaning that the waste of space of Prince is already dead, his actions are quite similar to that body's original owner a lot, which means that Irene is not that safe since he might have came here the same way I did, and that means that he must have powers as well, plus he dared to use charm magic on Irene, accidentally, he is definitely going to get it from me. I also need to know what is he planning right now, since he might also try to marry Irene. If tries that, I will cut off his other one as well, which will make him unable to produce a heir. Damn, I will be helping the whole world by doing that. Suddenly he felt his hand being crushed by Irene and looked towards her and saw her pouting and look away from him as soon as their eyes made contact. Damn, she is cute, thought Damien and asked, "What happened? Did I do something wrong?" Irene looked at him from the corner of her eyes and said, "You are focusing on something else when we are together like this after such a long time after the war." Damien hummed in response and said, "Well, I was just remembering the magnificent morning that we had together. Looks like I got too distracted by that." Hearing that, Irene immediately blushed as she imagined the scene from the morning as well and looked down in shame. Not wanting anyone to see Irene like that, he immediately made a barrier enchantment around him to alter what the other were seeing and immediately rushed towards the room they were going to. Once both of them in the room, he closed the door and disabled the enchantment and looked towards Irene, who was hiding her face with her hands while occasionally peeking towards Damien from the gaps in between her fingers. Damien got enchanted by the sight and could literally feel his heart thumping loudly. Irene, who being a dragon slayer and being very close to Damien at the moment, noticed the changes in him and hesitatingly placed her forehead on Damien's chest, who after a while embraced the redhead and slowly started to caress her hair with a smile on his face. "You really are adorable, Irene, enough to make it very hard for me to hold myself back." Hearing that, Irene felt even more embarrassed and started lightly headbutting Damien. Damien, who found this gesture cute, let her do that for a while and then held her chin and made her look up towards him and smile at the embarrassed redhead. He then held her up in a princess carry much to Irene's surprise and then went to take a seat, having Irene on his lap. Damien. Damien looked towards Irene and with a smile on his face asked, "What is it, my dear? Will you put me down?" Damien placed his head on Irene's shoulders and closed his eyes and said, "What do you think?" Irene hugged Damien back and said in a low tone, "You won't." Damien just hummed in response and just enjoyed Irene's presence near him, and the same was the case with Irene, who was now finally able to calm herself a bit. Soon Irene heard light snoring coming from Damien and peeked towards his face and saw him sleeping peacefully. Seeing that, Irene smiled wryly and then got out of his lap and instead laid Damien on her own lap to let him rest a bit. She caressed Damien's face for a while when suddenly she started to stare intensely at lips. She then nervously looked around, and once she confirmed that no one was nearby and placed hundreds of anti-spying enchantments around the room, took a deep breath to calm herself a bit and then placed her lips on Damien's and soon sat straight and looked away from Damien, who was sleeping peacefully. "I am gonna tease her a lot about this," were the thoughts of Damien, who seemed to have woken up during the time when Irene was caressing his cheeks. He then turned around, burying his head comfortable in Irene's heavenly thighs and lightly held her waist, making sure to not get suspected of being awake by Irene. Irene, who noticed Damien embracing her, felt embarrassed but resolved herself to not act and make Damien wake up because of her. Damien, totally unaware of the resolve Irene just took, laid on her lap peacefully and appreciated the softness of her thighs and slowly drifted off to sleep. Irene's POV. Ugh hi, calm down, calm down. I shouldn't let Damien wake up just because I am feeling embarrassed by something like this. It was me after all who placed him on my lap. I then once again looked towards Damien and immediately my face started heating up, making me immediately turn away from him. Ag! Get yourself together, Irene. I am the Queen of Dragonoff, I should not get flustered like this. But don't you want to embrace him tightly and sleep along with him, whole hugging his body the whole night with both of you totally naked? Suddenly hearing a voice, I got a bit startled and looked towards the direction where the sound came from and saw a small me on my shoulder, though I was wearing a devil-like costume with 2 horns and a tail. Ha! What the hell is she talking about? How dare you say that I have such thoughts in my mind right now, and where the hell she knew what I fantasize about? Don't lie to yourself, I know that you want to do that. Suddenly a new voice was heard and once again I found a small me standing on my other shoulder with an angel-like clothing and a halo on top of her head. Hey, aren't you supposed to oppose the other one? And there is no way that I would thinking like that. Suddenly both of the small me looked at me with a smile and showed a thumbs up and said, don't worry, we know your desires, the deepest desires. Aren't you both way too terrifying? In the end the debate ended with all 3 Irenes having an intense blush on their faces and not even able to look towards Damien for even a second. It seems like my desires were too deep for my own well-being.